Mr. Clerk, are you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Members of council, I will call this meeting to order. Could you please take your seats? Please feel free to join me in the singing of our national anthem, followed by a moment of silence. Thank you. The region of Durham exists on lands that the Mississauga and Anishinaabeg inhabited for thousands of years prior to European colonization. These lands are the traditional and treaty territories of the nations covered under the Williams Treaties, including the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, Alderville First Nation, Hiawatha First Nation, Curve Lake First Nation, and the Chippewa Nations of Georgina Island, Beausoleil, and Rama. We honor, recognize, and respect the Indigenous peoples as the right holders and stewards of the lands and waters in which we have the privilege to live. On our efforts towards reconciliation, we will continue to build, strengthen relationships with First Nations, as well as the large Métis communities and growing Inuit community here in Durham. We commit to learning from Indigenous values and knowledge, building opportunities for collaboration, and recognizing that we are all connected. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We have quorum. There are a number of members of council attending Eid celebrations this morning. And Councillor Shahid just sent me a note that she will be spending the day with her family. Members of council, declarations of pecuniary interest. I see none in the room, none online. We'll move on, Mr. Clerk. I need adoption of minutes. Can I get somebody to move 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3? Moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Brenner. Questions? Seeing none, on the adoption of the three sets of minutes, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. We have two presentations this morning. I will start with 5.1. Anthony Pizzetti, Deputy General Manager, Transit Operations and Safe Driver Awards. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, councillors, staff, guests. The sun is out, the birds are chirping. It means it's my annual privilege to present DRT's Safe Driving Honor Roll from the previous calendar year. What is the Safe Driving Award? It's not just about driving the bus and avoiding collisions. No moving violations, that means no red light violations, no traffic tickets. There was a time where we had speed enforcement cameras, but none of those anymore. What is a preventable collision? We think about if you ever have a collision, someone's at fault, someone's not at fault. Preventability goes deeper than that as we teach and expect our drivers to operate across the roads using defensive driving techniques. A preventable collision is one where, not only have you operated your vehicle safely, compensating for all the conditions of the road, but you've also corrected for the errors of others around you. And in order to go through the year without a preventable collision, you have really embarked, the benchmark of what we expect in terms of operating that bus safely and really being aware of what's around you, the road conditions. And if you think about it, you think about the road conditions that we may choose to stay home and not drive. So those big snowstorms, those rainstorms, the fog, the glaring sunlight in our windshields. Our operators are out there picking up our customers and traveling the roads of Durham. It's bigger than just driving. Our operators are out speaking with customers, providing information, providing support. 13 million customers, all with different unique needs. So it's not just about driving from point A to point B, it's also operating your bus, preventing those collisions, compensating for the mistakes of others, while providing that top-notch customer support that allows us to continue to grow. Last year, DRT had 260 of our operators receive Safe Driving Awards. 31 of those 260 receiving Safe Driving milestones. So those milestones occur at different 5-year intervals. And I have a special guest here that I am going to introduce right after we showcase a little video that our friends at Creative had put together for us. And I'm going to ask Roger to help me because I know I'm going to end up screwing this up. So when you're ready, please hit play. And with that, I'm going to introduce you to Mr. Nelson Scott. He is our top winner from 2025, achieving a milestone safety award of 35 years, the longest in DRT's history. Of course, DRT itself has been around for 20 years, but Mr. Scott started back in 1990 with Pickering Transit, transitioning to Ajax Pickering Transit, joining DRT in 2006 with the amalgamation, and is now not only is he our top safe driving award winner, He is our #1 seniority operator across the entire network. So if you could please join me in congratulating Mr. Scott. And I'm going to give Mr. Scott a few minutes to share his experiences with you.
Thank you. Good morning, councillors and friends and chair and friends and colleagues. Thank you for this opportunity of being here this morning. It has surely been a tremendous experience, great ride, big accomplishment, and I feel very honored of being in your presence this morning. And so happy that I was able to be here. I count it a very great privilege to stand before you to even to say how grateful I am for after 36 years, I am still enjoying working for Durham Regional Transit. It has been a great ride, and if I have the opportunity, I'll start it all over again. But, you know, life our way of taking us, and some things does not last forever. But I've enjoyed my time. I'm still enjoying it and hope to enjoy it a bit longer. Again, I'm grateful to be here. Thank you. It has been a great experience being on the road every day through inclement weather, and many obstacles have come in the way over the years. But I was grateful that the good God up above have helped me to come through it. And after 36 years without an accident, I'm hoping that I can go a bit longer without one. Thank you again for being here. Thank you.
Well, that is amazing, and on behalf of council, I want to say congratulations and thank you. But on behalf of the residents, I imagine you've carried hundreds of thousands of our residents along millions of kilometers of road and getting them to and from work, getting to their appointments, getting them to school. And on behalf of the council here today and everyone in this room, we just want to say thank you for your service. Congratulations. Now, if you would like to leave, or you can stay, but feel free.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to our second presentation. Mayor Collier, Chair of the Durham Police Services Board, and Chief Morera on the update to council. Chair Collier?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity to be here and present today. I'm joined with we brought the big guns with us today in case there's any questions. Pleased to be here with Chief Morera to provide our quarterly update. As part of its ongoing commitment to build partnerships and trust in the DRPS, the board has continued its community outreach over the past several months. We're making the rounds to all the local councils to speak about the board, its current priorities and challenges, and recent operational highlights with members of the service. This past Monday, representatives of the board appeared at Scugog Council, and later this week, we'll be sitting down with the chief and council from the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. If we haven't yet been to your council, we will be there soon. The board is also making presentations to school boards in the region, connecting with community groups and reaching out to our local MPPs. DRPS leadership, what I talked about is very, very important. As council members are aware, the board recently extended Chief Morera's contract term until 2032. This extension recognizes the chief's strong leadership during a period of significant growth and change and will provide strength and stability to the service's command team in the years to come. The board is also in the process of recruiting 2 new deputy chiefs of police, and we expect to identify the successful candidates in the next couple of weeks. And to capital, which I think we're going to speak about probably at great length today, the DRPS service and financing strategy was presented to the Finance and Admin Committee a few weeks ago and was referenced in and was referred to the 2027 budget process. I want to reinforce that the infrastructure needs of the service are not new. Council has been aware of the pressures for many years. The long-term capital plans have always been included with our budget submissions to Council, with the exception of the last 2 years when the region did not include them. You've heard myself, the Chief, and the President of the Police Association speak repeatedly about the capital need, about the critical need for infrastructure capital. You're aware of this Council's direction to DRPS in December of 2024, directing us to come up with the 10-year capital and operating forecast. And you're aware that we've been working with the regional staff since then. What you may not be aware of is that on February 12, 2026, we entered into an agreement with the CAO and the region of Durham and signed a charter between the chief and them in February of this year. I just want to highlight something important in that charter, and I have copies on my desk for every member of council if you would like. On the last page, Police Service Board and/or Regional Council may not be in agreement on, oh, where is it? Sorry. I should have been more prepared for this. That the region and the police agree on recommendations that come to this committee, to this regional council. I can assure you that receive for information was not what we agreed to come before this council when we set out and have worked for the last year and a half on putting this together. That was something that happened without our knowledge and agreement, and I hope the regional council will consider that today. I will concede that yes, there's significant costs of the plan, but it's driven by necessity, and it will be more expensive next year, and the year after that, and the year after that, and will continue to, if we continue to do nothing. I expect there'll be lengthy discussion about this today. I'm going to now turn it over to Chief Moreira to provide an operational update. Chief?
Thank you, Chair Collier. And good morning, everybody. I want to kick things off today by recognizing our recent recruit graduating class. On May 21st, we celebrated the addition of 21 new sworn officers to our DRPS family. These officers, 8 of them will be working out of the West Division, which is Ajax Pickering, 7 from Central West in Whitby and part of Oshawa, 3 in Oshawa itself. 1 officer will be going to our Clarington police station, and 2 will be going to North, which our North Division, which services Brock, Scugog, Uxbridge, and the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nations. We celebrated Police Week and Volunteer Week between May 10th to the 16th. For Volunteer Week, we proudly shared videos highlighting our auxiliary members who generously donate more than 20,000 hours of work. Just to put that into some context, that's about $1.5 million worth of police costs that were offset by the volunteer hours. Our communities are safer because of you, and I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of our auxiliary members. This year's Police Week theme was Protecting Ontario Through Service. And the week highlighted the importance of our strong partnerships within policing, with first responders in the communities we serve. Our community safety and well-being team engaged the public at the Oshawa Center with information booths, vintage cruisers, and safety resources. Members from various units, including communications, 911, financial crimes, intimate partner violence, recruiting, equity and inclusion, and our community response units, worked at the booth, engaging with our communities, sharing crime prevention tips and information. We also had the very special guest at our Police Week, Mini Chief Avita Paliwal, grade 5 student at William Dunbar Public School. Avita was the winner of the grade 5 essay contest, and she got to be the chief for the day. But she shows up at all of our events, and she is just a truly remarkable young person in our community. I also, during Police Week on Tuesday, May 12th, I was joined by members of the board, local elected officials, and community partners to announce the location of the DRPS's new Ajax division. This marks an important milestone in expanding policing services to support community safety in Durham Region's growing communities. This new division will be located at 1401 Harwood Avenue North and represents the first step towards delivering a dedicated police facility in Ajax. But it's not just an investment in Ajax. Once completed, the division will bring frontline operations, investigators, and support services closer to residents, improving our response, strengthening community engagement, and aligning police infrastructure with the population growth, particularly around the issues of density. Currently, both Ajax Pickering are served by West Division in Pickering, which was built in 1992 for a much smaller population of 127,000 people. Since that time, Ajax and Pickering respective populations have more than doubled, and calls for service have increased accordingly. The new Ajax division is intended to better align policing services with current and future community safety needs and to support the growth in both Ajax and Pickering. Construction of the Ajax division is anticipated to be completed by 2031, and as you know, it's subject to regional approvals and funding of our capital plan, which of course is pending. 2 weeks ago, we launched our new digital delivery of police records checks, improving turnaround times while strengthening security of personal information. Applicants will now receive eligible completed records checks directly to their personal emails through secure platforms without changing the existing application process. Where digital delivery isn't appropriate, results will continue to be provided by mail. The initiative reflects our continued focus on modernizing our services, improving access and efficiencies for our residents and our community partners. I want to highlight some of the important work our community response unit officers are doing across the region. You may recall that we made significant investments in the crew units in recent budgets, and we look forward to making future investments to achieve greater outcomes throughout our region. In Oshawa, Project Atlantis 2 has delivered strong early results in its first month, including over 240 hours of bike patrols, 60 arrests, 50 provincial offences notices, and engagement with more than 150 local businesses, reflecting a balanced approach of visibility, enforcement, and community engagement. In North Division, Project Keystone in Brock Township is targeting street-level drug activity. Early enforcement has resulted in 2 arrests and drug-related charges, with additional high-visibility patrols now underway. In East Division, the crew-led In the Zone traffic safety initiative targeted the big 4 risk behaviors, including aggressive driving, distracted driving, seatbelt use, and impaired driving. This resulted in 816 tickets issued and 50 cautions. This is the highest number of provincial offences notices in any In the Zone initiative to date. In West Division, pardon me, the crew led various theft initiative targeting retail stores such as Winners, LCBO, and Home Depot. In May alone, they have made 32 criminal arrests and conducted 50 compliance checks, most of which are proactive. Together, these efforts represent a coordinated and proactive strategy to address community safety concerns across municipalities. Every enforcement action and proactive patrols serves a dual purpose, not only increasing the likelihood that offenders are identified and apprehended, but more importantly, prevents harm from before it occurs. That means fewer victims of crime, fewer overdose from toxic substances, and fewer lives impacted by serious or fatal traffic collisions. Strategic investments in our community response units are central to this approach. Increased visibility in our neighborhoods strengthens both actual safety and the public's perception and confidence of safety in their communities. Looking ahead, our 10-year plan is designed to further enhance and expand our crew capabilities within your municipalities, ensuring we are positioned to meet the growing needs and demands of a modern, responsive policing model. I'm glad we have our award winner here, and what I'm about to read makes your accomplishments even more remarkable. I want to thank you and congratulate you on your award. We've had 2 fatal collisions since we last met, bringing the total collision fatalities to 8, which is 2 fewer than this time last year. 3 of this year's fatal collisions involved pedestrians being struck. Despite this decline, our collision investigation unit has been called out 25 times this year, and we've seen 31 people seriously injured. Unfortunately, this is up from the 21 callouts and 24 people injured at this time last year. So while we're seeing fewer fatalities, we're seeing more injuries. And that's obviously a concern. And, you know, And this is in light of the fact that we've also seen a 15% increase in our traffic enforcement, with 21,000 tickets issued so far this year compared to 17 last year. The top offense, speeding, obviously, accounts for just over 15,000 of those. Careless driving, red light, fail to stop, and distracted driving. With increased road use, we'll see these numbers continue to increase. And so we have a plan to address it. This slide highlights key crime and calls for service trends, and there have been some marked changes over last month. Auto thefts are now 16% below where they were last year. This builds upon the decrease in previous years because of the work we have done. Overall, we've seen a 33% decrease in auto theft since 2023, which was the highest peak of the auto theft problems in our region. Our auto theft and robbery unit is closely monitoring this trend and will continue to target enforcement, education, and investigative strategies are obviously ongoing, and we hope to make some significant arrests very shortly. While a relatively small number, given how many businesses we have in the region, commercial robberies have increased significantly, but we're starting to see this trend leveling off. While the trend may be slowing, it remains a concern and a priority for us that we're closely monitoring. Investigations are ongoing. Suspects have identified and charged, and charges laid in 72% of all of those cases, which is a pretty good clearance rate. Shootings are down 38% so far this year. There have been 10 firearms discharges compared to 16 at this time last year. Our 10-year plan seeks to continue to make important investments in addressing gun and gang issues we face within our region. I remind everyone that our municipal borders mean nothing to the criminal element. We work closely with our colleagues from across the GTA and beyond. And this year, we have seized more than 20 crime guns. Since 2019, or in the last 7 years, response times have risen across all priorities, with routine response showing the greatest increase by 54.5%, while emergency on-scene time nearly doubled by 99.2%. And this reflects a larger common trend among all major police services. We are not an outlier. While increases continue, we are seeing signs of stabilization in response time since recent investments, in particular in 2025. There have been increases, however, the rate has slowed compared to previous years, and we're closely monitoring this trend. In 2025, we saw the greatest on-scene time increase by over 24 minutes, on average a 25% increase, with the greatest amount of time allocated for cases involving intimate partner violence and sexual assault calls. One of the contributing factors has been changes in court disclosure requirements. For those of you who aren't familiar, this is the mandatory review, redaction, and subsequent disclosure of evidence, including notes, records, videos, witness statements, and forensic evidence, not only in serious crimes, but in all cases. In all cases, we have the legal requirement to protect the privacy of individuals. Just as an example, imagine a body-worn camera, vehicle stop for a simple speeding offense. Every car that goes by that is captured on that camera must be redacted, and that takes time. And when we've seen a 15% increase in the number of tickets we're handing out, that's a 15% increase in the number of videos that we have to redact as well. Procedural failures of any of these requirements will result in the Crown withdrawing the charges, which means no accountability for offenders and therefore no justice for victims. Previously, officers had months to complete disclosure. It was later reduced to 21 days, and now it's 14 days. In cases where the suspect is held for bail, and bail has to be within, you have to appear within 24 hours of your arrest, that means that you have to provide substantial disclosure, usually within somewhere between 12 to 24 hours. So all of that work gets put into fast forward. This places tremendous pressures on officers to ensure they have adequately collected and cataloged evidence for disclosure in an incredibly short runway, contributing to the increased time on scene. I remind you that this is not a DRPS phenomenon. This is happening right across our province. This is why our emphasis has been on strategic expansions of our criminal investigations bureaus to allow investigators to take over and allow frontline officers to get back to responding to calls, and investments in technology. This is a very narrow snapshot of just one of the pressures affecting our staffing, and I will share more in some future updates. Now I'd like to share a video with you that highlights the impacts drone technology is having in policing, a strategic investment that we were deliberate and are, I would argue, among the leaders in policing. On May 10th, officers in West Division responded to an assault in progress in Pickering. Officers arrived on scene and the male suspect fled the area. Further investigation revealed that the suspect was wanted on several warrants for some very violent offenses. A drone operator was dispatched to the scene and began searching the area. Within 20 minutes, the drone operator located the suspect in a green space trying to evade police. The male suspect crossed through a creek and headed towards a residential area. The drone operator tracked him and directed officers to intercept him upon his entry in a residential area. And this is over a wide area. The suspect was ultimately arrested and taken into custody in less than 1 hour of the original call, and was arrested without incident and is now facing multiple charges. Please play the video. Drones make it safer for communities when we're able to apprehend suspects quickly. The ability to recover evidence as close to the time of the offense is critically important for a whole host of reasons. And the suspect, it's safer for the suspect as well. More importantly, we're dispatching, in this case here, fewer cars to a scene because we can leverage technology that direct the finite resources we have to where they're needed the most for the greatest outcome. This is a direct result of the strategic investment we've made in developing and expanding our drone program. It allows officers to quickly locate and apprehend suspects and reassure the public that they are safe. The previous video demonstrates that facilities are not the only capital investment we need to continue to make. When it comes to policing, many do not think about the resources and technology that we need 24/7 until they or a loved one needs them. Technology and innovation are critical to modern policing and need to be appropriately invested in, including AI advancements. These are not things we can just order online. They require investment in time, assessment, testing, compliance, and implementation, as well as time to ensure that they are ready when they are needed and that we have the properly trained members to use them. While we continue to invest in education and training and requalification, it's equally important to invest in the right technologies that drive efficiencies, particularly during critical response situations. These tools enhance our ability to locate missing persons, identify and apprehend suspects, and ultimately improve overall community safety. As technology continues to evolve, particularly with the rapid advancements of artificial intelligence, we must remain adaptable and thoughtful in how we assess and adopt these tools. Not every technology will be appropriate for policing, which is why it's critical that we carefully evaluate emerging solutions and identify those that best support our operational needs, ethical standards, and our community's expectations. Ensuring that technology is compatible with our operations is a critical part of this work, which requires investments in properly identifying testing and piloting these tools and phases, allowing us to address challenges early and making informed data-driven decisions. Strong governance and clear safeguards are essential throughout this process, and we must ensure that we are not only integrating the right technologies, but doing so responsibly, minimizing risk, avoiding unintended or harmful consequences, and with the greatest degree of transparency that we possibly can. We are proud to be in the final stages of rolling out our Drones of First Responder program and look forward to expanding it further. The program in early testing has already proved effective in locating missing people. We also recently launched our Community Safety Data Portal, which provides the public with access to near real-time data. Since its launch in March, we've had over 4,000 users visit the portal, and the most searched about topics have been break and enters and drug violations. This enhanced transparency builds a broader understanding of crime trends and allows us to share greater insight in how we are responding to emerging issues within our communities. Many members of council have seen firsthand how effectively these technologies are deployed and the positive outcomes they produce. The DRPS needs to continue to make impactful investments in tech and innovation to optimize responsiveness and leverage it to enhance community safety. The expansion of our body-worn camera project, automated license plate readers, and our real-time operating center will be our immediate focus. We also require critical investments in our cloud storage, AI-assisted redacting systems, and cybersecurity to ensure our data and sensitive material remains protected. Additionally, a modern enterprise resource planning system and an enterprise asset management system are critical for compliance and governance and CSPA compliance. Since the start of my tenure in 2023, 283 officers will have been added, that is by the end of this year. Between 2010 and 2021, over a 12-year period, the DRPS added 59 net new positions. That's about 5 per year. And the growth wasn't consistent. From 2011 to 2017, no net new positions were added. Say that again, no net new positions were added. In fact, in 2021, the service lost 2 positions, resulting in an overall decline. For many years, the DRPS didn't receive enough funding to even sustain our baseline operations, which should have been the bare minimum. Make no mistake about this. This was defunding, and we are paying this price today, and we're still managing a $47 million gap as a result. By comparison, the region of Durham between 2016 and 2021, just a 5-year period, added 320 new positions outside of policing, an average of 53 per year. To be clear, during that the same period, investments were directed to other regional services in response to the growth pressures from which the DRPS was not immune, yet comparable investments were not made in our service. Years of underfunding and limited resource allocation to the DRPS have created a period of stagnation that does not reflect the service's current operational realities. Ensuring public safety is in one of Ontario's fastest growing regions requires deliberate and sustained investments. Policing is often viewed differently because it represents a significant portion of the property tax levy, but costs should not be confused for growth. Over the last 15 years, the DRPS has never ranked higher than 3rd among regional services gross budgets. Unlike other services such as transportation, health, and social services, we do not have access to other funding streams. We have worked with the province to secure time-limited grants for special projects or one-off needs like our helicopter, $35.5 million. However, for operational capital needs, we do not have options, and fundamentally, this is a core responsibility of actually this municipality, this council. Over the next 10 years, we require a total of 789 FTEs to meet the region's growth and needs. Approximately 480 frontline officers, 193 investigative officers, and about 116 specialized civilian support. And we're shifting towards a higher civilian ratio to support capacity enhancements to our digital evidence, cybercrime analytics, wellness, finance, IT and cybersecurity, facilities, communications, governance, and compliance. These represent the minimum staffing levels required to keep pace with the emerging threats, population growth, density intensification, and associated service demands. History is a great teacher, and we have learned that this growth is not linear. It's exponential when these factors converge. Meeting these staffing targets will be a challenge, particularly given that we're starting from a weakened staffing baseline. The province-wide recruiting and retention challenges are shrinking our applicant pool. Expanded mandatory trainings reduces the availability of officers on our front line. And there's also inefficiencies in our training because our facilities are scattered across this region and we're losing valuable time. Multiple locations need to be visited just to complete the basic mandatory yearly training. Persistent gaps between authorized and actual staffing and managing increases because of the challenges of PTSD and WSIB related absences, which is the consequence of being in this line of work. The experiences of repeated exposure to trauma will have an undeniable impact on our people. However, we are making huge strides in our wellness initiatives. More officers are returning to work than they ever have before. Last year, 158 members returned to work, many of them from prolonged years-long absences. More than our neighboring comparators who have teams that are more than twice the size of ours. Our 10-year plan, if approved, allows us to continue to make important investments in our wellness programs so that we can support those who protect all of us. The reality is that the DRPS current infrastructure was not designed to support today's scale or future needs of our community. This limits our ability to expand safely, efficiently, and effectively, and prevents us from achieving the economies of scale that modern policing services require. This prohibits centralized resourcing, streamlining operations, and reducing the duplication, so growth can be managed more cost effectively over time. To continue to deliver adequate and effective policing in a rapidly growing region, the DRPS requires new purpose-built police campus, one that allows operational efficiencies at a scale and aligns with evolving legislation, operational, and community expectations. Today, our operations and specialized units are dispersed across multiple aging facilities. This fragmentation creates significant inefficiencies, increased maintenance costs, and limits coordination and collaboration across our organization. Many of our existing facilities were built decades ago, no longer meeting the current operational safety needs. In fact, and I've said this before, our Oshawa station opened before the CN Tower did. The Clarington Police Complex Phase 2 is still under construction, 16 years and counting, and I've just been told it might be even delayed one more year. And we're still waiting for delivery. By comparison, this is not a complimentary comparison, but 19 kilometers of the Eglinton Crosstrack LRT with 25 stations was built and delivered in 15 years. And we're 16 years plus. And this hardly qualifies as something we should be involved in. Consolidated DRPS campus would bring together critical functions, delivering on the economies of scale of a modern police service, including education and training, professional development, Oshawa Division, Police Headquarters, secure IT and records, a dedicated community engagement space to support meaningful and accessible interactions with our residents. Ultimately, this is about building infrastructure required to support the future of policing in Durham Region, ensuring our people have the space, tools, and environment they need to serve community safety, to serve the community safely, effectively, and to the highest standards. There are some misconceptions about our capital budget that I just want to clarify here. Our facilities no longer meet the needs of our organization. This is not a matter of minor repairs or routine maintenance. It's about aging, outdated infrastructure that cannot support the demands of modern policing, let alone future growth. This is not a leaky roof, as was suggested. It's a lack of capacity and infrastructure that is fundamentally inefficient for today's realities. It's about impacting this. It is now impacting the safety of our officers, concerns that I know all of you heard from our DRPA president who recently shared them with you. We are the 5th largest municipal police service in Ontario, yet we do not have a dedicated education and training facility and we're challenged to meet the requirements that we need to properly prepare our officers and to serve this community. This is not about a nice to have, it's a legislative and professional standard, and one that we are increasingly challenged to meet. Delaying construction only compounds the pressure. What we have today is not sustainable. And even with immediate action, a solution remains years away. I've advocated for this investment now for 3 years. We cannot wait. This is why we must act now. There has been significant focus on cost, and that's important in this conversation. but it must also be grounded in context. Today, we have significant challenges to accommodate additional officers that are Central East in Oshawa. Let me just give you one example. Our TAC unit, for instance, needs to increase and is increasing because of the investments that we've made in our recent budget. But they're forced to use industrial shelving as lockers because the existing lockers that were installed in 1972 in that building were never designed to hold the equipment that we have today. And so, you know, and I was shocked to discover that we're actually exploring the use of a storage locker in the underground parking that barely has a light bulb in it, that has no water, has nothing, as a change room to accommodate the growth in that unit. Our West Division in Pickering was built to serve a population of approximately 127,000 people, population that is now more than doubled. Compounding the issue, the facility sits on a floodplain, making any meaningful expansion cost prohibitive for public institutions. A new division is planned for Ajax, but again, that won't open till 2031, and that's only if we move on our plan. And I won't rehash the significant issues we have in North Division. You are all well aware of the significant challenges we face there. However, I want to address one point about the what was proposed as there was a solution, and you know, the solution to the water issue of the location. While the region did suggest that water could be brought to the site, the $3 million plus price tag would have been added to our budget, meaning that other much needed investments would have to be sacrificed to improve a site that is not our asset, it's just our liability. In the meantime, the pressures continue to grow. We are also approaching a point where even core functions such as training are constrained by our infrastructure. In the near future, we may have to rely on temporary solutions such as portable training spaces just to meet mandatory requirements. These options are less secure, less efficient, more costly over time, and not meet the legislative standards. This is not a future problem. This is happening now, and it's not just about our buildings. It's about whether officers can be properly trained, not just today, but as the complexity of policing evolves. Just think about AI. And I'm sure you've all seen the prevalence of social media, AI-generated videos that make it look so real. That doesn't account for the very serious AI frauds by organized crimes and criminals that are upon us. Let me remind all of you, last year, $58 million in fraud loss in this region alone. DRPS is the only regional service without an approved long-term capital strategy. At the same time, our communities are growing, and so is the demand for service. This is what residents rely upon when they call for help, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You're going to hear it at the door. In 2025, just under 1,700 people were reported missing. That requires dispatching, just in that one stat, 412 distinct policing units and over 8,000 hours of frontline response at a cost of over $500,000. And that reflects only our frontline response. It doesn't include the specialized resources such as K9, Air 1, our drones, criminal investigations, tactical, traffic, Marine, school liaisons, and everybody else that comes to bear when it's a vulnerable victim, a vulnerable missing person. But for a parent searching for a missing child or a daughter looking for her father with dementia on a cold night, none of those numbers matter. What matters is finding that person and returning them safely. And we do. And we do that with a great deal of efficiency. In fact, on average, we locate and return missing people in 1.3 days. And that is a remarkable stat. It's about maintaining the province's highest weighted clearance rate since 2021. We solve more serious crime than any comparator in this province. That's something we can be proud of. That's because of the dedication of the men and women who are our members. And it's exactly what we're going to continue to do. Regardless of who needs us, their background, or their income, we deploy every resource at a moment's notice of crisis. Your postal code, your T4, it doesn't matter. We're going to bring all the resources we have to help you and your family. This slide outlines what capital investments will be delivered in the next decade. It includes construction of our new Ajax station, a new West Division, the expansion of our 911 Communications Center, development of a police campus that will serve as our future Oshawa Division Education and Training Center and police headquarters, And these are not just buildings or nice to have, they're a necessity to support the delivery of adequate and effective policing. It's what our community deserves. It's my last slide. Our plan is not new, nor the pressures we're facing. Aging infrastructure, no new capacity, and risk to officer safety have all been well established. At the same time, we are seeing significant investments across other critical regional services reflecting the growth and demands of our community. And I agree with those investments, but we are no different than any of the other regional services. We are bringing forward a 10-year plan, but we also have immediate and pressing needs that cannot wait, including our education training center, Oshawa Division, and police headquarters. These are critical. Before I go, I must address one of the comments I heard. The focus on a $1.1 billion figure and the $5 million annual leasing costs is misleading when presented without context. Suggesting that offsetting a $5 million annual leasing cost as justification for a $1.1 billion investment oversimplifies a complex long-term infrastructure and decisions that do not reflect the realities of what we're facing, nor reflect the realities of the changing nature of crime. It reduces a critical public safety investment to a headline number, and I would argue is irresponsible, while ignoring the real and growing risks of doing nothing. Yesterday's dollars were cheaper than today's, and that was said, and the cost of doing nothing continues to mount and will continue to mount. Our current facilities are already at capacity and operationally inefficient, and in some cases are nearing compromising officer safety and our ability to meet the legislative standards. The question is not simply what is this cost? It is what is the cost of us to delay? Continue to operate an out-of-date, undersized facility drives inefficiencies, limits our ability to grow, and ultimately increases long-term cost. This is not discretionary spending, it's essential infrastructure required to deliver modern policing and keeping pace with the demands of our community, and it is the responsibility of every municipal council throughout this province. The real question is simple. Do we invest now in the infrastructure we need, or do we accept the escalating risks and costs of continued inaction? What we are asking today is a path forward, and through the board's motion, supporting a broader plan and improving the urgent needs that we need in this calendar year. This allows us to act responsibly and deliberately. The DRPS is at a critical juncture. Standing still will only increase costs and risks over time. Taking these initial steps now positions us to meet the obligations under the CSPA, maintains public safety, and manages growth in a fiscally responsible way. We are looking forward to continue to work together to build a plan that serves both our communities and our taxpayers today and in the future, and I appreciate Council's collaboration. I want to thank those who've supported our public safety priorities in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are a number of questions. Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. And thank you to the Chief and Board Chair for the presentations. I'm going to go back and forth a bit. I think I'll start with the Board Chair. The Deputy Chief and the Chief tenure is at the Board's discretion. Is that correct? Like, in a sense, like we sign them to contracts for 4 or 5 years. Is that how that works?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair. To Councillor Lee, the chief, the deputy chiefs, the legal counsel, and the HR director are all employees of the board. They're outside of the SOA as per the Community Safety Policing Act, Section 220. So there are individual contracts with each of those with the board. Those are contracts that I have negotiated on behalf of the board, and they vary in terms. So there's no set 5 years, 3 years,
Got it.
whatever. They don't align with council terms. Does that answer your question?
Is the term of the contracts publicly disclosed, or I mean, like you said, the chief, for example,
No.
goes through 2030.
No, those are
No,
between
right,
the
so it's-
board and their employees. They're not public documents.
Okay, that helps. Thank you. To the chief now. So you mentioned commercial robberies. Does commercial robberies include the jewelry store smash and grabs we're seeing at Pickering and Oshawa? Would that be a commercial robbery?
Yes.
So specifically to those, we see them on social media all the time. What can we do to reduce those types of crimes? Because they seem somewhat random and wanted, and like I'm not sure like what the strategy would be. And I'm just wondering if the DRPS has one specifically for that.
Yes, we do. There's a couple layers to it, and so I would invite this question when it's just you and I, because I don't want to educate the criminal element on some of the strategies, but just generally,
Sure, that's right.
this is organized crime. Make no mistake about it. These are groups that come together even in short order, but they come together. There's a purpose. There's a plan, and it's for the purpose of usually other people who aren't even there. And so we've been making great strides in investigating the elements that are directing these groups that exist. Proactive patrols and being in the right places, being intelligence-led and looking and examining all of the information that we have. And perhaps the most important thing is today, more than ever, police services are talking in almost real time. That's why our real-time operating center is so critical to get fully functioning, because this is a conduit by which we can share information in real time, because these groups rarely hit just one place, and they are moving across the GTA and into the Golden Horseshoe at an alarming rate. And the other thing I can say, it's not just one group. There are a host of these groups that are operating, and so that adds a further complication and challenge. But we do have a strategy, and we've actually been very successful in stopping these things before they even began, and we have an alarmingly high arrest rate when it comes to jewelry store robberies. In fact.
It's very good to hear. Thank you. I'm going to go to your tech and innovation slide. So you used the phrase standard and governance. I'm just wondering, is there a civilian body that helps responsible for ensuring that technology is being used fairly and ethically, or is that just strictly up to the police to kind of decide?
Yeah, so there are a number of agencies that exist for all public institutions, like the Privacy Commissioner and such. We're guided by the decisions of human rights tribunals and the decisions that come from there. The board has a board policy that governs the use of technology, and it's something that I report to the board actually quite regularly. And when there's new technology, there's now a requirement that we bring it to the board well in advance. And also, we do a lot of work with our communities and stakeholders out there. Our open data portal was one of those technologies we've most recently employed, and we went to, I think there was a whole group of citizens and I think elected officials as well that we asked for their input. And we're going to continue to seek input and continue to be guided by the information that we learn. It's not like we adopt it and then leave it and then say that's it. There's a constant evaluation. We have our own internal governance that has benchmarks to meet, and more importantly, review periods that are mandatory. And so we will review and look at best practices, and we continue to be driven by the decisions of the court and the case law that continues to evolve our sector.
But ultimately, in terms of the full outright policy regarding the utilization of tech and innovation, that is kind of the discretion of the board to apply to the police, with all these governing bodies overseeing to ensure that we're compliant, so to speak. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and the Inspector General also holds a huge role here. The Inspector General, through the inspections team, can inspect anything that they want. And so this, I suspect, and I have yet to hear from Justice Hoagland, who is doing the review on corruption in policing throughout the province. I've yet to hear how that factors into his review, but I am meeting with him early next week, and I hope to get a better understanding of how the Inspector General plans on managing this.
Great. So you showed the past few meetings, you showed us videos of drones and their practical use. It's been very, forward thinking. What is the cost of these drones? I don't think we ever received that number, did we?
They're, I don't have it, but it is almost all of our drones we've received through grant funding. It is the training that we actually pay for. And see how they blend into our operations. I don't, and we don't have one drone. There are multiple different drones that all do different functions, and so some are, a few $100s, and others will be more money. But it's the costs are really not significant.
Okay, I mean, just like if we plan on expanding the drone fleet, I mean, we should ultimately get that number, and maybe next update, I guess, to the new council would be the next update, right?
Yeah. So in fairness, Mr. Lee, that's the purview of the board, and the board sets the budget, and so we report to we're full disclosure to the board, obviously, and the board will make those decisions. So I hate to commit to you that we would provide that number because it's really the board's number to provide.
No, that's a question for the board chair, so I'll direct that afterwards. So you also mentioned the number of WSIB PTSD absences. Every kind of spring session, I ask the same question: are we net positive in returns, or are we net negative in losing officers to WSIB and PTSD absences?
Depends at what point of the year you ask and in what time frame. We have
The last time, so it would be, let's say, last year this time.
Yeah, so I don't have that number right now, but as you can appreciate, the cumulative impact of post-traumatic stress disorder as a diagnosis happens over a prolonged period of time. And what we are heavily investing in, and to the tune of about $3 million last year, is helping our members before they get into that critical state, helping them through and supporting them through each incident, and looking at the totality of their wellness here at work, and we continue to make those investments. I don't have the number for you in terms of comparators year over year, but I can tell you that we've never had so many people returning to work like we have over this past year, and we're going to continue to lean into it. In fact, the service and the board, for that instance, just received a presentation at the last board meeting that was evaluating all of our wellness programs and talking about what is working well and where we need to lean into, and other areas that we need to do some work. And so we're constantly evaluating how we are investing in this area, and to make sure that we're driving value not only for our taxpayers, but most importantly, that we're meeting the needs of our officers and our staff, who are the ones that pay the heaviest toll.
Right. And then, pardon me, I'm a layman, but is it simply as simple as like we can possibly slide some of these officers who are ready to come back to work, but maybe not to active duty? Can we just slide them to civilian positions? Is it as easy as that, or
No.
that it isn't quite that simple?
No. There's a lot of complications.
Okay. I was hoping you could talk to us about the crime severity index. So we've never really talked about this stat. I saw, I think Deputy Chief Yindel had a report maybe 2 years ago regarding this. And I'm just wondering, like, what is the crime severity index? How do we rank on the crime severity index?
Okay, so there's two surveys. One's a crime severity and one's a weighted clearance rate. So both need to be read in concert with one another. So what it does is it rates the seriousness of all offenses. So, you may have, and this does not factor in, but a parking complaint would be like a 0.1, right? But a murder would be a 12, right, on a scale. And what they do is they weigh out all of the serious crime that is happening, all the criminal offenses, through all the statisticians at Statistics Canada, they come up with a formula, and then they compare all the jurisdictions across Ontario and then across the country, and they come up with this crime severity index. How severe is it? It's based on population and a number of other different factors. So I'm not going to get into the math. I'm just going to say that we have never had the best, but we've been near the bottom of the crime severity index, which means that our communities, by and large, are very safe, and therefore a place that people should want to come live and invest in and work. Having said that, everybody is sliding in the wrong direction, which means we have more severe crime happening right across the province than we ever have before. Make no mistake about it. Where we are on that list, we're all experiencing more and more serious crimes, What I'm most proud of is the fact that we actually do lead the province and all the major police services in the clearance rates of those serious crimes. We are solving more serious crimes than anybody else, and that is because of the strategic investments that we have made specifically around putting officers and investing in officers and investing in some technologies as well that is producing those results. But, it puts significant challenges on us. I'll say this, Councillor Lee. Last year, the board had to make a decision and use and defer some funding that was supposed to be for one thing to create a Fair Day room because the technology has evolved to the point where devices can be wiped remotely before we have a chance to even examine them, and that's critical evidence that could be lost. So while we are making these investments, it comes at a cost, and while we're making significant and achieving significant benchmarks, it comes at a cost. And it's a constant set of priority setting and resetting and setting again. Doesn't mean those things that we stop doing are any less important. It's just that we have to confront the thing that is right in front of us at the moment, and the board has been attuned to this and has helped us make these strategic investments when they've needed to.
So using your own, the chart that was provided to the DRPS board, between 2007 and 2017, there was like a significant dip, conveniently coinciding with our lack of investment for frontline officers. You were a Toronto police officer at the time. What do you attribute to universally, like it seemed like every police force from 2007 to 2017 saw a dip like that all matched? Why would that be? Like, what happened in that 10 years? Is there something we can replicate going into the next 10 years?
I'm sorry, I wasn't following that. A dip in.
Well, the crime severity index. Here's a chart. So from 2007 to 2017.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. It's and there's tons of academic research that suggests that only a small portion of crime, even severe crime, is ever reported. And I think it's about public confidence. My father ran a business in Toronto. I'm at the time a staff superintendent in charge of all of Eastfield Command, which means everything east of Yonge Street, all the frontline divisions. My dad didn't report a significant break and enter that happened into his business, and they stole thousands of dollars worth of equipment off of his truck. And he kind of chuckled at a dinner table months later and said, you guys are never going to find them. And so, that it was a gut punch. It was a gun punch because of confidence. And we expect to see more people report when they see the results coming out. And we see this with the work that we're doing with victims of sexual assault, for instance. We work very closely with partner agencies to encourage, and it's not always women, but predominantly women, to come forward. We see it with our human trafficking when we put our CARES unit in there and invested in social services that is with our officers. It's not a one and done. It's not like, officers burst through a room and the young woman who's being trafficked says, "Thank God for you're saving me." It's never like that. And so it is about those relationships and building those relationships. And when you make those relationships, people have greater confidence and therefore report more crime. I would like to explore, and academic research has explored all of these, but it's about police legitimacy in communities, and that's why it's so important to invest in those areas. And our community response unit is one of those areas in which I'm heavily committed to continue to invest in, to build those relationships.
Okay. And in part of that report, there's also a community input survey showing satisfaction from people who've had experience with DRPS. How often do we do that survey? Is it annually? Is it every 4 or 5 years?
I'm not sure which survey you're asking specifically, and there are multiple surveys that are done. Like, for instance, the Police Association recently did a survey with one of the groups that are out there. I don't have that frequency with me.
But typically the DRPS, do we get feedback from the residents of how satisfied they are with the service?
Yeah, in a variety of ways, of course. Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm literally quoting. It says community input survey 2022 to 2023. Yeah. So I'm just wondering if this is an annual thing or is strictly for that report?
Yeah, I'll have to get back to you. I'm not sure which document you're looking at specifically, but let me get back to you if I could. Councillor Lee, I wasn't prepared for that specific question. I would have researched it beforehand. My apologies.
Yeah, no. I should have provided in advance, and next time I will. I promise.
No.
There's the so during the you have a web page that kind of dictates shows kind of officers that are possibly being investigated for the Community Safety and Policing Act hearings. Just a very quick question. Some of them are there's a deceit, like there's the charge of deceit. What does deceit mean to the average person?
Deceit means doing something against the oath, and the allegation would be essentially lying when you had an obligation to, make an entry, or purposely misleading in an entry that you've made, or a comment that you've made, or in some fashion. I'm giving you a very,
thank you.
it's not a legal definition. I'm just giving you sort of a layman's explanation.
No, that's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. And then my last few questions are back to the board chair. My first question is obviously the OCPC report. Council sent a motion. I believe there are still a few redacted portions. Are we ultimately never going to get the unredacted report, or did I somehow miss the unredacted report somewhere?
And here I was thinking we might get through one single meeting without hearing about the OCPC report, but we are here again. I will reiterate what I've said many times. Nobody wants this released more than me, an unredacted report. I can say we just got the report back from our oversight, who is the Inspector General, Ryan Teschner, last night. I have not read it yet. It might have been this morning. Anyway, I just saw it in my email, so I have not read it yet. But that is the report back from the IG on reviewing the 33 items in the 33 recommendations in the OCPC report, the items that actually apply to us that we can action and fall under their oversight, and his review of how adequately we have addressed those recommendations that we can address. So I don't have the answer for you. We do have a response from the IG, and I would suggest that will probably be part of our next report. If there's anything I can release once we've reviewed it and once the board's reviewed it, I will release that to council.
Or I suspect it'll actually be brought up at the next police board meeting then, correct?
It is on the next police board agenda, yes.
Great. Okay. Same thing. The investigation into the deputy. When we first talked about this, you said it's going to be 3 to 5 weeks. I think we're closer to right now 12. Just wondering if there's any update from that in terms of. I know you can't give details. I'm not looking for any, but at least time frame.
LECA has 6 months to conclude their investigation. Please correct me if I'm wrong. That puts us into somewhere end of July. I understand they've done all their interviews. They've done their investigation. We are waiting. I'm not sure if there's a report, if they're just waiting it to go through legal. But yeah, we are still waiting, and they have 6 months. So it could be up to
I'm going to. Thank you. I'm just going to conclude with this, 24 seconds left. So the chief mentioned that he's been calling an alarm on our training facilities for the past 3 years. Absolutely true. I've been calling an alarm on our lack of diversity within our force within the past 8 years. So the council members who don't know, the Anti-Racism Task Force of Durham Region delegated to the police force regarding some meaningful steps the police board can take regarding diversity. 36% of the region's racialized. Look at the slides, graduating classes, community outreach. We are nowhere near 36%. Just wondering, last question, whether the board has a chance to digest.
Councillor Lee?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chair.
Actually, and I'll let the chief speak to this because I don't know the exact number, but I think we are actually quite close to the 36%.
Yeah, I think at that presentation that Dart had, the question was asked, and I think the information provided by our HR director is, as it stands for last year, it was 29%, and we are trending higher this year.
I will say I attended last, was it Thursday, the police graduation?
Yes.
22 new recruits, was it?
21.
21 new recruits, and it was a very diverse group. We can't control who applies, but we certainly are working with and doing our best to meet our diversity targets.
Okay,
Hope
thank
that
you.
answers the question.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you through you. Thank you for your report. Yesterday, a 76-year-old woman was attacked while gardening in her front yard in Ajax, not only just in Ajax, but the area that I represent. I am currently door knocking to get the big dog position in Ajax. The one question that will be asked and has been asked is, how are you going to make me safe in my own yard, doing nothing wrong but gardening?
Yeah.
And this is not the first time. It happened in Pickering about a year ago. Being attacked in your own yard is traumatic for anyone, but for a senior, do they ever recover?
Look, when the incidents like that happen, they shake people's perception of safety, certainly. And, while our community, and this is why I'm always a little hesitant to talk about weighted clearance rates, or crime severity index, because it just takes one incident to happen to you for you to not feel that perception of safety. We have dedicated and will continue to dedicate resources to our front line. This is actually where we've made the bulk of our investments, and I would argue, 80% plus of all the new people that we've received into our organization have gone to our front line to augment the work that is being done there and the significant gaps. But just like I've mentioned before, we're not starting from zero. These aren't new investments that are adding on to a baseline that I'm comfortable with. It's not even beginning to address the critical needs that we have. Having an Ajax station means Ajax officers then having more time to be in those areas and engage in more proactive work, which is absolutely the goal. Our community response units on bicycle patrols, and actually having the time, not going to the next call, but actually having time to be on bicycles or on foot in our neighborhoods, I think will make a dramatic improvement. We're continuing to make these investments. As you can appreciate, we make a number of arrests, and oftentimes people are turned right back out. And so when we make those arrests, I alert you to the fact that it costs money to redact all that material and all that evidence and video and everything else we collect. So there is a cycle here. All of it involves people, time, and money. And we're trying to get all three so that we can better serve our community. I'm disgusted.
5 minutes.
Yeah, sorry.
Can I ask another question?
Please.
So I'm all for modernizing police, but at some point we have to actually go out and have conversations with residents, because I don't understand the full capacity of modernization, but if we are relying on social media and websites, there's a large group, and Ajax it's no secret that we're the most diverse community, so language barrier definitely plays a factor in this. So, while I don't expect police officers to be on every single street in Ajax, we need to be able to help communities understand how to be safer. So we know our South Asian community has been attacked largely because they keep jewelry in their house, and so they're prime targets for this kind of break-in. But how can we actually get out and speak to people, giving them tips on safety, sadly, on their own properties? Because
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
how the modern policing works with that.
So, first, I simply don't have the people to go knock on every door. But
I
when we
understand
do
that.
have an incident that has happened, or we have information, we do utilize our auxiliaries. I just spoke about the 20,000 hours of time that our auxiliaries helped us out last year alone. We will use a multitude and make a multitude of efforts, including the use of technology and social media. This is about you can amplify our voice and the information that we're putting out
You
there.
need to tell me how to do that.
But we put a lot of information on our website as well in terms of crime prevention. I've revamped our equity and inclusion unit to be more outreaching to our specific communities and make those inroads. I myself have probably met with every community that there is, and I know I'm missing some, and I'm going to continue to make those efforts to be where I need to be to make sure that we're forging those relationships. But there's no one answer, and we're only one participant in the justice system. We try to put out information, but I acknowledge it's hard to reach every single person. But this is where our faith-based organizations, I think, that actually, in my opinion, anchor these communities within each municipality. That's an area in which we have made significant inroads and taken steps to forge those relationships and make sure that's a conduit to get our message out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Chief, for being here this morning, and I apologize for being late. I was at the Eid celebration, and Inspector Sitram was there, and he alluded to the fact that the hate crime unit was present. That prompted a number of residents to ask what they do. They asked me, they didn't ask him, he just spoke. And I don't know how, I know I raised what has been happening on Facebook, social media. I'm not going to sugarcoat it or hide from it. And they were wondering if you do look at social media and some of the posts there. So the discussion went on, and they said to me, look, we have documented all of these posts. Some of it was audio. And I haven't listened to them. So they're wondering who could they send those posts to?
Yeah.
Since they have collected it. You don't have to go searching for it. It's all compiled.
Yeah.
And it's serious. The community takes this very serious. So if you could direct me, I'll direct them who to send all of those posts and those audio.
Superintendent Sitterim is the first step.
Okay.
Superintendent Sitterim will have the resources at his fingertips to direct somebody to collect that information. As you can appreciate, we do not have the capacity to be patrolling the social media, I'll say. We do respond when incidents do happen, or if we become aware through another means. Where one of the critical investments we've made is in our intelligence side, with the addition of one expert who is helping us be better at collecting information off of the internet and through all electronic means. This is to support all of our units, including our hate crime unit as well. And I can tell you that the earlier somebody notifies us of something like this happening, I think the better it is, because we obviously have some concerns about, when people become self-radicalized because they're exposed to this information, and we take it very seriously.
So it's all there, and I'll make sure it gets, and it's more than one source. There's more than one resident that they compiled everything. So I'm going to make sure that's turned over to you for an investigation, because you know what? This is a great community. We live in a great region. We don't need that kind of garbage. There's no place for it.
Wholeheartedly agree.
Okay, so on to something else. WSIB, just to follow up. You mentioned PTSD, and that's kind of where I came from before I got, that's a part of my background. You have what's known as the thin skull doctrine. So that's when someone point a gun at you and you develop. Are most of the cases from traumatic events, or do they occur from just everyday?
It's the repeated exposure to trauma. I don't think it's, one incident may be the incident that leads to the diagnosis at the end, but it's the repeated exposure to trauma that our officers cannot avoid. You can't avoid the radio call that puts you in proximity to a dead baby, or a collision that involves multiple fatalities. And they're, or think of our homicide unit. All they deal with is dead bodies and the trauma one person does to another. These are all unavoidable realities of this job, and this is why we pay our officers handsomely and continue to make those investments. And we need to rally around and support them.
So, as a follow-up through the chair, if you had the capacity, I know Councilor Lee touched on it, you don't have much room for modified work. So are some of these officers could have returned if there were modified work available?
So we do have modified work. We do have modified work, and we will work with each individual person. But as you can appreciate, there's no one diagnosis and one pathway back. Everybody is at a different stage. And where modified work makes sense for the member, and where we have it available, we make it available. And this is in part what has led to 158 people coming back last year is because we have made every effort and removed every obstacle that there is to make sure that we can get people back to work to do some meaningful work for us.
Okay. One final question. Councillor Crawford alluded to the lady that got injured or got
Yeah.
mugged or whatever. Question for you, which I support. We support the investments. Most of us do, or all of us do. What do I tell the public when they say, with all these investments, why are these incidents still occurring?
Yeah,
What's the answer for that?
The answer is that we're working in partnership with our communities and all the other partners. At the core of many of these incidents that are happening, particularly around crime and disorder that happens, addiction and mental health are central to that. No one asks the same question about, like, look how much money we spend on homelessness. Why is homelessness still an issue? We find ways to default to say, well, people find themselves experiencing that. It's the same thing in policing. Like, but we look at this and we say, I've given you money to put a cop there, but to have one officer, ensure that one officer is available at one location. There's 6 officers that I need to hire to make sure somebody's always available to do that, because officers have time off, they need to sleep, they need to eat, they need training, they have holidays. There's a whole host of things that have to happen. And so these things aren't simply about making one investment and saying, okay, that solves the problem, because we don't ask the same questions about the other social issues that we have. We just accept them as that is the cost of a growing society. Well, crime and disorder is one of those costs as well. And this is why we have to be strategic. It isn't just about growing and putting houses in different areas, making sure that we're designing public spaces that lend itself to through crime prevention through environmental design, so that we are discouraging crime from happening. This is about making sure that when we are designing, huge buildings that are going to put a bunch of people, that we have proper access and egress routes in and out of the buildings to allow emergency services to get in, to allow police officers to patrol. It's about ensuring that we have police that are co-located, instead of spending all their time driving to a location where they need to deliver the service, that they're actually embedded in those communities. These are all important things that we have yet to do. And so it isn't about the investments we've made so far. We didn't start at zero. We are way, way, way behind. We're still catching up.
Okay. I did say one more question, but I just as a follow-up, what can we do as a community to help? We're all in this together. It's not just the police. What citizens could do to assist or to help?
Well, what can council do? Council can approve our plan, like they have social services, works, public transit. All of them have long-term capital plans that have been approved, so there's predictability. That's one thing. So I can start planning and start actioning and start putting the pieces in place that will help us address those concerns. That's what this council can do.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Collier, you had come up on the screen and then you disappeared. Was it in response to something as the chair of the board?
Chair, I was actually going to give the answer that the chief gave, and that is this council could approve our plan. That's what we could do to help us move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 3 or 4 questions. Before that, I wanted just to, I was not surprised, but somewhat shocked to hear Councillor Crawford indicating what happened in Ajax. I had a similar situation last week in my constituency. Not somebody attacked on their lawn, but an 11-year-old boy coming home from school found his grandmother without vital signs. And goodly enough, he called 911, he got help. I want to say that the response from our police service was second to none. Not only did they address the traumatized child, who obviously is undergoing a situation he never thought he would ever have to, they were also good at dealing with the neighbors. They reached out They acted professionally and they responded to the shock in the neighborhood. I know the coroner's been called in and it's only classified right now as suspicious. We don't get a result yet. But I did want to just let you know and let your senior staff know that your officers that responded worked fantastically to respond to a traumatized community over this incident. And I just wanted to go on record. You get a lot of complaints.
Thank you.
Well, a few thank yous.
It'll mean the world to
Also-
our officers. Thank you.
The second thing I wanted to raise about is I understand the frustration your officers have, understand the victims have at the revolving door situation that we have in policing where people are apprehended for criminal activity and they're often on the street again before the officer can finish writing their report. Do you track what I call the spin rate? How long someone that is arrested is actually in office, in the custody of the police before they kick back into the community and said, go on your way and do round 2 or 3? Do you track that?
No, not on an ongoing basis, not the way you've said it. When I first got here, I looked at what the recidivism rate was when somebody is released within 30 days of that release, if they reoffend. And it was somewhere around 38%, 39%, somewhere around there.
The reason I asked the question, I'd like you to comment on it, is that it is hard for us.
And that's dated information, just to be clear. That's
It's
not
It's
current.
hard for us as counselors and as the public to press upper levels of government to address the understaffing of the courts, the understaffing of the judges, the understaffing of the grounds, the propensity for people being released for minor crime because there's no way to process them. If we could have, quote, a spin rate. Now, how long some of these recidivists are in our custody before they're back on the street, I think it would help all levels of government to press those that fund and make mistakes, to actually understand that, the reason people commit crime in many cases is they know they get away with it. So I'm just wondering if that's something that your staff could bring to the board, maybe look at some mechanism.
I'll consider it. I have to kind of drill down and to understand exactly how that can help or hurt an argument. Look, I don't think any level of government is naive to the fact that Bill C-75 back in 2019 and then changed again in 2021 or 22 fundamentally changed how bail is done in this country. Like, it just fundamentally changed. People are getting out for things that when I started, they would never get out. Like, we have people out for bail on first degree murder. That just was never a thing when I started, when I was a cop. The reality is that we are required to release people right there on the street, right there. And that's frustrating because our officers know they'll be dealing with them again. But that's just the way the law is written. And no one is under any illusion that this isn't happening. I think the feds are well aware of this. This is why we've been as the OACP have been advocating very strongly for the changes to the bail system that is yet to receive royal assent in Parliament. I'm hoping and I'm anxious to get that through to see if any of those changes are first adopted by the courts and implemented as they're written, because that's always a challenge. The courts can make decisions and call things unconstitutional and then wipes the whole thing out, so that we're not right back here. So we continue to advocate on those issues.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I just think we need more factual data to press the argument. There are many in the community who think the process today is how to kick them back to the street and to make that more efficient than actually protecting the neighborhood from them. So I think we need to have that information, and we need to make sure that those that are a threat to our community are not simply, processed and back on the street within a matter of hours. And we can't do that without having data. So I just ask you to consider that. Secondly, you raised the point earlier in your comments, and I wanted to address this, about stress on your officers and your staff. And one of the arguments that's been made, and I want you to, if you could comment, is that buildings that are old, not up to the code, not up to design, that too adds stress to your officers in their day-to-day operations as well. Would that be a factor?
As well, yes. And, just think about, we want to encourage physical and psychological health. And so think of our gym at the Oshawa Police Station. That's sort of in a corner. It's very tiny. And then when you're done your workout with like no natural light, you're underneath that fluorescent bulb, you come out and now you're showering and there's sewage coming up from the shower. Like, that adds to your psychological safety for sure. If you're in North Division and you're exercising in a building that is located outside of the main building because there's no place, no room in the inn for the gym in the proper building, and you have a medical issue, how are you going to get help? But these things all add to the stress. These are small things that have big cumulative effects. And by no means am I asking for a capital investment because of the gyms in our building. I am not. I want to be perfectly clear. It's not about the gyms. This is just about the fact that these buildings, even with repairs done to them to address these individual issues, will continue to have these same issues because we know this to be true, and they no longer meet our needs, even if they were perfect in the mechanical ways.
Okay. Just a further question, very quickly, is I've had a chance to speak to a couple of officers, kind of off the record, and they've said that the frustration they have in many ways is they spend more time writing reports and doing paperwork and dealing with regulations than they do active policing. And every time we pull an officer off the street to fill out a report, to do that, we don't replace them. So we end up having less active policing in our neighborhoods. Is there a way to address that beyond every time somebody comes off the street, we send another officer onto the street?
Yeah, so this is where leveraging technology really helps. I talked about part of our capital plan is to make strategic investments in AI redacting tools. So they're not doing that very thing you just said. I talked about all the redactions and for disclosure on it itself. While it was one paragraph in my big presentation, the reality is it makes up millions and millions and millions of dollars in our budget because it's that foundational to what we do. Paperwork is inherent in policing, things like body-worn cameras. If we, there's some software there that, can capture all that and actually write the notes for officers. And there's other technology that we're examining, but I need people in an IT department that has the capacity to explore that. And then even if I think the technology is great, I now have to go to the courts and make sure that it is accepted at the courts. So it's not, people want like an investment and an outcome right away. It's not that linear. There's ebbs and flows to these things, and this is why I need to build the capacity to examine these things in real time and to find those efficiencies.
Right. Last question is, many of us believe that the financing for policing is already 60 years out of date. It was designed when local communities had local police forces. Now many of the costs that are driving police are beyond local control. Do you think it's time for a new partnership between upper levels of government and Durham Region to look at just how we fund police and not dump it all on the local taxpayer?
I think that it'd be inappropriate for me to answer that question given my role.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Nicholson, I think the answer is yes, just the chief wouldn't say it.
I'm glad to hear that because I think it's long overdue.
Councillor Neal?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to the police chief, thanks for your attendance. Vehicle noise, it's beyond belief these days how that's affecting the residents. I've got email and I get comments all the time. And I did send an email to Superintendent Sitaram, which is very good at responding along with his team. Can you just advise as to what is taking place with that? Toronto's done something about it, so.
Yeah, well, Toronto bylaw has done something about it. So, like, the noise is a bylaw offense. If it involves a car that's making unnecessary noise, the officer has to find that being committed, which means resources being in the right place at the right time. And this is a huge area where, the partnerships really matter to produce an outcome that the public would expect to be. And I don't mean to dismiss it, but noise is really not the police concern unless it constitutes a mischief. and a criminal offense, or it's related to a vehicle specifically at a time when the officer actually makes those observations. The other challenge that we have is we don't have any decibel readers in our cars. That'd be a net new cost for me to put it in there, because I'd have to prove the decibel levels, because that's the way the laws are written, not for enforcement, but rather just to fill a paper.
Okay, well, that's where I'm getting across the message, because I checked with our Oshawa bylaw. They said, talk to you, but I don't want to be the ping pong ball in all this.
Yeah.
So I just got to find out for sure.
Superintendent Sitterem will follow up. His boss is right here, and I'll make sure that he follows up.
Yeah, it's not like he has been good.
Yeah.
And as well as the team. Now, when I appeared at police services boards, bricks and mortar wasn't a big problem. It was no issue at all. And I was there 4 years ago. Now, that was before you, right, Chief?
Yeah, I've heard that expression.
Yeah. So all of a sudden, and within 4 years, everything's falling apart.
Yeah.
Like, to be honest about it, because I've been talking about my area, North Oshawa, which I'm getting emails about in regards to what's taking place out there, and it's not great. So all of a sudden, the bricks and mortar is a big issue, and I just find that hard to believe, because nobody said anything when I appeared at the police services board. It was said, okay, you got a complaint, we'll look into it. But at the budgets and at Oshawa and region here, again, like, I find it unbelievable that that it's that bad within the last 4 years. I mean, I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm just saying.
Mr. Neal, I will say, I've been with this organization just a little better than 3 years. And as soon as I got here, I began to do a lot of research before I opened my big mouth, and started looking and reading reports and what has happened here in the past, because I could see some significant gaps in terms of our infrastructure. As a result, I began to look back. This isn't in the last 4 years. There's reports dating back well before 2000 that outlines what these needs were. I can't speak to the chiefs of the day or the commands or the boards of the day. The decisions that they made are based on the facts that they had. I can tell you that these are not new issues. These things were brought up, and if you just simply look at Clarington 2, that's still not delivered 16 years later, we know that this was an issue at least 16 years ago, and I argue even before that. This expression about bricks and mortar is it's not an either or proposition. Both are required to deliver adequate and effective policing, and I just think it's a missed opportunity when dollars were cheaper to make those investments that ought to have been made and weren't, and here we are.
Well, just to follow up, 2000.
I'd like to add to that, Councilor Neal, if you don't mind. As the chair that's been there for going on 4 years now, there was a different chief when we started. It was a little bit of a different culture. It was a different board 4 years previously. And it was a different Community Safety and Policing Act. It was a different policing act. Oversight has changed. A lot of the goals of the board, when we brought Peter on board, I mean, it was forward together. We wanted somebody that's going to come in, look at the organization, because we had some problems. And I'm not going to try and hide that. We're on the downside of the OCPC report, which I hate talking about, because I don't want to look backwards, I want to look forward, which is fitting for the program that came. And we made those changes. And we're looking at things, and at the same time, what we've talked about is there are capital asks in our plan, in our report, that are 2 decades old almost. These are not new, it's just a different focus and a different time, and we can't ignore them anymore. So for those reasons. Go ahead, Chief.
Well, I've said it before, 2003, Chief McAlpine said we need a station North Oshawa. What year are we in now? Like, and I sat here when I heard him say it. So, thank you.
Councilor Brenner?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've got 3 questions. 2 of them have to do more with proactive policing. The first one, Chief, you touched on the CPTED in relationship to planning and parks. Has there in the past been any dedicated staff that has been involved in reviewing and commenting on site plans for various municipalities? Because I think from the proactive side, if we build it right, it becomes easier in terms of the policing aspect, the same as it does with fire services.
Yeah, so ad hoc at best. This is one of those areas that I've earmarked that we need to make a significant investment in. The crime prevention through environmental design, I think, is the program you were talking about. We need to make, it's an area that I'm earmarking into making future investments in. We are not actively involved in this right now.
Is there an interim way to move it forward now?
Chief, just municipalities, and I can tell you this because all of our planners in Ajax are CPTED qualified. We have them review each of the applications that come through, and they can give that. And I'm not sure if Pickering planners are the same. I'm not sure if Oshawa planners are the same. But that is certification that our own people can get in-house at municipal level and do some of that as far as our in-house planning processes.
Understood. In our planners, we do have staff that do that, but I'm referring specifically through the eyes of law enforcement, which is very different and very specialized.
So one of the investments we made in the last budget was for dedicated, in the crew mandate, dedicated crime prevention officers at every single one of our stations. So there's 4 or 5 of them, I can't remember exactly. And I just confirmed with the acting deputy. All of them have the CPTED training, but we restrict hours to really the residents as they, after something has happened, or if there's a rash of something, our officers will be deployed into neighborhoods to help neighbors to target harden, if you will, to prevent the next thing from happening from a crime area. But the chair is quite right. It's really an area that the municipalities have developed their capacity to do. But and any time that we're asked, we will always be a participant.
The second question I have is to build more on when you were speaking about bike patrol.
Yes.
Again, through the proactive lens, especially during the summer months, how many units of bike patrol do you have that are able to cover, we'll say, the Lakeshore municipalities?
Yeah, so it varies by the divisions, but we have about 6 to 10 officers that are dedicated just in each division just to do that work right now. And by no means do I think this is the right number. It's not. It's one of those areas where I'm trying to balance the emergency response, just getting to calls, and invest in these areas here that I think are meaningful to communities.
I think given, and then I appreciate that. Obviously, bike patrol is as close as we can get to a cop on the street, on the beat, pretty well. So you do see that as an area that you're looking at expanding?
Absolutely, and everything I've presented to the board, and the board has endorsed, our vision for what the future looks like. This is a critical area that I think not only serves the needs of our communities, but reduces overall demand because we're addressing problems before they begin.
Final question is more specific. In Pickering, we've had an increase that you're aware of arson. Mm-hmm. And how involved, what are you seeing across the region, and how are you responding in terms of teams to look at what could be a growing trend?
Yeah, so because of the investments we've made in our criminal investigations bureaus, we've added more detectives to investigate crimes like this. Oshawa is also experiencing a greater number of arsons this year, and we continue to work with the Office of the Fire Marshal, who leads the forensic investigation portion, and we look to resolve those as quickly as possible. And there's, in terms of trends, it's something that we're monitoring, but each case seems so specific to the particular facts that it's they're difficult to pinpoint a strategy just yet, but we continue to examine the information.
Thank you, and I appreciate the time you've spent today, and also your team on the street. Saw firsthand on the weekend, and I'll name it, an amazing officer, PC White, yes, who was out in the community, at the Fairport Beach community. Yes. People really appreciate their presence, and that officer did a great job.
I appreciate that. Our officer will be thrilled to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Chief, thank you. Chief, for the benefit of everyone else, you spent a lot of time on the phone with me yesterday. I truly appreciated that time and information. I'm going to revisit a couple of things. Mr. Chair, if you live long enough, you will see everything. Councillor Nicholson, I agree 100% that we need to look at alternate forms of funding. While I appreciate, Chief, that you're not comfortable speaking to that in this, might I suggest, and perhaps this is a discussion with the board, that using councillors, using councils, whether we're at FCM, at AMO, AMO for the funding portion of it to look at the province, FCM if we're looking at the catch and release system that is compounding your problems in the funding, that you are underutilizing, in my opinion, the political suasion that we can be putting on. So I'll leave that and not put you in an uncomfortable position of speaking to that. To go back to Councillor Anderson's comment again, what would be the expectation on hate crimes? So we are, on social media, we are seeing things beyond the pale. So somebody reports this, what would be an expected outcome? And I know you've got limited resources.
Yeah, no, it has, it will be investigated. Awful, but is it unlawful, right? And it's a very high bar. And people think just simply saying something on social media, the way our laws are written, constitutes a criminal offense, and it does not. People say very nasty things. Just look at any post that has my name on it. You'll see very nasty things. We have a dedicated team. They are being proactive, but this team, there's an exponential benefit because they're working hand in glove with our equity and inclusion unit that is out there making meaningful investments in our communities, forging those relationships. And the reality is that these things also take time. There's an evidentiary chain of custody that has to happen in terms of just because somebody posted it, I now have to put a human being behind that keyboard, which is difficult and requires production orders that can take several months. There's no 30 minutes are free in policing. These things take time, and oftentimes it frustrates me. And this is why Bill C2 that was defeated in Parliament, there's now another justice bill that has been put forward by the now majority Liberal government, sought to streamline some of those processes so that those types of investigations can move quicker. And I'm hopeful that when it receives royal assent, that we are able to leverage a new tool that doesn't exist today.
Thanks, Chief. And I appreciate the limitations that you have, the frustration of all of us. Our comments that are posted, reposted, whether they incite violence or encourage violence, and possibly encourage actions that affect people in the community. It is very unfortunate that there's perhaps not a little bit more simple responsibility. You made a comment on the crime severity index, and I just want to hear it again because I love the comment. Durham is a safe community.
Durham is an extremely safe community when compared to everybody, and we have done remarkable work in addressing when severe crime has happened. And while there is more crime happening across the province, we have slowed the tide, and we are, I think, second from the bottom, which is a good thing in this case here, in terms of crime severity.
So you're probably going to agree with me that your folks are doing more with less, perhaps?
They have been doing that for years.
You have been very effective at getting that message forward.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. For the benefit of the other members of council, Ontario has 2 conservation officers, I believe, for a vast area. I'm not sure what the area it is, but it's a vast area. Issues that we had is something as minimal as fishing. It was 20 officers were trained and able to enforce, fishing issues.
Yeah, I don't know if it's 20 exactly. That number seems a little bit high. Was it 20? No, I don't think it was 20. There was a few, and the sort of rationale behind that is that the Ministry of Natural Resources obviously has limited resources. They wouldn't be there in a timely fashion. The proactive patrols were really designed because many of the people who were fishing ended up being assaulted, and that there was lots of crime that was being committed, and it was escalating in severity. And so we made a determination to make sure that when our officers were there, that they were lawfully placed and that they understood what the law and the limitations were when somebody was constituting an offense.
So I bring this up, Chief, as an example of things that you never thought that you would be doing, that
Yes.
you find yourself doing. It's appreciated, by the way, the number of complaints that came to my office diminished radically with that. I'll end, with a comment. A number of us were at Eid celebrations. Your officers at the celebrations, they were appreciated. The number of folks in Bowmanville that were delighted to get pictures with DRP. Superintendent Sudaram is doing a fantastic job. If you have a concern, and I don't think I'm betraying a confidence in our conversation yesterday, that either you or the association is not moving the dial, you are. Without any question, you are. Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Pickles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chief. I thank Councillor Brenner for raising the matter about arson. In particular, arson in some of our newer developments that are under construction has been a concern lately. And I noted, and you had, in responding to Councillor Brenner, noted you worked with the fire departments and the
office, the fire marshal's office.
The fire marshal's office. Curious as to what point, if there's charges, does that continue with the fire marshal? Does that continue with you? Or once they determine a cause and give you the evidence, are they out of it and it's yours to carry from that point forward?
Yeah, we criminal charges are our purview.
Are your purview?
Yeah, we
So at some point, the fire marshal's office has done its bit. It
Yeah, I
might
mean, there may
provide
be
evidence
other
or
charges.
support, and you continue on.
There may be other charges that they lay under the Fire Act, and that be their responsibility. But the criminal charges, as it relates to arson, would be ours.
Okay, and I know you may not want to speak to it, but the couple of incidents in Pickering, they're under active investigation still?
Yeah. I haven't received an update on those, so I hesitant to comment.
Okay, obviously it's a great concern.
Yes.
Mayor Ash has pointed out we have 25 families moving in each and every week in Pickering, and a number of them reached out and said they're concerned about that. So maybe that's a discussion we can follow up on later. I'd also like to thank you. Mayor Ash and I were out at some Eid prayers this morning. There was an officer at the mosque. I spoke with him and thanked him for being there. And we've had officers out at the White Veil Festival that was recently there, and Ward 3 councils had an open house. So it's great that they're out there. They provide a sense of security. It's an opportunity for kids and adults to speak with them. So I very much encourage that continuing on. One issue we sometimes hear is, while we never see the police in our neighborhood, well, unless you're at the front window with the blinds open watching the car go by, you're not going to see it. So the cars are out there. They do go by. Yeah. They are in the community. I did have a question about, so the automated speed enforcement cameras are now gone. What are you seeing with respect to the incidents of speeding and getting complaints for speeding in the areas where those cameras are no longer there? Yeah. What's been your response? Are more complaints? Are you doing more enforcement in those areas? Maybe you could speak to that.
So we're doing more enforcement across the region. I'm not sure we even were really aware of every single location in which those, we had no say in where they went at all, and we don't that was a matter for the respective councils to make. I can tell you that speeding, we've seen a 15% increase in the number of provincial offenses notices that we've issued. Speeding which represents about 21,000 more tickets than we did the previous year, and about 15,000 plus of those were for speeding alone. So we have made a concerted effort to make sure that we're addressing probably the number one leading cause of serious injury and death on our roadways. Well, that and impaired driving.
Okay, thank you. Red light cameras, is there any suggestion that that may be curtailed, or are they still in effect as far as you're aware? And
yeah, again, that's not something that we get to decide where they go or not go. I have not heard anything from the provincial government in any of the channels that I'm involved in that is being looked at.
Okay, one last question, Mr. Chair, through you to the chief. The bus rapid transit lanes, there's some active construction. There's going to be more active. I drove through some of it today getting here, but there's more construction coming. There's some major intersections in Pickering that are very poor for collisions. White's Road, Liverpool Road, right in front of the station, at Brock Road. Yeah. I see a multitude of car parts through that intersection all the time. Have you had, and I guess this kind of comes back to Councillor Brenner was speaking to it with respect to site plan, but it's not really site plan in this case. Have you had input to the design for possibly addressing or improving conditions at those intersections as we implement the bus rapid transit corridor?
So we're part of Durham's Vision Zero, and so we contribute to those tables. That data is shared and is well known by regional staff. And we will work with them. I'll tell you what we are doing on our end, and that is we also see the data, and so we're putting officers at the right places at those locations at the right times when we know the collisions happen, and we're seeing a reduction in collisions in those locations specifically. But as you can appreciate, when calls for service continue to pile up, at some point I got to take that officer off the traffic and move that officer to answer priority calls. This is one of those areas where if I had magic wand, I would have dedicated officers just for traffic at every division to put in those areas and have the sufficient numbers to actually begin to address in a meaningful way some of these leading contributors at these intersections. But we are leveraging our data to put officers there, and also because we have so many young officers, we're trying to build this muscle memory with them early on that traffic enforcement is a priority for our organization. It should be a priority for them because they use the roadways, as do their families.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Penton-Gill.
Thank you very much. And through you, thanks for this very long conversation. And I just have one quick question. I have heard a lot of different numbers with regard to what it would mean, to endorse the 10-year capital plan in terms of the budget and the tax increase. And I'm just wondering, I heard a number this morning from Police Board and various numbers. I just wonder how we can kind of, or where we would resolve our understanding of what that could mean.
Oh, we'll go to Chair Collier.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the councillor, I think it was me you're talking to, but I had referred to what I call a very misleading article that was put out saying, we were going to result in a 10+% tax increase next year, which is completely false. The numbers that we put forward at the direction of this council, if that plan is approved and fully implemented next year, the operating and capital impact would be 4.62% to the regional budget. So times 55% or whatever the portion is per municipality is approximately 2.5% actual tax impact. Is that the question you're asking? Okay, so I mean, those are the numbers, and I think the report did speak to some of those numbers. I don't remember if it broke it down to the actual tax impact or just the impact to the regional increase, but I imagine we'll have a very thorough discussion about that shortly. You can ask staff.
Thank you very much for that. I was anticipating more of a discussion later. I just thought I'd ask it now while we still had Chief reporting. So,
I'm glad you asked it because it is very important, and I really dislike the misconception, especially through social media, when you get an article come out like that from a source, from a news agency that doesn't give the full picture and causes that misinformation and for then people to form opinions on that. So thank you for asking that question.
Okay, that exhausts all the questions, except Chief, I've got a couple for you. So prior to your arrival, I don't know if you knew this or if you've researched this, but as the police services boards present their budgets to council, and I can't change what happened in the past, but council approved every one of the DRPS service board's budget requests since 2004. But since your arrival, and Chair Collier, you have been able to increase the size of the service by over 34%. And since 2024, your board requests of $51.9 million have been approved. So congratulations. That exhausts everything. So thank you, Chief, for your presentation today. Chief, you have a look that you want to comment, so I'll give you that opportunity.
I thought you were asking me a question, Chair, just about our budget being.
It's not a question about your budget. The question was just if the time before, I wanted to recognize that this council approved all of the budgets presented by the boards of the day from 2004 to your arrival. And since then, your great skill and work of the board has increased the service by 34%. And we have approved $51.9 million of capital requests. And I just wanted to make council aware of that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, we have a delegation request. Mr. Glass, you wish to speak today. This is going to take, it'll require a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules to hear the delegation. Could I get a motion, please? Moved by Mayor Watton, seconded by Councillor Crawford. Now, Mr. Clerk, I'm going to have to call for a recorded vote because we have people online. So on the motion to suspend the rules to hear the delegation, we'll call a recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the motion to suspend the rules to hear an unscheduled delegation is starting now. Looking for Councillor Marin-Pietri online. Second call, Councillor Marin-Pietri. Last call, Councillor Marin-Pietri online.
It carries? Okay, so, you just come down there? So Mr. Glass, please come down. You have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair, members of council, and police leadership. By the way, Chief, I never say nasty things about you in my posts. I want to begin by saying that the men and women who serve need our support to keep our community safe, and Durham taxpayers have clearly answered the call between 2023 and 2026. But when discussions involve billions of dollars in long-term obligations, facilities, debt, and significant property taxes, residents deserve precision, accountability, and good faith communication. In 3 meetings this May, the police board chair has repeatedly made comments that these long-term numbers and plans have been before this council for at least 5 years. So I went back and reviewed the budgets myself. In 2021, exactly 5 years ago, the 10-year capital forecast was approximately $196 million. By 2024, the forecast had decreased to $454 million. Only in 2025 did the long-term facility discussion approach the $1 billion mark. Why? Because in 2024, a major police facility needs assessment was completed. So respectively, I do not believe it's fair to suggest that these exact numbers and plans have been before this council in the same form for at least 5 years. Also, there has been a consistent narrative that council did not invest in policing during the previous decade. But while reviewing the 2020 business plan budget for the police, it states the following on page 3. Board guidance for the years 2011 through 2018 was to maintain and not to add staffing. Now, I do not know to what extent the regional council influenced those decisions at the time, but I do know that the police board operates independently. Good faith is critical in challenging times, and taxpayers deserve clarity and precision, not broad statements that blur the numbers and stages of planning. While reviewing the older budgets, that 2020 police budget clearly stood out to me. It focused on measurable outcomes, benchmarking, outcome performance measures, effectiveness, outcomes, and efficiency. Council and residents could clearly see where resources were actually needed and how spending was producing measurable results. In fact, on page 3, it specifically stated, the police board directs DRPS to focus on objective performance outcome measures rather than activity or effort measures. This is exactly the type of framework regional council should be asking for again from all departments, and I have consistently spoken to at this council. Now, briefly on to governance and timing. I believe the Finance Committee made the right decision on May 12th in deferring this until after the 2026 municipal election. Let me remind everyone, this council has already fulfilled its mandate by approving the 2026 budget. The 2027 budget and beyond is the responsibility of the next council, and they will be elected by residents this fall. Likewise, I believe the police board has fulfilled its mandate and by developing a long-term strategy for the next council to review, debate, and approve, either in full or in part. I recognize that construction and infrastructure costs increase over time, but that reality alone should not become the justification to bypass proper public debate on a strategy of this scale. We are talking 6 months. Finally, I want to briefly address the suggestion in yesterday's news that this council has not had a voice on this matter. I delegated at the May 12th Finance Committee, and I want to remind everybody what happened. 6 committee members voted on the matter. Another 10 committee from members of council attended, and several of them spoke. Only one of those raised the issues of bringing this back to council. Committees exist for a reason. Members attend, they debate, and they make recommendations. This is true governance. And regardless of the framing, this remains a 10-year financial strategy that begins in 2027. So I ask, why the urgency right now? Respectively, this should not be about pressure, alignment, or momentum. It should be about governance, affordability, and measurable outcomes and long-term sustainability for Durham residents. In closing, I ask each of you to lead independently today if a motion comes forward on the table and with the long-term interests of residents and taxpayers in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the delegate. Mr. Glass, you're aware that a term of council is 4 years?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Are you aware that the term of council is 4 years?
Yes.
Okay, so you were suggesting that councilors abandon their duties at the 3-year, 6-month mark and no longer make the decisions they were elected to do for the 4-year term?
No, I'm asking that a 2027 onward plan be looked at by the council of the day.
No. That's exactly what you're asking. When you're suggesting that this council punt this down the field 6 months from now for people that aren't even elected yet to look at, that's exactly what you're saying, is we should not be doing our duties today.
I don't think that's punting it down the field. A 10-year plan from 2027 onwards should be managed by the council of the day in 2027.
It's been answered.
I'll respectfully disagree. You had some stats that you went and looked back on. I have not looked back. My comments were made based on my experience being on the Finance Committee since 2010 here and seeing them. I'm not going to argue with you that they're not all exactly the same. And I'll agree with you that the numbers have changed. Like you said, 1.96 became 454 million year after year. And there's reasons for that, as you're aware. Cost increases. But what I don't think you have is our budget increase history that I have here going back to 2010. And just you referenced 2020. I'll just tell you, our base pressure at DRPS is 4.46%. And then we asked for a 2.59% increase for a total of 7.05. We received 3.92. And I was saving these numbers after the chair's comments about saying that we got everything asked for all the way through to use this later, because that's not what the case is. I guess I'll try and form this as a question. Were you aware of that we have not actually, in fact, gotten what this force came and asked council for each budget term?
I think that, as the chair said at the end of his comment to the chief's presentation, is that this council has been very generous. And
I agree.
As the taxpayers have been very generous in terms of supporting. Durham represents 55% of my tax bill, 33% of it is the police. That's roughly 19% of my tax bill. And my tax bill over the last 4 years has gone up astronomically, almost 250% versus the previous 4 years. So that's what I'm facing. And you just said it yourself, 2.5% is what the 10% misleading. Plus, I'm looking at regular operating costs. We're facing a 2% infrastructure levy in Ajax. So just the levy in a police budget is 4%.
My question. You're getting way off topic here.
So, yeah.
We're not talking about the Ajax budget. We're talking about the regional budget.
Well, everything's relative. It all adds up.
Please, gentlemen.
Okay. My question to the finance, because I was there also, I did speak to it, and I was very surprised at the motion to defer. So is it your opinion, again, that the Finance Committee should have the ability to bypass the entire regional council?
Hold it. Mayor Collier, I'm going to correct that. Committee structure allowed the moving of the motion. It was done. We didn't break any rules. And there is an opportunity later today, I believe, to change that. But the rules will be used on both occasions.
Chair, respectfully, the delegate agreed with it and thought it was a proper process and is requesting that every member of this council follow that decision, which is why I asked the question.
But your question was framed differently, so go ahead, please.
I'm glad, sir, to hear you reference the major police facility study, which was not done prior to 2023. Would you see any sense in doing that study and then not using those facts and figures and reporting back as was the direction of this council?
No, I'm glad that the study took place. I think I don't know to what extent this body has looked at it to validate it. All I know is I haven't seen it. I sent you an email on May 18th and I haven't heard back.
I replied back to you and I said, you said we should
No,
do
you
this
didn't
study.
send me the study.
Oh, okay. I believe it's available.
Thank you.
On our website? Is it available on our website?
I would like to look at it and see, I like to do analysis.
Okay.
I think that's fair public scrutiny.
You requested that we should do it. You suggested we should do it. I replied and said we did do it and this time and this is it. So that study looked at not just locations, but actual status condition of these facilities. Mm-hmm. I'll make sure you get it.
Great.
But again, would you agree that things were found in that study that maybe were not known before and situation has changed?
Yeah, it troubles me a lot of the things I'm hearing about some of the locations. I'm not sitting here saying don't spend anything. I'm just saying what I've always been saying, that we have to look at things from an outcome, objective, financial, and in the context of we only have so much resources. And I'm very concerned with the overall budget costs. And I'm here speaking to that, like I've spoke to transit, like I've spoke to social services, because At the end of the day, the cumulative effect of all of these things, not in isolation, but the cumulative effect of across all of these things and the lower tier looks like a very scary scenario for taxpayers like me after 4 years of very scary scenarios. And I would like to see somebody speak to all of this together instead of just in isolation. Let's be transparent with our residents and say, guess what? You guys are all going to face, with all of these pressures, 12% increases with respect to operating, the taxation, the levies, the stormwater levies, the police budget, the social services, the roads, the new buses, like, we got to get to that point. And I think that residents, particularly now during an election, would really appreciate hearing that. I know I would.
And respectfully, that's what we are trying to do. Rather than kick this down the field and tell people after the election what the true number is and pull the curtain aside, we're telling them now. This is a reality today.
I don't think
Anyway.
we're seeing it in accumulation, though.
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Glass. I just have a couple of questions, just so I understand the position you made. The motion that was made at Finance, which you've indicated you support, gave no direction to staff to do anything other than receive it at the budget document. They gave them a direction as to start working towards this plan, start working to develop a business plan, start to develop a timing strategy. It gave nothing, gave no direction whatsoever. It simply, as Councillor Collier indicated, simply kicked the whole report that was prepared by many, many hours, or hundreds of hours of work, staff, to the next council and dumped it in their lap. Do you not believe that if we are going to develop a financing strategy moving forward for 27 through 2030, it is incumbent upon this council to the very least give a direction to staff on what they should be preparing the strategy and the funding plan for?
That's a very excellent question and a fair one. Just because you spoke to finance, 10 seconds. I spoke there for the same reasons I spoke, because it was the topic of the day on there. I did not say I didn't agree. I said we need to get more detail. I came here today because I had heard on the 3 occasions in the meetings that Chair Collier had said that he was going to be bringing a motion. Likewise, I am bringing my same concerns here today from a cumulative tax perspective. I don't think we see the detail. During with all respect to the chief, there were a lot of very specific questions about tech helping with efficiencies. Why aren't we seeing those? There was a lot of points about inefficiencies in training. Why aren't we seeing those? There was millions and millions to be saved in tech paperwork by investing in these things. Why aren't we seeing those savings? I am consistently speaking to those things. We cannot just say we need these monies and that's what's going to happen. We need to see what the outcomes of those investments are in terms of return back to the taxpayers, so that this just does not keep happening. That's where I'm getting at. And whether it's done by the Finance Committee or this council, that's beyond my scope. My scope is I'm going to come here wherever it's going to be discussed, and I'm going to express my opinion.
All right. And I do appreciate that. And I do respect you're coming forward where many don't. My concern is that in the preparation of the 27 budget, our staff already have directions from this council and previous councils to develop strategic plans for financing the necessary projects and needs of this region, such as transit, housing, social services, paramedic. Every one of those processes began with the adoption in principle of a targeted strategic plan and then a referral to staff to start preparing a financial and business case to support the timing of that strategic goal. Why should we not do the same for policing that we've done for everything else we've done?
Yeah, I don't disagree. Okay. And I'll just say this. Sincerely, I was not as aware of the 10-year when those earlier budgets for the departments you spoke to, but you can be assured, and I think, Chair Crawford on the transit, I speak to this regularly on transit issues, and with respect to social housing, the same thing, whether it's a 10-year. And
My understanding is that even then, it's sort of a plan. The first year of those plans after in 2027 still have to be approved by the next council. So nothing is set in stone. What I'm asking is these plans have to be more detailed and find ways to make them more effective in delivering not only value, but a service, but also value for the taxpayer.
All right. My last question deals with the issue of accountability. At committee, as you indicated, 8 members were on the committee, 6 were present. Only 6 members out of a 28-member council had a chance to vote on the referral motion. Others spoke who didn't have the right to vote, said, don't do it. We were ignored. Is it not appropriate, if we truly believe in transparency and accountability, that all members of this council have an opportunity to weigh in on the decision? If this council chooses to refer it, fine. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But isn't it the most accountable process we can have to our taxpayers? The requirement that allows this council in its entirety to pass judgment rather than simply having one small committee and a very small minority of council make that decision for us.
Yeah, as I said, I think it was similar to the other question. I don't know the processes. Okay, I'm not, expert on the Municipal Act and all of that. This was brought before the Finance Committee. I spoke to it. The Finance Committee made a decision. I basically agree with that decision to push this to the next term. You have all the right as this council, as I understand it, to pass a motion today to give everybody on council an opportunity to express their opinion. I support that, which is why I'm here today and I asked. I did not see the item on the agenda, the motion, when it was first posted last week. So I reached out to the clerk and said, I understand that a motion's coming. I'd like to get on the agenda. The time had passed, basically. That's what I was told to delegate as official. But if you would like, you can, I asked, can I register, vote a motion? I've done it before here. And the clerk said they would pass that along. So that's why I'm here.
All right, thank you very much.
Councillor Marin-Pietri, you have been on my screen, off my screen, on and off again. Do you wish to speak to this item? Oh, okay, the clerk tells me we've lost him. Okay, Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Glass, thank you for being here, the time that you have spent. You noted the potential for a 12% increase, and you appreciate that Council of the Day, which will not be this council, Council of the Day may be presented with a 12% budget, but it's going to be whatever Council of the Day votes on. You're aware of that?
Absolutely.
And I bring that up because, we are getting suggestions that what we are doing today is going to result in exceptionally high increases. And you're aware that we are all in a bit of a gray area, that the appointed chair will have strong chair's powers. We don't actually know how the budget is going to proceed depending on the nature of the chair. So council may try to veto what the chair does, but it gets even more confusing. Would you agree?
Absolutely. With respect to, I lost my train of thought. Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. So I think we're agreeing on that. We don't always disagree. We're hearing about accountability, but the individuals, we're going to have a great debate on this in a minute, and I'm not sure that some of the suggestions that we're worrying about are going to come through. But in terms of accountability, we have no idea what the voters are going to do. So do you think that it's accountable for a group of individuals, some of whom will absolutely not be back, some of whom maybe, or, and I'll give you congratulations later, and I mean that genuinely, that the accountability should rest. The voters will express their opinion And that opinion should be reflected with the council of the day, which would be in 2027. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and I think I spoke to that a couple of times in my delegation, that why I believe that this should be deferred, because I think that one of the things I fear, and I asked the question in my delegation today, what's the urgency? I have heard some points with respect to, the association is watching. And I really do, I don't know all the in and outs of that, but I really don't like the idea if there's a recorded vote and X number of people say Y and X number of people say Z, that is going to be used as leverage when the council of the elected is going to make those decisions anyways. So I think we have to operate in good faith here. That's what I'm trying to get at.
So, Mr. Glass, and pardon me, it's not a question, Chair. I would suggest that part of the discussion, the new chair, whoever that individual is going to have a strong basis for decisions moving forward. That having this plan, perhaps a refined plan moving forward, is probably a good piece of information.
Yeah.
But Mr. Glass, again, thank you for your time and for being here.
Yeah. And I said that in my delegation, that having this is the board has done this council and the future council a great service.
Mayor Carter,
First of all, good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
in 1 minute.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd preempt it because I
Okay.
figure it's, by the time we finish, if I stretch this out a little bit longer, it'll get to noon. So anyways, Mr. Glass, you had mentioned about decisions being made. I'm just wondering, is health and safety, should it be considered when making these decisions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Glass, that exhausts the speakers list. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Members of council.
Thank you.
My intention is to deal with the 4 communications items, and then I'm going to suggest that I'll look for a motion to break for 45 minutes. Enough? Okay. 5, sorry, 5. I only have 4.
One on the addendum.
Can I have the addendum, please? Okay, sorry, okay, yeah, I'll come back to that in a second. So we'll deal with item 7.1, the correspondence from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. It's for a nomination to the AMO board. Councillor McCaughey has let us know in advance that she is interested. I will need somebody, Councillor Nicholson, are you moving a nomination? Councillor McCaughey, you're moving, Councillor? Okay, thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Seconded by Councillor Garrid, sorry. Okay, are there any other nominations? Move to close. Move to close by Councillor Miriam Pietri, seconded by Councillor Wu. Closing nominations. Thank you. Opposed? Seeing none. Councillor, you let us know in advance that you would accept the position. So, Mr. Clerk, we just vote on the item? Or so all those in favor of, and all those against? Congratulations. Thank you. The next one is 7.2. It's a memorandum dated May 27th from the clerk dealing with advising changes regarding Bill 100. Could I get a motion to adopt the recommendations contained in CC 14? Moved by Councillor Leahy, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Mr. Clerk, just note that there's a date typo in that. Yeah, it says 15, should be 14. Okay, it's on the floor. Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you. I just wanted, on a matter of procedure, and I may be somewhat facetious in this, but I think there's an underlying point. Would it be within the authority of this council, given that a chair is going to be imposed upon us, and without the direct consent of the taxpayers and the electorate in Durham Region, that we inform the province that we expect the province to pay for the entire funding of that particular office, including salaries and staff, and that the regional contribution will be 0. Would that be in order?
How I would like to answer that from the chair, but I'm going to go to the clerk for that answer, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll answer that as best I can. I think the answer comes down to two components. One is council's remuneration bylaw, which is set by this council and approved by this council. And then the other component is the funding of the office of the regional chair, which is set through the budgetary process, which in the future will be set by the appointed strong chair. So some components are within council's control and some will be part of the budget process.
And Councillor Nicholson, you are aware provincial appointees on some of our boards are paid for by the boards that they're on, so.
Well, yeah, as I am, Mr. Chair, I've always taken the position that thems that picks them should pay for them. Well, if Mr. Ford wants to have his lackey here to vote and impose upon the elected members of this council, both budget and taxation, let him pay for it. But I won't move it at this time, but I will consider it.
Oh, okay, thank you. Any other members of council wishing to speak to this? Then I'll Councillor Neal. Recorded vote. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the recommendation of the correspondence is starting now. Looking for Councillor Wu.
Okay, that carries. Councillor Marin Pietri, you're on my screen. Okay, that's fine.
Happy to wish you a good afternoon.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to item 7.3, memorandum dated May 27th from our clerk, standing committee functions and authorities. Recommendation is received for information. Moved by Mayor Carter, seconded by Mayor Barton. On the recommendation, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition, seeing none. Next, 7.4 is an appointment to the Canadian National Exhibition Association. We need a nomination now. Councillor Shahid sits in that position now and has sent a message to the clerk that she's willing to continue. We need somebody to move her, moved by Mayor Foster, seconded by Councillor Pickles. Is there anybody else wishing to be nominated for this position? Mr. Clerk, I don't think we need to close nominations, do we? We'll go right to the vote. All those in favor of Councillor Shahid being our representative at the Canadian National Exhibition? In opposition? Okay, we're calling a vote. Members of council? All those in favor? Thank you. In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. 7.5 is a memorandum dated May 27th from the Commissioner of Works, the amendment to the Works Department Backflow Prevention Bylaw Program. The recommendation is to receive for information. Mayor Barton is the chair, seconded by Councillor Marin Pietri. You're the vice chair. The item's on the floor. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to staff. So just trying to work through the mechanics of this particular bylaw and change. So would we fine somebody who didn't put in a backflow prevention device that we're instructed to? Like, what is the trigger and what is the fine? Those are my first two questions.
We'll go to the Commissioner.
Yeah, through the chair to the councillor, there's a few parameters for which they get fined. Just as history, 2018 is the first time we had this bylaw, recognizing the longer term risks with backflow contamination. So the fines could be, and I don't know if it's attached here because they are not being amended. It could be in the range of $300 if they don't submit, for example, their annual testing report. And I think the charge is a little higher if we have given them notice about defective backflow prevention device and they haven't attended to it like within 30 days, 60 days. I don't have the numbers here, but they're all in the schedule. it's on par with all other agencies have been doing for a long time. Like, we started this in 2018, and the first 5 years, given the pandemic, we did not really, it was quite a grace period we offered, and now we have a regime where we would fine. But again, the aim is still to educate, not to necessarily fine them. But the tool gives us with a easier regime as opposed to Part 3 fines, which requires a lot of judicial intervention.
Okay, so supplementary through you, Mr. Chair, to the staff, to Mr. Jagannathan. So what's the trigger? So if I have a home, if I'm a homeowner and there is a sewer backup, is at that time a homeowner is instructed you must put in a backflow prevention device? Is it multiple times? Is it like what's the trigger? So I'm just trying to understand that part, because for the average homeowner.
Yeah, this is through the chair. This is not for homeowners. It's about 5,500 establishments, which ranges from a laundromat to big companies like Atlantic Packaging. It only applies to individual households that are in multi-residential units with more than 6 units.
Got it. Okay, so that's super helpful. So if it's only applying to commercial and large-scale residential, do we then make them put in the back? Is it mandatory for all of these businesses to have a backflow, or does it only happen if there's an issue?
No, it is mandatory for the establishments. Yeah, so it is mandatory for the establishments that I mentioned, the 5,500 establishments, including new applications that come through building permits and plumbing permits from local municipalities. They're expected to do an annual cross-connection survey report, and if that report identifies any defects, we give them a certain time period to replace it, and we go back for inspection. So that's the norm. Like, since I have the microphone here, the fines are in the range of $500 and $500. Like, they're all within $1,000. The highest would be $1,000, the range when work has been conducted, but they've failed to submit a annual registration. So there's a little bit of administration, and so again, it's to the establishments that are industrial, commercial, and institutional only.
Got it. That actually is really the clarity I was looking for, and that's a perfect answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson?
Yeah, the question I have, and I'm somewhat surprised that the fines for someone who's been ordered to put a backflow preventer in and doesn't do it is so low. Perhaps there's another venue that we're looking at. If there is a secondary, the backflow is not put in and it causes work for our staff to follow up, is the cost of enforcement also charged to the person that was offending?
The costs were calculated by doing a thorough research, mostly through legal department and our water resources monitoring department, to keep them on par with other agencies across the GTA.
That's probably the worst possible way for making a decision, is to see that everybody else didn't do it, so we won't do it either. My question is, when someone has a backflow, and I can tell you, I had it happen once in my home and I never did it again. I put a backflow in within weeks. Nobody ever wants to wake up with 8 foot of sewage water in your basement, I can assure you. But it requires a lot of work, both for our enforcement officers and potentially cleanup costs that it could impact the public lands as well. Why is there not a provision for someone that, for want of a better word to use as being a scofflaw to our orders, why aren't they forced not only to pay for our secondary course of enforcement, but also for any impacts on the public lands from their negligence?
Again, the current regime is for recurring lapses and not addressing deficiencies. For every time we go back, there's a new fine issued on the same amount.
I understand the fines, but for a large apartment building or a large business, a $1,000 maximum fine is a slap on the wrist. and there's no incentive for them to actually make the repair. My question is, if they were forced to pick up the full cost of enforcement and any damage that their negligence caused, that would be a greater incentive for them to actually comply with the regional bylaw. Is that something that at least the staff should consider and maybe bring back to Works Committee and Council at a future meeting?
Maybe, Mr. Hunt, would you like to comment?
Certainly, and it is a good question, but we're really talking about the difference between a fine for an offense which is levied through the provincial offences system, ultimately ends up in front of a justice of the peace who has jurisdiction over that fine and has some discretion as to what level of fine they're going to impose, even when there is a set fine. So that's why the fines are set with consideration of what comparators are, because in reality, at the end of the day, a decision is going to be made in a court about what is an appropriate fine. That fine generally does not compensate the public for some of the things that Councillor Nicholson is mentioning, such as damage to surrounding lands. However, if there was damage to surrounding lands, I would, and if I was a surrounding landowner, I would certainly use a conviction under this provision as evidence of negligence, as Councillor Nicholson has indicated. But that may be a separate matter. It may be a civil matter. There may be other implications for spills under provincial legislation. But the fines in the Provincial Offences Act are unfortunately quite narrow, and as Councillor Nicholson has pointed out, they are restrictive in terms of what they can accomplish on compliance. But we do what we can under that regime. And again, if there is a conviction there, certainly that would be good evidence for anyone who wants to follow up if there is other liability on that owner.
Great. Well, thank you. I appreciate that regarding potential further litigation, et cetera. But in Oshawa, we've been very aggressive in instituting administrative penalties for those that create violations, so that the good taxpayer, the one that follows the rules, isn't forced to pay more than the one that is in the penalty. Has staff considered adding an AMP or an administrative penalty to this, so that it's both a fine, which is a penalty for offense, and they're forced to pick up the entire cost of enforcement, so the good taxpayer doesn't have to?
Okay, go back to you, Mr. Hunt.
Well, certainly the City of Oshawa has led the way in the province with administrative monetary penalties. Being right adjacent to that project, we're certainly well aware of it. Can we look at that? Yes, it is really about building a new system. To enforce administrative monetary penalties. And generally speaking, the region, as an enforcement agency, does not have a high volume of these types of charges as compared to a local municipality. But certainly it's something we can absolutely take back and look at. However, we will enforce the regime as it is, and we do so as effectively and efficiently as we can, recognizing, as Councillor Nicholson's pointed out, that generally speaking, when you have a matter that goes all the way through to enforcement, it certainly does not pay for itself when you consider the fine. However, it's the deterrence that we rely on. So when we take these matters forward, we rely on that deterrence to ensure compliance across the whole system, and that's sort of the way we look at the system. But to the question, yes, we will certainly look at an AMPS program.
Well, I do appreciate that. I appreciate your answers. Just for the benefit of council, members present, they may want to look at it for their own councils as well. When we started our process, we were spending in excess of $7 million undergoing enforcement across a wide range of issues and getting about $500,000 worth of fines. So it was costing the taxpayers who never broke the law 10 times plus on the enforcement than we were getting back in penalty. Since that's changed, we're seeing the offender paying a lot more and the taxpayers paying a lot less. So I think that's something that this region should look at as well.
Thank you. Councillor McDougall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for the benefit of council, I pulled up the bylaw. And whereas the region operates drinking water systems pursuant to the provisions of Ontario Safe Water Drinking Act. Please help me, Commissioner, but these backflow prevention valves that we're talking about in fines, this is on the drinking water system, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So we've just wasted how much time talking about sanitary sewer backups, about when we're talking about backup flow preventers on the drinking water system?
If I may clarify, Chairman, so this is basically a backflow prevention device. Just imagine a laundromat that uses a lot of chemicals, which gets discharged, and without a proper device, chemicals can cross-contaminate the drinking water system. And that's what this is prevented to do.
Thank you. I understood perfectly well at the beginning of this whole memo, but I don't think my fellow councillors and anyone else did. So can I have that time back, please? Thank you.
Okay, members of council on the item, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? That carries. Members of council, moved by Councillor Nicholson, 45 minutes? 1 o'clock. Moved by Councillor Nicholson that we break till 1 o'clock. Looking for a seconder. Councillor Wu. On recessing to 1 o'clock, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you. Okay. Good to go? I'll call this meeting back to order. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. We have quorum. We'll move on in the agenda to the Finance and Administration Committee. Moved by Mayor Ash, seconded by Councillor Garrett. Thank you. That the recommendations contained in 1 to 4 inclusive of report number 4 of the Finance and Administration Committee be adopted. Polls, Councillor Marin Pietri.
I just wanted to make note that we had a technical issue that the clerk and I resolved as I was being called on to vote for something earlier, but there were some technical issues. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to resolve that, and we're settled now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Collier, poll?
Not a poll, Chair. I understand that Councilor Marin Pietri and Councilor Nicholson had a motion to do
We'll
with the
deal with
finance.
that
Where would
after
that be dealt with?
We'll deal with it after we deal with the 4 items before you.
Thank you.
Okay, so see, Mr. Clerk, I see no polls. So we'll call the vote on the remainder. All those in favor? Okay, Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've sent a motion in to the clerk, if he could put it on the screen so that it's available. And I'll just read it very quickly for those that are watching online. Moved myself, second by Councillor Marin Pietri, that pursuant to Section 3.2 of the Regional Durham Rules of Procedure, that Regional Council withdraw Durham Regional Police Services Report Financing Study 2026 F3 from the Finance Administration Committee for consideration by Council at the meeting of May 27th, 2026. Just, I don't want to belabor the point, but just to make a couple of points I think are extremely relevant. This is a very big item. This is something that is incumbent upon all members of council having the ability to express their view and cast their vote on the contents. Council could, in fact, do the same thing as the committee did. It could choose a different course of action. It could amend reports. There's a wide range of options, but it can't cast any of those options until we approve this motion. Secondly, and I want to stress this probably more than anything, this may be the only time that the elected councillors of Durham Region are going to be able to cast a vote and give an opinion on this item. With the passage of Bill 100 and what appears to be giving the powers to the new provincial chair to act under strong chair's powers, similar to strong mayor's powers, this council may never have an opportunity to debate this item. And I think it's important to our constituents, it's important to the public record, it's important to history, that every member of this council duly elected, including yourself, Mr. Chair, has the opportunity to express your point of view and allow a properly recorded vote to occur. And Mr. Chair, at this point, I'd like to request a recorded vote on this motion as well, please.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Collier?
I'd be happy to postpone till after the seconder if you choose, Chair.
Councillor Marin Pietri, did you wish to speak to the item? Okay, Mayor Collier?
Well, thank you, Chair. First, I want to thank the mover and the seconder for bringing this forward. I also reached out to the clerk immediately after the finance meeting to ask how this can be done. So thank you for doing this and bringing this forward. I just want to offer the following in support of the motion. First, just the 10-year capital plan is 2026 to 2036 for DRPS, not 2027. Moving this to the 2027 budget, this is not the time frame we were asked by this council to report back on and bring a project for or a plan for. It's 2026 to 2036. We've appeared before Finance and this council already this year for land acquisition for a new police station. We'll be in front of finance again in June, asking for further funding of $93.5 million for the Oshawa campus for police headquarters, training facility, and North Station, both of which form part of this capital plan. DRPS needs to be awarded the same process and allowed to plan and budget accordingly, the same as Works, Transit, EMS, and Health and Social Services are within their 10-year capital approved plans. As stated, funding is required in 2026. In reality, we've gone through this many times. Capital funding has been required long before today, and costs have increased considerably due to delay. Referring the matter to 2027 budget will serve no other purpose than to continue that delay and make things more unaffordable for the taxpayer. At the same time, puts DRPS at the risk of not being able to provide adequate and effective policing. For example, potential Ministry of Labor investigations and arbitration. I'm not going to argue with the chair's comment that Finance Committee followed procedures in referring the plan to budget and no rules were broken, but as that is procedure, this also is procedure, asking for this item to be lifted from finance and brought. So I would ask, please, for your support, and so we're going to ask for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Mayor Ash?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with what the chair is saying, but I don't think we should be debating the report until we've agreed to put it on the agenda. And I think we've already entered into debate. So I have no problem. I'm going to support getting it on the floor, but I don't think the debate should be happening now.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Foster?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to be abundantly clear that we're voting to put this item on the floor. The debate seems to have already started. And clarification on, is this a simple majority, or did I read in the memo?
Mr.
It is
Clerk, it's a simple majority.
Perfect, thank you. And Mayor Ash, concur 100%. Thank you.
Okay. So I think we'll call the vote. A recorded vote was called by Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the motion to withdraw report number 2026 F9 is starting now.
That carries. So, Mr. Clerk, the report's on the floor.
Yes, you can go to Councillor Nicholson and Mayor Pietri for that.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Nicholson first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have again sent a four-part motion to the clerk, if they could put it on the table, and I'd ask that for voting purposes, that all four items be voted on separately and with a recorded vote for each.
So it's, when it comes time, you will need a motion to divide all four items. So the motion is moved by Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Councillor Mayor Pietri. Let's get this on the floor. And then subsequent to that, you want to do a
I'd like to
motion.
move that the four sections be voted on
Divided.
separately by divided.
And
by
you'll need a
division.
seconder for division. Councillor Mayor Pietri? Okay, Mr. Clerk, I'll call the vote on division. So, all those in favor of division? Vote. There's only three parts. You said it was a four-part motion?
Actually, if you look at it, there is the original clause, which is in principle, and then there's three directions following that.
Okay.
The 4 points.
All right. 4 pieces.
Yeah, so to make it easier, I'll ask for a recorded vote on the motions divide, so there's not any confusion.
Okay, so Mr. Clerk, so members of council, everybody understands, Councillor Nicholson is now called for a motion on the division. Okay. No, the division on the items, so when we vote, we will vote on each item individually. Okay, everybody understands? Okay, so on division, recorded vote, Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on division into 4 parts is starting now.
You know, on division is unanimous. Okay, you have the floor, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've had a very helpful and prudent process with dealing with strategic planning across a number of our provincial agencies. I mentioned earlier transit, paramedics, Envision Durham, housing, social services. And each one of those approaches, we developed a targeted 10-year plan in principle, subject, of course, to the approval in each calendar year to the council on the budget as it comes forward. The reason why I push this particular process forward is that our staff need a direction. For them to spend the next 5, 6, 7 months preparing a 27 budget without a direction of what they're preparing a plan for is simply not a very prudent course of action. By endorsing in principle, we give our staff, both at the regional level and at the Police Services Board, a clear indication of what council wants them to start working towards. And the motion subsequently will talk about directing it, timing in a business case. And as we did with transit, as we did with paramedics, as we did with all the others, I'll give you an example. The original plan on transit was for more than the 2.1% that they received in the 26 budget, but council in its wisdom prudently decided that even though we adopted in principle a plan, we just couldn't afford the full run out in that year, and it'll be dealt with subsequently. I believe quite sincerely that that process works. It allows a collaborative approach and a non-confrontational approach where everyone can work well together to start addressing the plan. And we all know when you do a 10-year plan, things may change. It's a projection. It's a strategic plan. Something might pop up during that cycle of 10 years that forces the timing to change. Something else may become more critical than the ones that were expected. That allows each council, and this will go through 3 councils, not just this one, not just the next one, but the one afterwards, and potentially the one after that, are going to have a say on this plan. And this gives them the opportunity to have their input, but they have it in such a way that they have a prudent financial and business case to discuss and consider. To simply send it to budget without giving that direction allows no direction to our staff, to our treasurer, to any of our staff, to work on any plan. Because they don't have a direction from council that says, we want you to look towards this. That's why I believe very strongly, whether you're in favor of all the items or not, passing it in principle allows the process to work through its appropriate approval process. Not supporting this leaves us in limbo, and we won't know what happens until the Council of 27 decides what happens. And as indicated earlier, this may be the only opportunity we have for this council to at least offer its opinion on what should happen next. We go on record, we're accountable, we're transparent. We're saying to our constituents, whether we're for or against, this is where I stand. And you can judge me on that statement. To simply avoid making that accountability public, I think it does a disservice both to this council as a whole, to the police service who are trying to deal with the issues, to our financial staff who are trying to deal with budgets, and quite honestly, to the entire accountability process. So I ask, Mr. Chairman, if people could support the in principle. Do you wish me to speak on the other 3 items, or do you want me to wait?
Well, I thought you were speaking to your entire motion.
Okay, well, no problem. I just want to see clarification. On part 1, I think it gives a clear indication that despite previous agreements, that this council is directing both that our regional staff and Durham Regional Police staff work together to prepare a timing, financing, and business plan in support of this strategic plan. 2, that the region investigate all financial options with a target of reducing the potential impact on regional property taxes. I think that's a very clear message to send. We're not saying what the number is going to be. We're not saying, you know, whether we do this, do that. We're saying we instruct our staff to look at all options to get that tax rate down, because I don't think any of us, whoever side you're on this issue, wants to see the numbers that have been bandied about. We want to see a more prudent approach. And lastly, and I think probably the most important part of this motion, beyond getting on record, we have to recognize that the financial plan, the planning process, was established in the mid-40s when we were all having local municipalities with local police forces. Since the growth of Durham Region, we're seeing many impacts on policing costs that are beyond the control of local municipalities. We're seeing regulation, red tape, court costs, and other costs, societal changes, gangs, drugs. These things were not even contemplated
Councillor?
in the 1940s.
Let's wrap up.
So I simply think it's prudent now to start the discussion on a new financial model for policing. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the motion and the intent behind the motion. Just have some questions to staff. First question is, I'm pretty sure I am the one who asked where we're starting from in 2027 should this police 10-year plan be approved. And that's where we got the 10% number from. Am I incorrect from that?
Through the chair. So when you take the police number from the 4.62 from the police strategy, you add on it preliminary base assumptions for the balance of the region's budget, the implications from the 2026 budget on 2027 in the conservation authorities, you're in that range. But I would also just recognize that as staff, when we're pulling the budgets together through our budget preparation process, we do whatever we can to certainly mitigate those budget pressures that are there. We're also undertaking a core service review as well that'll be coming forward to the new term of council as part of the budget process. So those are very preliminary numbers based on the information that's available now.
Okay, that's very helpful. And then I guess, Chair, I don't know if hopefully you can allow this, a question to the Police Board Chair. The percentages in the 10-year outline in the presentation, the special presentation, are those hard percentages? Like, more or less what I'm asking is, those are what DRPS will be asking over the next 10 years. We have kind of cost certainty within those percentages. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Councillor Lee. Those numbers come from the region, not from DRPS.
Okay, but that was, okay, that's fair. So then back to the Director of Finance, those numbers, those 10-year numbers, the percentages that we had provided, is that your approximate costing of this 10-year plan?
Through the chair. So through the expenditure estimates that were provided for from DRPS, so taking those expenditure forecasts, layering on the financing strategy, that is the implication on an average regional residential property taxpayer.
Okay, that's very helpful as well. I think my concern is the idea of endorsing in principle. Like, the police chair has been very clear that the police board makes the ask of this body to fulfill funding requests. It's up to us to fund it or not. But then there's always an option to go to arbitration. I believe there's a higher body that can decide whether we will be forced to provide that. And then really, if we endorse in principle, couldn't that be ultimately used back? Like, let's say in year 2, we don't agree with the percentage anymore. The numbers don't work for us. The increase would be too much, or even year 1. Like, I'm concerned by agreeing with principle, what sort of disadvantage we go to with the police board when it comes to their ask for numbers, because they will always go back to this motion here saying, oh, no, you approved in principle. There are absolutely points of this 10-year plan I agree with wholeheartedly. And then there are parts of this 10-year plan that I don't agree with. So by not being able to separate it out, it is an all or nothing. And I don't, that is very troubling to me to commit to that or not to commit to that. And I just, I guess a question to staff again, if this were to be agreed to in principle, can we do the same thing like we did with transit the past 2 years? We agreed to a transit plan over 10 years, but correct me if I'm wrong, the past 2 years, we didn't fully fund those commitments. Is Can we do that still? Or once we agree in principle, then the numbers over the 10 years, like we have to commit to that?
So, Councillor, we did not meet the percentage we suggested or council voted on for transit in the last two budgets.
Right. I guess, so if we in principle to the Director of Finance, are we committing ourselves to that spend over 10 years without any flexibility in time or dollar amounts?
Sorry, so through the chair, and I'll leave to others to perhaps comment in as well, as it's a council governance issue, but I would just make note of the other 10-year strategies that we had, whether that was transit, police, or paramedic. The wording was similar to this in that it be endorsed in principle. There was another caveat in the recommendation that said that it also be subject to the annual business planning and budget process.
And that wording is not in this current motion. So does that differentiate the two? Is what you're saying to the Director of Finance?
I think that's a question for the clerk.
Okay, to the clerk then.
Or Mr. Hunt?
So I think to answer Councillor Lee's question, I would say, no, it does not bind council. The scheme of the Municipal Act requires that council do budgeting on an annual basis. There are provisions for multi-year budgeting. However, those provisions still require annual approvals. So the Municipal Act is pretty clear that budgeting happens on an annual basis. The tax rate obviously can only be set by council on an annual basis. So those are constraints on this council that would require that any endorsement in principle is still has to be subject to that annual budgeting process under the Act.
Okay, those are all very helpful answers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just curious from a process point of view. We are speaking to the entire motion now, and this is the speak once and forever hold your peace. We are not going to have an opportunity as each comes up for a vote to address that unless there are amendments, correct?
Unless there's changes, yes.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm going to offend both sides of the debate on this. In speaking to the chief, in speaking to staff and other folks, item one is that regional staff work with Durham Region Police Service to prepare a timing, financing, and business plan. You guys need, the equivalent of a marriage counselor. It would be my observation, and I think that of a number of us around the table, that there is perhaps a lack of communication and a lack of trust. I don't know how you're going to get over that, but to successfully bring this together, there is going to have to be, again, a meeting of the minds that does not exist today. To the CAO, I've read in the paper that staff are recommending a 10 to 11% tax increase. That's been on social media. And is staff in fact recommending a 2027 tax increase of 10 to 11%?
Absolutely not, as the CFO.
That's all I needed to hear. So,
thank you.
So simple like that is not a recommendation, and I will speak to all of my councillors if I am reelected, and I would imagine this applies to all of you. I am not going anywhere near a 10% increase. The challenge I think that we have in this, and the challenge moving forward, do I agree, as Councillor Lee noted, there are things that I fully agree with, perhaps we need to revisit. We cannot go to the taxpayers for that amount of money. We are going to have to make significant changes to what we are doing. So it's not coming from the taxpayers, it means that we are cutting somewhere else. 2007, if the province said, hey, Adrian, do you want to be the chair? I would avoid that like the plague. So without knowing who the chair is going to be, Mr. Chair, you should be happy that it is likely not you. But there is going to be a huge amount of debate to look at what we are not doing so we can do what perhaps we need to do here. And just, you know, as an example, and I'll go through you, Mr. Chair, to the CAO again. Looking at the police budget, I think there was 483 million shown for an Oshawa station, but the reality is, you know, that can't be spent in 1 year. So as you work on the plan, is it possible that we will see something that is spread out a little bit further and more manageable?
As you said, Mayor Foster, and through the chair, I think that will require a meeting of the minds between our two organizations. We're more than happy to undertake that. What the plan you have in front of you is what the DRPS had requested, with finance working with them to try to, as to use Nicole's language, smooth out the bumps so that there's no spikes in any given year. But without further extending the capital program beyond 10 years, and I truly do believe it will go beyond 10 years given the magnitude of work on it, it's going to be very difficult for us to reduce those tax pressures.
So I'll suggest I have a challenge, we need to do some work. We are endorsing something in principle when we don't actually know what we are endorsing. We don't have, to your mind, a refined plan in front of us.
What we have in front of us is how we would propose to finance the $1.1 billion plan that DRPS brought forward. If that plan is to be stretched out to reduce pressures, it requires additional work.
Fair enough. And to the point, it's going to come whether it's the new regional chair making the decision or council making the decision on the budget in 2027. I am somewhat confused with the 2026. Is the expectation that we are spending money beyond the budget in 2026 to proceed with some of these things, or is the action that we are taking today, which is endorsed in principle? So I'm not sure what the ask in front of us is, because I've heard that we can't wait till 27. Is it this work, or are we expected to write a check?
Through you, Mr. Chair, what is before you today is simply the 10-year capital plan. What is anticipated to be coming forward in June is a request to purchase land in North Oshawa for 3 different facilities, including a new police headquarters. So that will be before you next month, outside of the budget process.
So okay, that'll be interesting. So I'm going to suggest, along with there are things that very apparently we need to be doing that we have not done. I was genuine with the association and the chief. Have they moved the dial? Yes. Do we need to worry about the ramifications? We can't go back to the taxpayers in 26. Anything we do is going to be loaded onto 27. We are all well aware that the budget, the tax increase that we passed last year, did not cover the cost of the budget that we passed last year. We are already making up, we're in the hole. I think I quoted the law of holes. When you're in a hole, stop digging on that. So I'm very concerned, but I will state again, any suggestion that we are passing a budget, I certainly don't agree with. Mr. Chair, you were, there's a quote that you were fully in support, and something along the lines of, there wasn't a tax increase that you had, hadn't fallen in love with. My words, not the quote. I'm assuming that were you in the position in 27 that you would have a hard time passing or suggesting an increase of this magnitude. Was that a fair quote?
I think, maybe to clarify it, if you go to Google and ask if John Henry will be appointed as the next regional chair of Durham, you'll probably find it says not likely. But I would never introduce, if I was the chair, my suggestion to him, to introduce a budget without the participation of this council.
So I was distressed to read what I did, knowing what I know, and I truly hope that that your reputation remains intact, because many members of the public will expect that you would have supported that. Mr. Chair, staff, thank you.
Councillor Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding points 2 and 3 of the motion before us, fully support looking for those alternative sources. Knowing that every word on a motion like this matters, I had wondered if the mover would be receptive to a friendly amendment where it says that the regional staff work with Durham Region Police to prepare a timing, financing, and business plan in response to this plan. I don't like the word support. Maybe just mixing words here, but I don't want it to come across as we're expecting staff to come back with a solution to solve this. I'd like staff to come back with a response on the challenges that come with this motion.
So the question is to the mover of the motion. Can you go to his microphone?
If,
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor. Oh, push your button again. Gotcha.
Got it? Okay. If I think support was accurate, but if you want to look at something that is less definitive, it could be to action this plan. That tells the staff that they're going to develop a budget plan that will use this plan as the basis of their budget plan coming forward. If support's too rich, then at least action would at least give a direction to both parties to come together, do the marriage counseling, and work forward.
Mr. Chair, if I can, I think it actually makes it more directive, more prescriptive to staff. I appreciate we're parsing individual words here, but I'm really looking for staff to come back with a response to the charter and the recommendations rather than a specific action plan. In this case, sounds like is to implement the plan. I don't think we're looking for that.
Can you take that as? So it would have to be an amendment. It's not, clerk, and I say we've agreed that it's not friendly.
It's not friendly?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not friendly.
Okay.
Not friendly.
So, sorry.
Okay.
Wait 1 second, please.
So I'll have to bring.
I'm gonna have our CAO comment.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, and sorry, we're struggling with this a little bit. What you have in front of you is the best 10-year financing plan that we could come up with, given the 10-year horizon and the needs that were presented to us by DRPS. If you want us to come back with something different, and I'm assuming less costly, then we would need some authorization to extend the program beyond 10 years. We will obviously work at lobbying provincially and federally with respect to funding opportunities and alternative funding models, and I'm pleased to say that many of my fellow CAOs are doing that with me. But in terms of this, what you have is our best professional advice as to how to fund the 10-year plan that was provided to us by DRPS. So if there's a willingness to be more flexible on that, then we can absolutely do what you're asking us to do.
Okay, appreciate that. And with that, then I'll make the amendment. I'll make the motion for the amendment to have the word changed to exactly what it says there, and just we're switching the part to say finance and business plans in response to this plan. I'll just look for a seconder on that.
Okay.
To allow then CAO to allow for that flexibility.
Just give us 1 second, please. Have you kept? No, actually, Councillor Leahy had already put his hand up, but thank you, Mayor Barton. So the amendment, in the first paragraph, it shows that it will read, if you can take that. Okay, so it would read that the regional staff work with Durham Regional Police Service to preparing a timing, financing, and business plan in response to support. Sorry, I can't.
In response to the plan. They've got it crossed out properly.
Okay, so that is the amendment. Okay, members of council, I have a huge list of people wishing to speak to this. I'm going to go to a show of hands to speak to the amendment. So I'll go to Councillor Nicholson first.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the intent. It's been very clear in this process that we have two different positions. The regional staff have a position, and the Durham Regional Police Service have a position. This motion is directing them to work together, not giving either party supersedence over what the other party is putting in. And, you know, I don't buy the assumption that's being made here that the only way that we can get this funded is to abandon the 10-year plan and go to 15 years or 20 years, whatever bloody time we want. There is a lot of options before us that have not been considered to date in financing this. We have reserve funds. We have potential of provincial and federal funding. We just got a tremendous amount of support from the provincial government on our bus system, which really is helping our transit. There are a lot of options without pushing it off 10, 12 years. I think that's simply a simplistic approach. If this council gives a direction, we adopt this in principle. We want you to go back and everybody comes to the table, roll up your sleeves, get your elbows on the table. Let's start working on a plan how we're going to finance this. And everything's on the table, and I mean that, everything's on the table, with a goal to cut the tax rate. Then we'll have an action plan that we can work with. If we simply move the motion in response to, again, we're not saying a definitive statement again. What's the point of having something adopted in principle? And then, by the way, we want you to work towards achieving that, we'll flip back and forth with whatever your plans are. Staff need a clear direction from this council of what our expectations are going to be from 2027 and beyond. And to simply put in the word in response to takes away that direction, and therefore I won't support it.
Okay. Thank you. On the amendment, we'll go to Mayor. Yeah, the challenge is my speakers list is full. So I'm going to go to Mayor Collier, then Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Chair, and I hope I can maintain my spot after Mayor Ash, because I have fallen down the list several times as I've answered questions and pressed my mic and turn it off for when we get to the main motion, please. But to the amendment, we are here as a result of this council directing DRPS to go and prepare this plan and come back. This has been over a year and working with staff, doing all of these things, looking at funding models and everything else. We weren't directed to go prepare a 15-year plan. We were directed to prepare a 10-year plan, same as transit, same as EMS, and same as health and social services. And that's what we've done. To send us back now at this late stage of the game and start trying to wordsmith this is not reasonable. You've heard us all speak, myself, the chief, the president of the Police Association, about the state of the buildings and the where we are, about the cost of delays, and about why it is as expensive as it is now. And I'm not going to apologize for it's expensive. It was a lot cheaper 10 years ago, but it's going to be cheaper this year than next year. I can pretty much guarantee you that. This decision needs to be made, and needs to be made today. And wordsmithing to try and approve the first part, but then try and kind of back out of it in a way in the second and the third points isn't helpful and isn't going to move us forward. It's just not. We need to make a decision, and we need to get behind the decision, just as we have with the other portions of the region of Durham and the services that we provide. I do object to police being dealt with differently than every other branch of this organization. Our budget is separated outside of all the rest.
Sure.
Well, kind of.
No, you're speaking to a governance issue.
Okay. Anyway, this supporting this wordsmithing, trying to change a word here, word there, is undermining the whole intent of why we're even here and why we're even having this discussion. I won't support it. I would request that you not also. Thank you. And please keep my place
Next
in
on
mind.
the list is Councillor Chapman.
Thank you. Speak to the amendment to change support to response. I will not support that. And I'll tell you why. The CAO has already given her response. It can't be done in 10 years. But everything else is a 10-year strategy, right? Everything we do is a 10-year strategy.
Do we accomplish it in 10 years? No, there's lots of strategies that we put out there. Take housing, for example, that we put a 10-year strategy out that we were supposed to have X number of housing this year, and it ain't going to happen until next year or the year after. Why? Because it gets extended. But the theory of is, let's develop something that supports this plan to move it forward based on the first part of the motion, approve in principle. Not to respond to the plan, to make it happen as best we can. And then each year, these plans come before the budget, right? And in some years, it'll be, guess what? Next year, you're not going to be able to build that or repair that building or whatever because the budget won't allow it. So you're going to have to move it into the next year. And that happens all the time. So I can't support response. I think the original word of supporting this plan is where we need to be. Thank you.
So is there anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? Record a vote on the, sorry, okay. Mayor Barton on the amendment?
Yeah, hey, thank you very much. Folks, we're in an affordability crisis. We have a property tax problem. Life is very unaffordable for all of us. I understand the need for a 10-year plan, but it has to fit into our budgets. It has to be affordable for our residents. And I think as part of the comments from Mayor Foster, we need to find a middle ground. I think the amendment from Councillor Garrett helped us find that middle ground. It's not one way or the other. We just had a 30% increase in policing over the last 2 years. This is not a blank check. We need to figure this out. And to support a plan that we can't afford or that we have no idea how we're going to afford, I think is extremely irresponsible. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? Oh, Councillor McDougall? Can you push a button for the clerk to turn on the, okay, go ahead, Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for bringing the amendment forward. I am fully in agreement that we need a 10-year plan. I don't know if this is the 10-year plan or not. I understand that this 10-year plan has been brought forward by a review done by AECOM of facilities, of which the review is not available for us to really even have a look at. So is this the 10-year plan? I don't know. I have to trust that, I mean, it's cobbled together somewhat, but we just spent 25 minutes talking about backflow prevention valves that were sanitary when the whole document was about fresh water. I don't know what I'm looking at when I can't look at the original review of the facilities to say that this is the plan. Nuts and bolts. Anyway, thank you for bringing it forward, Bruce.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the amendment? Okay, Mr. Clerk, a recorded vote was called on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the amendment is starting now. Looking for Councillors Cook and Yamada. Thank you.
So the amendment carries. Okay, we're back to the main motion. Mr. Clerk, my screen, my request for speakers has changed. If you could repopulate it, please. Okay, there we are. Okay, we're back. We're speaking to the main motion. First is Mayor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to decline the opportunity to give some marital advice to you. I do have a question of the Commissioner of Finance who used some very nice language, but I want to get specific in regards to she said something like, and deal with the effects of the 2026 budget. Madam Commissioner, did you mean the buying down of our tax increase by the use of reserves, and that'll impact our budget by 1.5% next year? Is that what you meant? And I don't want to put words in your mouth, so.
So through the chair, So there's 1.2% pressure on the 20, that we're facing for 2027's budget as a result of the 2026 budget, including the use of reserves and reserve funds for those expenses that we'll have to have taxes for going forward, as well as deferral of certain items that we will, some of them are annualization, so we will have no decision but to pay for the balance of those costs in 2027.
Okay.
So yes.
And as a follow-up question to that, more than half of the members of this council at some point last year, this year, several months ago, wanted a 3% increase. And wanted to put a tax increase on the future. What would that 3% increase would have done for next year's budget? By buying down, as I called it, the let's get reelected budget.
Okay.
So through the chair, so it would be additional 1.8% on top of the 1.2, so 3% overall.
So the councillors that wanted a 3% increase were actually putting a 3% increase on 2027. Let's call it what it is. So, I want to make that out there because I find some of the people supporting this in an interesting conundrum in terms of not wanting to adequately fund the regional government, and at the same time, looking at an increase that's already impacted by next year will be impacted again. So with that, I do support approving in principle. I do support not wasting 8 months of time where our staff, regional staff and police can continue to work together and hopefully in a renewed partnership to achieve what's obviously need. I think the president of the union had a compelling argument about some of the issues of health and safety that we're failing the members of our police service and has to be addressed. And at the same time, I think we will have to give some clarity to those numbers because this mayor doesn't want a 10% increase. We talked yesterday, Chair Henry, that the new chair will be delivering his or her budget on February 1st of next year. And I doubt if that person will want to have a 10% tax increase. So I think we have a lot of, so my point is deferring decisions doesn't always have a positive impact in our ratepayers. We saw that with the artificially buying down of the tax increase in 2026, which is going to impact our taxpayers in 2027. And I argue that. And actually, I put the motion for the compromise of 4.8%, which was halfway in between. Second by Mayor Foster. So I will be supporting the approved in principle. I also agree with some of the other items about advocacy for a new deal. I don't think we need a new deal just on policing. We need a new fiscal deal in regards to all kinds of things in regards to social services, homelessness, addiction, ambulance service, court security. There's all those things that we need a better deal for. And I'll be attending AMO and doing that work on behalf of not only my city, but this region as well. So I will be supporting this. I completely understand what happened at my committee because they wanted to refer rightly to budget because this decision we're having today does impact our budget, will impact our budget. And affordability, as my friend, the mayor from Pickering North said, affordability is real. We're having debates in our city about land use and development and infrastructure. People don't care about that. They care about their property taxes. And we have to be good guardians of that. So 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Thank you.
Mayor, thank you, Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. And I do apologize if my comments on the withdrawal motion were interpreted by the mayor of Ajax West as debated the motion, but that was not my intent. My intent was to speak to the thing overall. So I apologize if that's the way that was came across. You do bring up a very good point, though, about budgets and budget approvals. Any budget anywhere that's approved that hires one single person has just made a decision for the next year's budget. Because when we hire staff, we hire them and we fund for 6 months in the current year because we don't hire them till around June generally. Then you have the annualization next year, whether it's a firefighter, whether it's works, whether it's whatever. So we do that every year, regardless. It's not new. Every member of this council has done, well, every member in this council has voted yes on budget day has impacted the next year's budget in one way or another, whether you realize or not. I don't want to beat this to death. You mentioned the Police Association president speaking about the condition of the buildings. I don't think there's any misunderstanding there. I think every member of this council realizes the state we're in. I do want to thank every member of this council for your support in helping us catch up over the last 3 years. DRPS is in a much better position now than it was 3 years ago from an operational capacity perspective. However, we still haven't addressed the capital, and that is a big piece. I can't apologize for it. It is the cost is what the cost is, and we didn't come up with those numbers. Those numbers came from the ACON Major Police Facility Study that examined the buildings, the locations, and the conditions, and came back with the recommendations. It's about a 50,000-page report, I'm told. I did ask in the break whether we could release it. I don't see any issue in releasing it, but we just have to figure out a way to be able to get it to people. So we'll work on that if you do want to see it. But yes, the 10-year report today is the 10-year report today, and it is based on that 50,000 or whatever page report that we have. Again, I don't want to dwell on the past and point fingers. I want us to move forward together. I found it a little bit ironic that today we appointed counselors to AMO and the CNE for next term, yet we're kind of going back and forth of whether we should make a decision today of this, which is our responsibility. I argue that we should. We are elected. You heard me ask the delegate for 4 years, and I don't think our term ends in May. I think we are still obligated to make these decisions, especially decisions of this magnitude. I talked about these are not new. The only thing that is new is we were directed by this council to bring this, which we've done. Politics. No, I'm not even going to beat this to death anymore. You know where we stand on this. You know the urgency. I'm glad to see this back. Again, thank you to the mover and the seconder for bringing this. I'm not really understanding 1, 2, and 3 because without passing the main thing as a whole, 1, 2, and 3 don't matter. 2 is kind of redundant. It's a plan to make a plan. But I would request your support for this today. And if a recorded vote has been asked for, please, Chair, I will ask.
Thank you. Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to follow Mayor Ash's questions in terms of the implications of the 2026 on the 2027 budget, but I think we've already covered that. In terms of the implications of the plan in principle on the future budget, is that the documents that you've already presented to us in terms of the 4.67% for the first 3 years and then tapering down? Through Mr. Chair?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, that is correct, based on the information that we were provided, working with DRPS to try to smooth the cash flows as much as possible. That is what we came up with regards to financing for the 10 years. And just to clarify, it does include financing from reserve funds, development charges, debt, and the tax base.
And so further to that, through supporting this motion in, let's say, total, does it bind future council to that increase for next year plus the implications of last year's taxes and then our increases again to the 10%?
With respect to the operating budget, no, we cannot bind the new council, but I will look at Mr. Hunt, who perhaps can give more clarity. Thank you.
Yes, the CEO is correct that under the Municipal Act, the 2026 council cannot bind the 2027 council to any budget expenses. So budget for 2027, tax rate for 2027, expenditures in 2027 do have to be approved by the newly elected council.
Okay, so then just further through you, Mr. Chair.
And Councillor McDougall, just to give you a heads up, the new regional chair, whoever that may be, will come with more than likely mandate letters that may take and challenge our budget even further. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted, so we are not bound to the increases from the 2026 budget year decisions in 2027, through you, Mr. Chair.
No, you are not. The new council can elect to do whatever it pleases. Again, not knowing what the strong chair powers will be, and if the new chair will use his strong chair powers for the budget. Under today's circumstances, no. Not addressing those would simply require other service adjustments, which is what we do as part of the budget process.
Okay, so although we took the money from reserves and said we'll get it next year, we're not bound to that.
No, we're not bound to that, but given that we would not recommend a further drawn reserves for operating costs, we would be looking likely at service reductions.
Okay, very good. I do have to ask a question of you, Madam CAO. Is you made a statement which said, talking about our two organizations. So what do you mean by that when you say our two organizations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think what is uniquely different about dealing with the DRPS 10-year plan is that it is governed by the Police Services Board. So the Police Services Board comes forward to us with what it believes to be its capital and operating needs. The role of this council is to figure out the degree to which it wants to support those needs and how it wishes to finance that support. Whereas with the other 10-year plans, we've been responsible both for the service design, service delivery, and implementation, as well as the budget. So that's why it's a little bit different. That's why we took the 10-year plan provided by DRPS and then worked with them to try to smooth the funding requirements.
And through you, Mr. Chair, the smoothing of the funding requirements starts at 5% and tapers down to 2%. Is that considered smooth?
Smoother than alternatives. It's not ideal. We recognize that, and that's why it's still subject to the annual budget process.
Okay, very good. I certainly do support the idea of a 10-year capital plan for the police. I don't know if this is the plan or not. In speaking to the chief, it sounds like there is malleability in terms of what happens when, but overall, I support the idea of the principle of a capital plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you. Just a procedure question through you, Mr. Chair. So if I just have some questions, but then after I ask the questions, I'm able to put a referral motion to refer this all to the 2027 budget?
Yes.
Yeah, just double checking. My first question through you to staff. So when we spoke about the I think it was 9.5% to 10.5% range when we were at committee, and that we have the 10-year tax impacts from the capital plan. So our projection for the 10 years was approximately, what's our best estimate for the 10 years of the tax impacts if we endorse this plan today, as we spoke at committee?
So through the chair, so with no changes, there's the 4.6% for police. There's the 1.2% from changes made for the 2026 budget process. There's the regional base budget pressures for contractual obligations and other base pressures like annualization of the Seton long-term care home and other types of annualization pressures, which again, we're still working on those numbers, but historically they've been in the range of 3 to 5% for those. And that's where you add those pieces all up, and that's where you get those numbers. And again, at this time, there's always, there's a lot of work that goes into the budget process, and certainly through those budget estimates, we work very closely with the departments to look for all opportunities to further phase things, to reduce things, to look at alternative financing sources for various things. So typically, once we are in a position to bring a budget forward for consideration, we've got some mitigating factors in there that brings those pressures down. But those are usually the initial projections that we're looking at.
Okay, and then supplementary, noting that was stated that these budget pressures are tax increases and deferrals and reserves, how much is it tax funded? How much is reserve funded? Do we have a sense over that 10-year plan?
Sorry, you're speaking in general to the police strategy
Correct.
or more generally?
Police specifically,
police.
because that's
Sorry.
generally what's on the floor.
Yeah, no, sorry, I just wanted to make sure I understood the question.
No worries.
So, yeah, so in terms of the financing strategy for the 10-year capital program, and again, there's operating components to the 10-year capital plan, or sorry, the 10-year police strategy, as well as the capital. So from a reserve fund perspective, we're looking at approximately $47 million in reserve funds that are there. The total cost of the plan overall is $7.2 billion over the 10 years. And of that, 5.8 billion is coming from property taxes. The balance is coming from debt, reserves, reserve funds, as well as development charges, as the CAO has indicated.
So approximately, 5.8 of the 7.2 is property tax funded in general.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And so we have this as a projection, and I'm not sure if this is a question to finance staff or back to the police services board. And again, last 2 years, and I've supported every increase the police have asked for, we've always ended up with higher than what was previously done in the year. Is there any chance that if we approve this 10-year budget that we could end up with even more unseen needs and a larger increase to the police budget than what we're seeing right now based on past behavior?
I'm not sure that, through the chair, I apologize, I'm not sure that that's a question that I can answer. The expenditure portion of these come from the police. So certainly there is, I guess I can speak from a financing perspective. So certainly there is, we forecasted the use of development charges in here as well. We've tried to be conservative in terms of the use of those development charges, but certainly there is some uncertainty around what level of development charges we will have going forward. If those development charges don't materialize, that financing wouldn't be there. That pressure would have to be picked up from elsewhere within the plan. And then certainly in terms of the other driver, of course, though, in addition to some financial risk, there's also the expenditure risk, and that's probably best from police to comment on.
No, fair enough. Appreciate that. And then I'm not sure if this is a question through to staff, perhaps for legal, touching on what was brought up earlier. If we endorse this, can that endorsement not be used as a reason to show that we're committed to this 1.1 billion, that there's no risk with that, there's no chance of doing that?
Mr. Hunt?
Well, I mean, I think the question goes to a future situation where there's an active dispute between the police and council. So we've never gotten there, and it's actually quite unusual in the province to get there. But I would go back to my earlier answer to say almost categorically no. I mean, certainly there's a risk that our argument might be advanced. However, the Municipal Act is very clear about the requirement to do annual budgeting for municipalities. So, I think it's been said before, we're a creature of the province. The province dictates that we can only do budgets on an annual basis. To the extent someone might argue that, an endorsement in principle constitutes some sort of long-term commitment, the Municipal Act itself would say that that is absolutely not the case.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. Through you, Mr. Chair. Again, to staff. So as was brought up at the Finance Committee, even though this was referred to the budget, staff were going to be working with the Police Services Board to try and find a way to move forward with this request as part of the 2027 budget. Is my understanding correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and do you need additional direction from council to work with the police to try and find a way to get through this budget as been requested? Isn't that the path you were already on?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is the path we were already on. I think we can proceed on that path. There is a need for flexibility, going back to what Councillor Chapman said earlier. These plans do tend to fluctuate based on the fiscal reality and the tax pressures. So we would assume that we would be looking at ways of spreading or delaying some of the requirements in a way that could bring the tax impact into a more palatable level.
And again, that's why I appreciate it. So I think we're all talking about the same discussion. Staff are already on that path. They are working towards with the police. We are on there, but this is a piecemeal piece. We are talking about one component of the budget. There's all the other pieces of the budget so that we can have an informed decision with residents. As it's been stated before, we are on an affordability crisis. You know, bankruptcies are at an all-time high. Mortgage defaults are at an all-time high. The ability to tax arrears are at an all-time high. We are in the middle of headwinds. For us to not look at this as a wholesome piece as part of the budget process, we are committing to massive fund expenditures without understanding what the overall budget piece is. So I'd like to refer everything on the floor to the 2027 budget.
Mr. Clerk, the referral motion would be in order if it was seconded. Seconded by Councillor Kerr. So, Mr. Clerk, we're able to speak to the referrals? Okay, so I have to apologize. My screen here is only so big. And I appreciate this, so.
Here's what I'm going to do. Picture the screen as it is, clear it, and
Okay.
we can start.
Okay, so clerk is helping me with some technical assistance, but I'll go to I can go to Councillor Nicholson.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I've cleared the list to
Okay.
request speakers for the referral, and we will return to the original list afterwards if necessary.
Okay, on the referral, Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah. I'm confused by this motion. What was the point of us bringing it to the full council? Having a fulsome debate, allowing all members of council to offer their viewpoints, to ask questions, to seek clarity, if we're simply going to do the same thing the committee did and just fire it off in the future with no direction. This is a classic pass the buck, I don't want to be blamed with it motion. Okay, I'm sorry. You know, I was elected to make decisions, as we all were. I was elected to be accountable. I am quite happy to defend my position. I don't buy into this argument that if we vote for this today, that somehow binds us to anything other than a goal to work towards. The arguments raised by staff that somehow we pass this, it's going to bind our hands and it's going to be an increase of 5% on top of the region's 5%. Well, let me be very clear. I'm not buying into the region's 5% right now. We're doing a core review. The reason we're doing a core review is to ask ourselves the hard question, should we be doing this? So to assume that the adoption of this particular item, on top of all the other items that will come up in 27, is going to result in a 5 or a 7 or a 10, that's simply confusion. You know, if we're serious as councillors about cutting expenditures, then we cut expenditures. If we're serious about taking the recommendations of the core review, then we adopt them. If other ideas come forward from councillors, whether they're this term or next term, we'll consider those as well. I don't believe it merits this particular debate to use, in essence, I don't want to make the decision, so let the new council do it. And when I go door knocking, I don't want to have to argue about this because I can say, well, the new council is going to do it, or the new chairman is going to do it. I wasn't elected to pass the buck. I was elected to make a decision. And Councillor Kohler is absolutely right. The term doesn't end on May 27th, 2026. We are entitled to vote until the new council is elected. In fact, we are required by law to vote. Passing the buck isn't an answer. And this motion, respectfully to the mover, is only passing the buck.
Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. Well, you know, I too was elected to make decisions and be accountable. And it's my position that if we were to pass this item today, it would be highly imprudent. You know, I was in support of the item on the budget, which dealt with the police budget. I was highly in support of it. In fact, I supported the additional 30 or 33 officers or personnel to be hired. Why? Because there seemed to be a need. What that did for me was to create something of a buffer. And that buffer may in fact be 6 months. And that 6 months can be made use of to find out the following. There was much made today of a point about there being possibility for shared funding. We don't know that right now. We may know that in 6 months. There's an AMO conference coming up in August. That may have a great impact too. The second thing is, yes, we are going to do a core review. So why are we making any big decisions now before we have a core review in front of us to make data-driven decisions? And we are going to have to make some. Why? Because we have an unsustainable regional budget right now. We all know the reasons why. It's not of our own doing. A lot of it, most of it's come from provincial downloads. That needs to be addressed. It's the elephant in the room that needs to be shooed out the door somehow. Next, we are going to get a new chair, unelected. We don't know what that new chair's priorities will be. And indeed, by the sounds of it, those priorities might be what the provincial priorities are. We don't know what those are right now, but we will in 6 months. And the next thing is, we may have a new structure here at the region in 6 months based on that new chair and those new responsibilities and priorities. We don't know what that new structure is going to be. And that new structure may be greatly affected by what this core review brings forward, because we do need to reduce the tax base. We don't know how that's going to be yet, and we can't be making decisions to shoot from the hip right now. We need to make data-driven decisions, and those need to wait until we have more facts. We don't have those right now. So I guess the last thing is, this is a 10-year plan. Why does it have to be 2026 to 2036? Why can't it be 2027 to 2037? I think that's what we need to think about. I do not think there's a rush, and I think there's a great deal of benefit to waiting until we know what a lot more factors are in place and a new budget year so that we can make prudent, data-driven decisions. Thank you.
Mayor Roy.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're on the referral.
Yeah, I know we're on the referral. I just want to make sure that you can hear me. I do have I want a question of clarity. With the core services review, the core service review does not touch the police budget.
That's correct.
So no matter what the core services review, we don't have that information to help us to move forward.
That's also correct.
Second, yeah. So second, the other is in the past with the capital plans especially from police, we have not really had a capital plan of a 10-year capital plan. It's been one where it's been a rolling capital plan from year to year. Is that correct?
That's correct, as part of the budget process.
Yeah, so through the budget process, and that's how, in the past, that's how we have been receiving the information from the police board towards capital projects.
Correct.
Okay. Because there's a lot of comments that are being made about, and I'm going to say something, and it's been something that has been bothering me from the moment that we had our education session. And I personally have felt that we were being put on the firing range of being the ones who were at fault here. And I know that may not have been the intention, but ultimately, we have inherited this situation collectively, not the regional responsibility as a whole. This has been a collective approach in terms of we are in the past 3 years have been trying to not only work on what is happening within the police budget, but we have also been giving attention to our paramedics as well, who for some time period have not seen their increases with emergency services. Why and what and how? That is one that we just need to be looking at. Where, as we move forward for growth for our community, I think our ultimate responsibility is looking at how we can keep taxes and costs affordable for our residents. And we're hearing that really loud and clear right now. But we are also in a situation where the growing pains are impacting us, and that infrastructure support needs to be put into place. And now that we have a 10-year capital plan in front of us from the Durham Regional Police Services, I think the onus is on all of us, including the chief and the board, to recognize that these growing pains are all of our growing pains. We're seeing it in social services. We know what we need to do. We know what we're looking at within social services as well too. And we are looking at how we can do more with less. And I think that's what we're seeing across all of our municipalities as well too. I support a 10-year capital plan. I support looking at what we can do moving forward. But I need to know this understanding, because we have other 10-year capital plans. It's already been spoken about. We have housing, we have the infrastructure, the water and the sewer, and we're all vying for having water and sewer within our own communities to help for the growth. But will the Durham Regional Police commit that if there's a potential, the possibility of not being able to move forward within a year, within a project, that they will help us to find ways to be able to move projects forward, recognizing ultimately our residents are our priority. And I know that's health and safety as well. It's bringing it all together, but I need to know that we need to have all the players at the table, because we are all trying to do the best we can with what we have.
The
I
question.
don't know if that's the chief.
I was going to just ask who the question was to, so I'll go to Mayor Collier as the chair.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Essentially, if we don't have the ability to move forward within the 10-year capital plan from year to year, and we run into a difficult year, will the board and will the Durham Regional Police work to maybe we have to push off a project for another year?
That's what I was going to say. With that. I was going to speak to this later on anyway, Mayor Roy, so thank you for bringing this up. Mayor Foster made some good points about, this is a bit fluid. We don't know if all the blocks will sort of fall in place as we go. We may have to push some things out. We may have to accelerate. Capital budgets are just that. They're not linear. They kind of go up and down, ebb and flow, depending on what projects are in or not in. The chief spoke during his delegation about the Clarington facility that's in its, 17th year, I think you said, that was probably supposed to have been, well, quite a bit less than that. So we don't know. I don't have a crystal ball, but I can say the board will have to go back, should that happen, and deliberate and decide whether that impacts the ability for us to provide adequate and effective policing. If it doesn't, and we can make the change, absolutely, we're going to work collaboratively with the region. That's what we've been trying to do. Most of you have a copy of the charter. We've been working with the region to try and move this forward for some time. If we can't, which is kind of the risk we're in today, then Councilor Lee, I think, spoke to the option of arbitration, which is what the remedy is through the Community Safety Policing Act if we can't come to an agreement. So, yeah, well, I guess the answer is maybe. We'll have to make that decision at the time based on the situation at the time. I hope that answers your question.
It does somewhat, and it kind of just validated where I thought it may go. But I do have to say one thing about this 10-year capital plan that's in front of us. It is the biggest capital plan in the region's history for Durham policing to be put in front of the council. Going back to all, because it's like even for the year by year, that's only been tens of millions. We are now looking at hundreds of millions per year. And that's that transition and change that is making it difficult. And I'm going to say for most of us as a whole, it's making it very difficult for us to navigate through this plan. Yes, we have transit plan. Yes, we have housing plan. Yes, we have all the other plans, but we also have put off in all those areas. We have put off projects within those capital plans. So my hopes, and while we don't have the ability through all the other departments to bring it to an arbitration, my hopes is that we can navigate this in the best interest. One, health and safety and policing, very supportive and very, very aware and appreciate what our police do within our community on a day-to-day basis.
Let's wrap up.
But yeah, I'm going to wrap up. But ultimately, we also need to recognize that the tax dollar can't pay for everything anymore.
Okay,
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Collier, I'm going to have to get you to push your button again.
Oh, I just left my mic on because I was next in the speakers list.
Yeah, so go. Okay, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. And I don't want to repeat anything that anybody said, and I don't want to repeat anything that I've said over the last several times we've discussed this. Everybody's bringing up some really good points. I want to just follow up on some of what Mayor Roy was saying about, and also what Councilor Nicholson was saying about priorities, and I agree. Would I be here next year? I'm not convinced that the regional budget, the balance outside of policing, that I would support everything there either. The next council is going to have to make a really take a really hard look and make some really hard choices. Like, we have 4 long-term care homes. We're required to have 1.
We have 5.
We have 5, sorry. We have 5 long-term care homes. We're required to have 1, right? These are about regional priorities. We give money to things like hospitals, which we collect money for under the auspice of regional expenses, yet it's not a regional expense. I don't know what we gave to that, but we do because we have to. It's priority. We're not responsible for the homeless in funding, but we do. I want to talk a little bit about, because out of necessity, I want to talk a little bit about the capital budgets. 2023 transit 2.9 billion approved by this council. 2023 EMS 1 billion approved by this council. Housing and homelessness in 2025 3.6 billion, and works including water and sewer in 2025 of 3.78 billion. 10-year capital plans all approved by this council, and I do not recall conversations like this when we talked about those other 4 and I was here. Again, I'll go back to police is continuously being dealt with differently and treated differently in the budget process than every other branch of regional council. And that has got to stop. I asked the treasurer a few breaks ago, several hours ago, if she could quantify what the revenues are that the region receives through fines issued by Durham Regional Police. Because if we had fare revenue, like transit, for instance, that we could lower our tax impact, that would be great, because we would no longer be the largest tax impact branch of the region of Durham. But those funds go to the region. There is a regional benefit, but we don't show it on our balance sheet or our income statement. That would be great if we could, because it would probably take a lot of the heat off us, but we don't have that. But there is benefit to the region through fines that are created through DRPS that we don't benefit by. I want to talk about the core, and Mayor Roy brought up a great point about the core review in response to Councillor Kerr's comments. It makes no difference to this. None at all. It doesn't affect this one little bit. It's to me, just passing the buck, honestly, trying to refer this again. I don't often agree with Councillor Nicholson, but I do on these points about this is our job. We got to stop passing the buck. The reason why we're here today, and I said I don't want to dwell on the past, but the bottom line is the reason why we're here today is indecision by councils, many before us, and not wanting to make the hard decisions. So it seems it's okay to make hard decisions for housing and transit and come back and buy a hotel in Pickering and sure. But making police keep coming back on a one-off basis to buy some land for a police station, but that not fund the actual police station. We're going to be back in June, as I said, for $93.5 million to fund land for the facility in Oshawa. But without the other $442 million or whatever it is to actually build it, it's completely disingenuous. And we've got to stop this. We're here to make decisions. Let's make the decisions. I will not support a motion to refer.
Okay, Mayor Jubb.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I did have many notes, and it's become unreadable. So I just want to start by saying up here in Brock, we're also big supporters of the police, and I don't want this to be about not supporting the police or supporting the police, because it's not. We're talking about over $1 billion. I just want to clarify what's the motion that's on the table to refer to 2027 budget, and I did come from Bluetooth back to here, so please allow me the leeway. Is this to include all of this in budget? So 1, 2, 3, 4?
Yes.
To the 27 budget? Okay. I just have a couple questions from this morning on when Peel did this, because I believe I watched some of the committee meeting a few weeks ago. Peel went through the same process, and I believe, did this happen at their budget?
I can't answer that question, Mayor Jubb.
Okay, is the police chief able to do that? I think he said it was at their budget at committee, but I'm just looking for clarification.
Mayor Collier?
I'm told it was a $1.7 billion 10-year capital plan approved in PO region at budget.
During budget? Okay. Okay.
With 383 million up front?
Oh, sorry.
With 383 million up front.
Okay. Councillor Jubb?
Okay, but it was at budget.
At the budget, yes.
Okay. Thanks for that. Also, I talked to our solicitor, Mr. Hunt, today about the memo, and that memo that was sent to council is not a confidential document, I was told. Can we just clarify that before I go on any further?
Yeah, it wasn't, according to Mr. Hunt, it's not a confidential document.
Okay, so just looking if he could give us a little bit Coles Notes version on I don't think it was an opinion, but it was a clarification that the proper thing that happened at the Finance Committee was actually the proper way to do something like this. Can I get comment on that from the solicitor just to make sure I have it right?
Mr. Hunt?
It was a proper way. It wasn't the only proper way. The motion that's in front of us for referral says that Regional Council endorse in principle. That would also be a motion that was consistent with the Municipal Act provisions on budgeting if it was passed. So both would be consistent with those provisions.
And before you go on, Mayor Jubb, you really, the content of the conversation has to be around the referral.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I definitely just want to point out that I do support eventually that we do need a 10-year plan. It's just when and how we do it with proper practice. I'd like to know for procedure-wise, how can we, if I was to support referral, how can we include number 3 in that referral? So staff, I'm trying to find a way that if it's referred, staff, like Councillor Nicholson said, staff have something to go by to work on something and try to find some funding before budget. So I'm looking for some advice on that.
This entire item is being referred.
Okay, so not
everything you see before you is being referred.
Okay, could I ask for a friendly amendment to, if this is, sorry, to the referral, but number 3 gets put in place so staff have something to work on before the 2027 budget?
Sorry. Would you take that as a friend? Yeah, staff will take that as direction.
Okay, okay. That's all I need to know, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. To the referral, Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to start. I heard earlier that an individual was not buying into the region's 5% increase, and I want to emphasize once again, because this stuff ends up being on social media, that staff are not recommending any tax increase at this point in time. Madam CAO, I don't need you to nod your head one way or the other, but there is no number on the floor for 2027 that will be dealt with by council or the chair in 2027. Just really quickly, on a practical basis, through you to the CAO, we had a chat the other day about the fire hose that the next chair is going to be drinking from. So it is entirely possible that the next chair will not have served on regional council, but there is going to be a massive amount of information that individual is going to be needing to take in to try to figure out what the heck they're doing with the 27 budget, correct?
It's entirely possible that the next chair will have no municipal experience.
So the second part of that, it seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, this motion in front of us is simply telling you to work with DRP on a 10-year plan.
The motion in front of us is to
refer it.
But I'm yes, so Councillor, I agree, and where I'm going with this is not committing us to spending the money. We're simply referring for staff to work on it. I think that that's an important distinction.
Yeah, okay. Okay, members of council, enough. Okay, we're speaking to the referral. Mayor Foster has the floor.
So I'll try to phrase it differently. Where I'm trying to go is to what we are practically achieving with the referral. To my mind, doing this now makes sense because the budget is going to deal with the actual, we are not committing by the referral, we are not committing council to spending the money. We are simply putting in place a plan, correct?
We're referring the item before you, yes.
Yes, so Councillor, that was my point, Councillor Chapman, is there seems to be a sense around the table that we are committing council in 2027 to spending money.
Okay.
It's going to the budget anyway. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I was on the list before and I got dropped down. I didn't cancel, so I was going to speak to the main motion. But
You're not. You're speaking to the referral.
I know, but I was on the
I'm
list.
sorry, but
yeah.
you're now speaking to the referral.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm not going to support the referral at this point. It's something that's paramount to public safety, and whether we do it now or next year, it's got to be done, and that's my understanding. So to the referral, all I'm asking is we're not committed to a 10% increase, and it's going to be out there that's what we're supporting. I just wanted to make that clear.
You're not committing to, you're committing to referring this.
Yeah, okay, so I'm not supporting the referral at this point. So we'll get back to the main motion at some point? No?
We'll deal with the referral.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Nicholson, I hate to say this, but you've spoken to the referral once. Clarifications are always in order.
All right. To the clerk, two questions. One, if this is referred, and it's referring the entirety, so none of these proposed actions would in fact ever be discussed again by this council until it comes up in the 27 budget, if it comes up in the 27 budget. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
All right. Is it within the rules of procedure to request that the referral be divided? So each of the 4 items would be voted on as a referral separately.
Would you give us 1 minute, please?
Sure.
That's where he started.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, a motion to refer could be divided. It could also be amended. Either method could be used to achieve the same effect if you're looking to vote on both parts or amend out the referral of Part 3. Either way would work.
And the procedure to divide would require a member of council to move a motion to divide?
That's correct.
I would like to do so.
Can I clarify that's to divide
All
Part 3?
each of the 4 items separately voted on for referral?
So divide all 4 items for the vote on the referral.
Refer 1, refer 2, refer 3, refer 4 separately voted on.
Yeah, and Mr. Clerk, so sorry, 1 second, please.
Well, I haven't asked for a seconder yet. I'm just trying to clarify.
No, I asked for a second.
Oh, okay.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, given that Councillor Nicholson has already spoken and was looking for clarity only, can we bring that motion forward?
Like, good point.
Good question. Good question.
Good question. This is where he started. This is where you started today.
Actually, Councillor Nicholson, I'm sorry. You can't bring it. You've already spoken to it. You can't bring it forward.
So I can't bring a division motion, but any other member of council who hadn't spoken
Any other
can.
member of council could.
Thank you.
Okay. So next on my list is Councillor Chapman on the referral.
On the referral.
On the referral, please.
I think the referral is a cop-out, pun intended. So here's the trick. I support the police. I want the police to do their job. I want to be able to answer to people at the door that I support the police, and I'll work to get them out there stopping attacks on people's front lawns and all that stuff. But I'm not going to support a 10% tax increase, which is not done. It's not definite, right? And I want to be able to go to the door and say, oh, listen, I referred that to the budget because it makes an easier thing. Listen, vote for me. The referral, if you don't want to support this strategy, then vote it down, the original motion. Don't refer it to the budget and say, oh, geez, that'll help me out over the next 6 months while I'm knocking on doors, right? Either take this or leave it. Thank you.
Okay, that exhausts the speakers list. Recorded vote was already called at the appropriate time. Mr. Clerk, is the recorded vote is on each item?
No, it's on the referral.
Oh, it's on the referral. So just before the referral, members of council, I didn't think that we would have this big of a problem in committee when a simple referral to the budget is where we're going to get to. It was within order. The majority of committee spoke, and it's done that way in all of our standing committees. There's been a lot said about me about ending democracy and the chances of people to vote, and I appreciate where we've gotten to today. And I know we can only speak to the referral, but I have a list of things I'd like to say separate from this that you need to understand as someone who won't be here as chair. This is a challenge, and with a little latitude from council, let me explain. Chief, I absolutely agree with you. You have problems, huge problems. And you have problems with your spaces, and I get that and I understand that. But from this chair, a little higher than out there, I have to look at 2,200 square kilometers and all the challenges that we have. I've got works depots. We have works depots that are a mess. We have a growing population, which means we need to increase all our services from paramedics to public health to daycare and everything in between. And there's only so much money. You know, this council, we sat in a meeting this morning, Councillor Chapman chaired that, where we have an ambitious plan to put people in housing through our own Durham Region Not-for-Profit Housing Corporation. And Councillor Chapman, for you and your team that works on that, it is a simply amazing plan, and I'm proud of where our team with your leadership has gotten to. But this council talks about affordability in the last budget. And we set our priorities, and we've used our reserve funds. We've planned for the future, and we've done our best. And what I worry about with a plan of this magnitude, and I come from that world in my other life, that when you have a plan of this size, a 5% error is $50 million. Now, we can get to that in a lot of ways. It could be cost of materials, cost of land, cost of labor. It doesn't really matter. But I also want you to know that in Ottawa, the campus that they were going to approve, the Police Services Board, they didn't. But they came back with a series of questions, 7 questions that needed to be answered. And I hope those 7 questions will be answered with this project going forward. My heart goes out to all of you in the next election. My chance to be here again is gone. And I know for a fact, according to Google, that I won't be back. So on that note, on the referral, a recorded vote has been called. I forget who called it, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the referral is starting now.
Could be just the screens.
Thank you.
The referral loses. Okay, we're back on to the main motion. So the clerk, you give me, you know what, Mr. Clerk, we've been at this for a bit. 15-minute recess, you can get the screen back up. Okay, the clerk says we don't need to take any member of council need a break? Nope, then we'll just keep going on. Mr. Clerk, when you're ready. Okay, clear this screen, please, Mr. Clerk. We're not able to repopulate this. I'm going to ask members of council to push your request to speak buttons, and I'll go in the order that it's created on the screen. Okay. Start with Mayor Carter.
First of all, good afternoon and good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
And good morning, just in case we're here. Couple things. One is I'm fully supportive of what's in front of us. I think it's important that we move this project forward and make sure that we clearly understand that part of our job is to be evolutionary, which means that we have to react to the times that we're facing, which means there's going to be different priorities at different times. There's going to be emergencies that come up that we have to address, and we have a legislative responsibility to meet those needs. So I believe that this is the right direction we should go. But I do want to speak just for a moment about if you think this is the last difficult decision that this council is going to make, you're wrong. The reality being is that I think all of us, especially many of the mayors, have been advocating, both with the provincial government and the federal government, that we do need a different fiscal framework in regards to municipalities, because the municipal dollars to be able to support the services that our residents are asking is unrealistic, and we just can't have the capacity for it. And I hope that we all understand that we are going to have or whomever is here is going to have very spirited conversations in regards to what a budget looks like, what's included and what's not included, and how are we going to meet the requirements of our community. But the reality being is this is going to take some very uncomfortable conversations, but some innovative ideas coming forward, and some very difficult decisions that this body will have to make also. What legislative services are we providing? What legislative services that we're not supposed to be providing? Do we need to divest ourselves of it because of the reason that the moment requires it? Even though that we are committed to it in regards to maybe our social conscience, but we're just not able to meet the requirements because we just don't have the dollars to do it. And finding that balance will be one of the most difficult tasks that this body will have to undertake. And it's not just this council, it's our local councillors and regional government across the province of Ontario, because we're not the only ones that are facing challenges at this particular time. The bottom line is that I know that, and I can use an example of the city of Oshawa, that we would love more than ever to be able to build a world-class community center. And we've done our due diligence. We've looked at our budget. We've looked at our debt ratio. We've looked at everything that we could possibly do. And the reality being is $240 million is just unrealistic in regards to a debt servicing on our community. So we looked at innovative ideas. We brought different ideas and different concepts to the forefront, such as design, build, and finance. And is that something that we're going to have to look at? I'm going to suggest that this body is very much going to have to undertake the same kind of conversation, something traditionally we would never entertain, but the moment is calling for us to be able to look at innovative ideas and concepts to be able to meet the needs. I don't have all the answers, but I think collectively, we've got some pretty smart people that are willing to be able to be part of the conversation. And this body should also welcome that opportunity to get really uncomfortable. And the reality being is, 2 years ago, under the Strong Mayor's powers, my responsibility is to bring a budget forward to my council. And the original number was almost 11%. The reason being is because over an 8-year period, we were so efficient that we were inefficient because of the reason that we had not invested in regards to the human capital. That's nobody's fault. It's just what it is. The increased population, increased demand, increased accountability, increased legislative requirements. And I had to go to my council under the Strong Mayor's powers and meet with my members of council to be able to say, how do we move forward based upon what our residents want and what it's going to cost? And the reality being is my council, as much as they disliked where we were at the moment, they stood in solidarity and said, we understand that this investment is necessary because our residents need it. And we made sure that they were equipped so they could answer the questions by the residents about why was this put in place. I don't think it's going to be a normal process, but at that particular time, it took approach of uniting people, explaining to people why it was necessary, and the moment called for it. You're going to have a lot of those decisions and discussions on this floor. And it's going to take all of you to stand in very difficult places to be able to provide the services that your residents want. And what it's going to take is it's going to take all of you, including those that are not in this chamber, hopefully to be able to bring innovative ideas and concepts to the floor so that we can meet the needs of the community. And I know my time has expired, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that. I just want to remind everybody, through the most challenging and difficult times come some of the greatest inventions and some of the greatest initiatives, because that's where innovation lives. And the reality being is, that's what this moment is calling for.
Mayor
So
Carter,
don't fool
your
yourself.
Time's up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Pickles?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a hard decision we have in front of us today, but we were elected to make hard decisions, and even though an election is 5 months out, we should still be making hard decisions. We shouldn't be punting them down the road to be dealt with by the next council. I don't usually fuss over words, but in the motion it says endorse in principle. It doesn't say endorse. And I don't usually quote Councillor Nicholson, but he said that this is a goal that we're working towards. So it's not etched in stone. Nothing's etched in stone unless it's actually etched in stone. For most of for recreation plans, for planning, for transit, anything else, we do prepare strategies, 10-year strategies, and we work towards them. And sometimes it takes 10 years to accomplish it. Sometimes it takes 12. Sometimes it takes 13 years. I know at the City of Pickering, we don't accomplish all of our 10-year plans. I know in my own personal life, I don't accomplish all my 10-year plans. I wish I could accomplish more of them, perhaps. But you have to have a plan, and you have to work towards the plan. And I just want to say, in addition, that everything in 1, 2, 3, and I'm looking at my own screen, regional staff work with Durham Region Police on timing, financing, business plan, all things we should do, and I think we would be doing anyway. Staff investigate all financial options. We should do that, and we would be doing that anyway. Regional staff begin discussions with federal parental levels. We are doing that. We should be doing that, and we are actively doing that. And I know our chair has that as a priority in our strategies. So I don't have a problem supporting this today. We should have strategies. We should be accomplishing those objectives in 1, 2, 3. It's not etched in stone. It is flexible. We've heard from Councillor Chapman, and we've heard from Mr. Hunt that we're not committing ourselves to a financial plan, a particular project or facility or capital thing at this point. They have to be included in, approved by chair, council, in each and every budget that comes forward. And Mr. Chair, I'll just go back to our CAO. Do you see anything in this motion? I realize anything we do has budget implications down the road, but in this motion, we are not committing to build that capital plan within 10 years. We're not expending a single dollar or committing a single dollar here today. We're simply endorsing in principle a plan to work towards and to continue working on a way to find the timing, the financing, and the business plan to make some of those things happen. Would that be correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
And I don't want to speak for the chief, but I think if the chief were standing there 10 years from now, or if I was standing there 10 years from now, and we accomplished 6 or 7 things out of 10 on a 10-year plan, I would probably be happy. I'd be happy if we could accomplish that at the city. I'd be happy if I could accomplish that in my own life. But I'll be supporting the motion today. It's a hard decision, but we're elected to make hard decisions. This is the right decision, and this is the way we ought to tackle our financial implications in the future. Come up with a plan and work the plan. Thank you.
Councillor Neal?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And I can remember back in 2000, and I think Councillor Brenner and Dr. Kyle were the only ones in that chamber with me at the time, when lo and behold, we were looking after ambulance services. And what's that? That's a huge cost for this region to carry that. And we had to accept that. Dr. Kyle, remember, Councillor Brenner would remember. And I remember the current chair at the time, we just up there shaking his head. It wasn't in this building, it was the one over, that used to be over there. And so, and then again, the Stevenson Road overpass in Oshawa. Municipality east of here got theirs paid for. Region was paying for the Stevenson Road overpass. Mark Holland was here at that time, and I remember he spoke vehemently against it. So, I mean, we've had these instances before, and now those monies could have went towards police. It's been put off. We've moved ahead with, like it should have been done yesterday, for whatever reason. No one's pointing fingers in this building. But, I mean, there's monies that should have been going towards the local infrastructure that for some reason didn't. It was kind of a, I don't know, I guess they call it downloading. People are sick of that word, but like it was a downloading, and now we're sitting here where we are today. But to tell you the truth, the amount of calls I get about safety, you know, we're doing these stings at these malls, young people. There's a second high school going, major second high school going side by side just north of Taunton Road. And what about the thing about the public afraid to go to malls maybe after dark now because of safety? Like they're walking out into their car into a parking lot and someone's standing there watching them, and then next thing you know, something happens. Like they talked about Ajax today, and the lady in front of her just doing some gardening. Like those things are real, and we have to address them. So I mean, those are the things that I'm being like having to address, and for a number of years now too. For a number of years. So, like I appreciate what the chief, he's managed to meet this challenge head on, and he's come, and the board, and they've come to us to think, but we have to make a decision. There's no sense referring or deferring or whatever. But I mean, I've been here long enough to know about the amount of money, like I said about the ambulance service that was downloaded to us, and that wasn't fair. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and I do support the plan, and I will again ask the Commissioner of Finance, this doesn't mean a 10% increase in taxes for taxpayers. I will never support that. I know it will end up on social media and Facebook. That's what we're in fact doing.
So the answer to that is the council, the next council,
Then
approves the budget.
that's right.
Or the next council will defend the budget against the proposed budget by the new chair. It'll
Okay.
be one or the other.
And the 10-year plan doesn't mean all will be accomplished in 10 years either. It depends on circumstances. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. To Nicole, I know the last budget we did, there were folks that wanted a 3% increase. We did 4.8. Can you just emphasize for those who don't know, we did 4.8, that what a 3% budget would entail. When someone asks me, I say I usually equate it to maxing out a credit card and the payment comes due a year later or months later. Would you say that analogy is correct?
So what I guess I would say, sorry, it's a bit of a difficult question to answer through the chair. So certainly we take direction from council in terms of the budget direction, and we come back with recommendations on what we would do to achieve that budget number that council is looking for. And certainly when we bring those recommendations forward to council's consideration, we look to look at the best implications for the taxpayer over the long term. So certainly when we would be looking to bring a budget forward, we would look to do that that would have limited impact for future taxpayers. We're not always able to do that without impacting the expenditure side of the equation. When we have to do it without adjusting the expense side, then there is implications for future budgets.
Okay, so
I hope that answers.
in other words, if that came in at 3%, the difference would be made up out of reserves.
Through the chair, if there is no change to expenditures and you need just to keep the expenditure budget the same and you need to find another financing source that isn't property taxes, then that would be reserves and reserve funds that would have to fund it. And unless those expenditures change for the next year, then you'd have to fill that gap with property taxes on a go-forward basis, or utilize reserves and reserve funds again, which is not sort of best practice to fund ongoing operating costs through the use of reserves and reserve funds, because those funds are not, it's a set balance, right? And those, they're not always going to be there to be relied on in perpetuity to fund ongoing operating costs.
Thank you. I am aware of that. I just wanted to make that clear for others who don't seem to get it. Thank you.
Councillor Chapman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in investigations, we used to say there's two sides to every story and somewhere in the middle is the truth. And there's two sides to this story as well. And the side that hasn't been spoken about today is the police need. It's all been about how much is this going to cost us? Are we going to have a 10% tax increase? What's the new appointed regional chair going to do? Nobody's mentioned that there'll be a new police board as well. What are they going to do? But some things that we need to think about, okay? We have strategies on all these other things. And we've replaced right now, and it didn't go as quickly as we wanted. The chair mentioned about our housing. It didn't go as quickly as we wanted. Why? Because we had to spread the funding out for Christine Crescent. We're working on Malaga Road next year. Why? Because those things have outgrown their usefulness and they're starting to be too expensive to do. We built a new paramedic station. Why? Because of the growth of the community, and we needed more paramedics to serve the growth. So now let's look at the police. In particular, look at the Oshawa Station, built in 1972, or opened in 1972, cost $2.7 million. You're wondering why police expenses are later, 54 years later? It's a little bit have gone up, $2.7 million. There was only about 100 officers that worked out of that facility, so it was state-of-the-art at the time. In 2002, when I was the inspector in charge of Oshawa, we had 210 officers, not counting the headquarters on the second floor. That's just uniform officers and detectives. And we are outgrown. You know what we had to do? We had to move the locker room from where it was beside the showers and create a whole new thing in the basement and take out some parking spaces at that time. Now, there's been a lot more renovations done on it since then, right? But I think there's a change in the technology you're wondering about. When I started policing, we had a 6-shooter. We used to hang it up in our locker. That's it. At the end of shift, we used to put our gun belt in our locker, right, Chief? You were there at those times, probably too. And then later on, we get the Glock. We got body cameras. Guess what? All this stuff requires storage, and it cost a lot of money to have that. I mean, a 6-shooter, was probably $100 or something back in those days. I don't know what a Glock is, but it's probably a few $1,000s today. And that's the tech. And that's not counting things like the radar equipment, the forensic equipment that is needed to solve the different crimes, right? We now have more officers on the road because of the plan the last two years. I was telling Mayor Carter, I see a lot more police. My driving is a lot more careful now for 2 reasons. One is because there's more police out there, and secondly, because I don't recognize any one of them, and they may pull me over, right? So, it's about crime prevention, or in this case, speed prevention, if you will, on my part. We have to think about, these are the needs of the police, and they've come forward. 2024 was when it was supposed to come forward and have a look at all this stuff. The need is there in order for our police department to serve the growing population that we have. The second side of this story has all been about it might lead to a 10% tax increase based on, I mean, the staff have given us their best guess on these things here. But Councillor Pickles said it. This is a strategy of how to move from the police from where they are to where they need to be. And it's not, okay, listen, we're here in 2027, and guess what? We're going to spend $1.1 billion because we're going to be where we need to be in 2030. Because guess what? In those years of the strategy, right? Or as a superintendent I used to work for, I used to call it strategy. It's because it's almost a tragedy, right? Things are going to change. The technology is going to change. The Police Act will probably change again, right? Things that we have to do. So the police needs may change. Yes, I'm running for re-election. If I get re-elected, do you think I want to come in here and say, yeah, let's give the taxpayer 10% tax increase? That's good. Or are we going to rely on our staff, both with the police and with the regional staff, to give us ways of doing that? And don't forget the powers as it's written for a strong mayor. Councillors can overturn that stuff with a 2/3 vote, right? So if everybody's, if he comes in or she comes in and says, we're going to have a 12% tax increase, are 2/3 of you is going to support that? I doubt it very much. So we got to stop relating on, well, there's going to be a new chair that's going to be appointed and we don't know what they're going to do. Start saying, we got a new board too, right? We got to move the police forward. This is the way to do it. I support this motion. I think it's an excellent motion on how to do this. Support it in principle so they can move, both staffs can move forward and work together. Thank you.
Councillor Pettengill?
Thank you very much, and through you. I do sense this growing swell of support for endorsing the plan, for sure. At the same time, we, everything has already been said a few times. So I just wanted to ask a rather technical question to staff. Whether we endorse today this 10-year capital budget or whether we refer it to budget with these additional items, does that endorsement mean that the 4.86% that we discussed, and I know people don't want to necessarily hear all these numbers, but would that mean, would be to the commissioner, we would definitely see that. I mean, I know there will be discussions about other levels of government to help fund, et cetera, but whether we go with deferral or endorsement, will that change the number that is brought to council, the new council in 27? Does this make a big impact, or would the same, even if we endorse it, would the same need for the annual budget for the police be coming forward on that budget?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's endorse in principle, and with respect to whether it be referred to the budget process or endorse in principle, the actions would be the same, and is not a commitment to a 4.6% tax increase next year. That would be a decision of the new council.
So an endorsement in principle means simply an endorsement in principle. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Kerr next.
Thank you, Chair. A few quick points. First of all, I don't think it's any secret that I supported Durham Regional Police Service, always have. And I've made past comments with respect to that. The 3 points in this motion that stand out for me that will enable me to go forward, mentally at least, on this, is endorse in principle. And the thing is that there will be future trends. So as Councillor Chapman said, we may improve this now and things may change. Look at AI and what it's doing to things. Look what computers have done to things over the last 30 years compared to the way we used to do things. So that's one thing that stands out. The second one is that, and I think it's in the second paragraph, that investigate all financial options to fund it with a goal of reducing the potential impact. Fine. And the third point is that staff begin discussions with federal and provincial levels to implement a new funding model. Fine. Let's keep doing that. So to sort of refer this back over to Councillor Chapman, he used an expression earlier. I'm going to use a different one. I still think that doing this now is imprudent and we would be jumping the gun. But I'm prepared to go ahead and support this because I believe our police need improvements and they need advancements in a number of different areas. And so based on that, I am happy to support this. Thank you.
I just want to clear one thing up. It might not be related exactly to this, but this has been brought up and I wasn't going to say anything, but the DRT budget, transit budget has been brought up, so I must feel the need to defend this. And while this 10-year strategy was unanimously voted on 4 years ago, 2023 for 2% every single year, 2023 we got 1.5%, 2024 we got 1.6%, 2025 we got 1.73%, and 2026 we got 1.38%. Just to clear it up. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Wu?
And good afternoon. And through the chair, if I could to the CAO, because you're a signatory to the charter and to develop what we have, the 10-year service and financing. Now, at the time, and I'm looking at the charter, and I think most people have the copy, this project was to develop a forward-looking 10-year 2026 to 2036 operating and capital strategy, including projected costs, associated funding strategies, as well as any time-sensitive major capital requests for 2026. So if I look at this now, what we're proposing, is this now a 2027 to 2037 budget?
I think that depends on the decisions that council make between today and the June meeting, but just to let the councillor know, we have approved certain land acquisitions, as you know, for DRPS through this council outside of the budget process, which has more or less kept pace with the proposed 10-year plan, and we are anticipating another request coming forward in June. But the majority of the plan and any operating impacts of the plan must go to the new council because that will impact the 2027 budget.
And part and parcel, this project, again, this service and financing will include the development of an unconstrained 10-year forecast of annual capital and operating expenses. Given what we were speaking about, the change, and I think at the time, I don't know, was contemplated that there'd be appointed chair, certainly election. So around the table, we could have different faces. Certainly the board could be different. When we say unconstrained 10-year forecast, now could that mean now a constrained 10-year forecast?
I'm not sure what was meant by unconstrained, to be totally honest, but the project charter did not assume that endorsement of a 10-year plan would be the automatic implementation of a 10-year plan. That would be beyond this council's authority, given the Municipal Act's requirement for annual budget approvals.
Right. And given the project team of project sponsors, while the faces around the table here on council may change, what I see here is that the project team, the staff that are there, certainly from the Durham Regional Police, will be the same. Are you, as part and parcel of the project team, still going to work collaboratively with the project sponsors?
Absolutely. In fact, we've reached out to DRPS. I'd very much like to get our senior leadership teams together to do some bridge building, and I continue to advocate for that and to advocate for us to work together to get this to a process that, as I said earlier, is more palatable to council.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Barton?
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm really struggling with this one this is a tough decision, because by supporting the 10-year forecast, we're basically supporting everything in it. And I don't think it's affordable. I don't think our taxpayers can afford it. I think with our affordability crisis, it's a major problem. Obviously, support equipment, support drones, support vehicles, and all those types of things. It's the head office and the boardrooms and those types of issues that are putting me making me go sideways on this. I would love to see an affordable plan that our taxpayers can afford, that respects property taxpayers in Uxbridge and every other municipality here. I'm very supportive of the police. I'm just really concerned of setting us up for failure for the next decade. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Marin Pietri.
Well, Chair, good afternoon. I think it'd be an understatement to say that it's time. I would have thought that the same level of debate would have went into whether or not we renovate this facility, because I think we were all part of that debate, whether or not we build a gondola up Simcoe Street, and that's one that I opposed and was kind of frowned on. And I'll tell you why some of those actions or decisions were opposed, at least from my standpoint. Priorities. And I'm not, criticizing anyone. I'm just going to speak from my standpoint. This motion is a priority for law and order, for public safety, and for anyone that seeks an understanding of what our social media posts online look like in the city of Oshawa. They'll understand why I've been consistent in advocating for the ability for officers to upgrade their skills through a new training center, to have a proper headquarters, to be deployed through bricks and mortar as opposed from the trunk of their cars, to be able to battle what we're dealing with, whether it's cybersecurity, the data sovereignty we have to keep, or what we're seeing on our streets in our downtown. This motion here actually is one that's been a long time coming. It's not something, that we're sort of struggling with now. As Councillor Neal indicated, it's been something that we've been facing, whether because of provincial downloading or federal, needs and responsibilities being allocated to municipalities. The public doesn't care. The buck stops here. And they want to know whether or not they can have safe neighborhoods, clean downtowns, and I think the membership, and we say this in the sense of, their unions and their organizations, but I say this in the sense of the people who are actually working on the front lines, the membership, the people deploying the services, whether EMS or whether it's fire, but in this case it's police, that when they leave, their family members are proud of the environment that they're working in, and they can then translate that into conversation with others who may share the same objectives in life to be able to serve the community and say, come to Durham Region, because we're doing something that I believe is not reinventing the wheel, but in line with other regions, and if not, trying to lead the way in modernizing how we deploy and provide services. We can't do that when people indicate that we have a head office. Where is it? It's on X floor, half of it. Well, we're losing more space. And then, the conversation revolves around, how our communities are growing. And I think it's important to recognize you cannot have a conversation about the fastest growing area in the country and the most attractive place to do business without an understanding of what it takes. And we've done whatever we could to prioritize other initiatives throughout council terms. And I do agree, I sense, and I say this openly because I've been consistent in seeking an understanding as to why police get treated differently than any other organization. And I'm not a police officer, don't have police officers in my family, but I do have residents that have expectations from the police services. And I can't go back to them and say, well, we can't deliver any of that safety. We really don't have the ability to be able to do that for you, because you know what they'll tell us? We already pay enough taxes. How come? And then we'll look at this plan and say, well, we've got this plan that we've talked about ad nauseum forever. And if someone mentions that this is the first time they've seen the plan, you can use that technical analysis. That's nice. But, you know, when you consider the reality of every single budget cycle, every single opportunity the chief's been before us, every single chief that's been before us has been asked the same question, at least by myself, and that is, what are we doing to modernize the service and the ability to be able to provide officers with places that they can actually do their work from? If we think that doesn't sound like something reasonable, then why are we in this chamber? We can operate virtually, right? We can just operate virtually. We don't, because there's a cost of doing business. And part of this motion speaks to, and this is why I'm supportive of it, how we attain the investment that we need, as opposed to the cost that is going to be forced onto taxpayers.
Councillor, you have to wrap up.
AMO and FCM are great organizations, but the province and the federal government have to create, and this is how I started my council tenure, advocating for a different financial framework, which we attained through a different chair, in being able to secure gas tax dollars for infrastructure. The time's come to do the same thing when it comes to policing, EMS, fire, and other critical core services. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Leahy.
Yeah, just really briefly, Mr. Chair. So if this passes today, the endorsement principle, we're not going to actually see what the final tax impact. We have an estimate of 10%, but we're not going to know that final tax impact until the budget comes out in February. Is that correct?
You know, it's unfair to even ask staff that question. It'll be at the discretion of your new appointed chair.
Okay, fair enough. So I appreciate that. So I just have a really hard time with the first one. Support the other three just until we know the financial impact. So there's no way. Yes. We're going to have to wait till February.
Mayor Jubb.
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly, just to clarify, this is all split. So the first endorsement will be number one, and then the other three subsequent after that. Okay, thank you.
So that exhausts the list. So I'm just gonna put some clarifications out there. One is this council. I'll go to you, Councillor Pettengill.
Sorry, just for clarification, I think one is now the top, and then
And then it
what
cascades down.
says one is
Three
now
is
two.
now four.
Sorry?
3 is now 4.
Yeah, 3 is now 4. Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, the wording of each portion of the motion will show on the screen for each vote, so you know specifically which section you're voting on at the time.
So, members of council, I'm just going to bring some clarification to some of the things that were said. We are about to open our 5th long-term care facility. As far as I know, this entire council endorsed the plan of building one more long-term care center in Durham. I believe all of council voted for that. And as a resident and approaching the time of long-term care, no, I'm only kidding. Yeah, maybe by the end of this meeting, that I am comfortable and proud to live in a community where we have that quality of care. And if anything ever happens to that, or it is brought forward again, whether I'm in office or not, I will be in this council's chambers defending the residents of Durham Region on the reason why they should keep their long-term care. Mayor Collier, you said you're different. You are different. You get pre-budget approvals. Last year, $17 million. I don't know how many tens of millions you're going to get when you come next month, but you are different. And you operate with a different board, and that's what allows the distinction between the two of us. A comment was made about the hospital, or not the hospital, but the hotel in Pickering. I want you to know that this council's team that works for us filled out all the applications available and went and got enough money to buy that hotel because the federal government was going to cut the amount of money they put into asylum seekers. First by 5%, then by 25%, then by 100%. The hotel was purchased entirely with federal dollars, correct? The other part too is in June of, I'm going through the filing cabinet, but I think in June of 2019, a motion was brought forward around this property to eliminate the need to build another building. In that time, it was estimated the building that was going to be built on this land was $100 million plus the cost to equip it, and this council unanimously voted to defeat that and modernize this building. There was a memo went out to all members of council a couple weeks ago that talked about the savings and the future savings of the modernizing of this building. And Councillor Miriam Pietri, like you, I will never see a gondola on Simcoe Street. So there are a lot of issues. This vote is before you. Mr. Clerk, it's been asked to be divided into 4 parts, voted individually, starting with that, the region of council. If you will start with that, please. Councillor Lee. I've called the vote, Councillor Lee, but it's been a wonderful day, so let's see if you can make this quick.
Very quickly, if we don't agree with the first one, how does
Simply vote
2,
no.
3, 4?
You can vote.
Okay, very good.
Yes
Thank
or
you.
no for each one or all of them. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk, I've called that vote. Item 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the first part of the motion is starting now, and you will see the wording on screen. Looking for Councillors Crawford and Yamada. Second call, Councillor Yamada online. Last call, Councillor Yamada online.
Item 1 carries. Item 2, please, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the second part of the motion is starting now. Looking for Councillors McDougall and Yamada. Second call, Councillor Yamada online. Last call, Councillor Yamada online.
That carries unanimously. Item number 3, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the third part of the motion is starting now.
That carries unanimously. Mr. Clerk, item 4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the final part of the motion is starting now. Looking for Councillor Yamada online. Second call, Councillor Yamada online. Last call, Councillor Yamada connected online.
That carries unanimously. Okay, members of council, does anyone need a break or can we keep moving along? 10 minutes? Moved by Councillor Miriam Pietri, seconded by Councillor Neal, that we recess for 10 minutes. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, we're in recess. Can you, yeah, could you ask?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. We'll move on with the agenda. It's Health and Social Services, moved by Mayor Roy, seconded by Councillor Dyes. The recommendations contained in item 1 of Report 2 of the Health and Social Services be adopted. Polls. I see none, Mr. Clerk. We'll call the vote then. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. We'll move on to Community Growth and Economic Development, moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Pickles, that the recommendations contained in items 1 and 2 of Report 5 of the Community Growth and Economic Development Committee be adopted. Polls. Online. Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Moved by, sorry, just give me 1 second. Moved by Mayor Barton, seconded by Councillor Maren Pietri, that the recommendations contained in items 1 to 4 inclusive of Report 4 of the Works Committee be adopted. Polls. Online. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Then we'll move on to Committee of the Whole report. Items, that recommendations contained in item 1 inclusive of the report number 5, the Committee of the Whole be adopted. I need a mover. Mayor Foster. Seconded by Councillor Chapman. Polls. I see none online. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Okay, Mr. Clerk, I'll give you these. Thank you. There are no there are no departmental reports and other resolutions. Mayor Collier, Mayor Roy, you have a walk-on motion regarding advancing development through a regional financing program. It will take 2/3 vote to get introduced. So Mayor Collier, you'll need to do a motion to introduce.
Chair, I'd like to introduce a motion to waive the rules, please, Chair.
Okay.
Can we do them both at the same time?
No, because there's 2 different seconds.
Okay, thank you.
So moving the first one, so Mayor Ash is the seconder. Okay. So we need 2/3 members of council. I'm just going to call for a recorded vote to add this. Mr. Clerk, when you're ready. And then okay, record a vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on a motion to suspend the rules to introduce a motion is starting now. Just looking for Councillor Maren Pietri. Thank you.
Thank you for the tea.
Okay, so that carried. Next, Mr. Clerk. Okay. So Mayor Collier, can you introduce the motion, please?
Just to be clear, sorry, I didn't hear the first part. Was this on the regional funding program or is this on the DC deferral?
Through regional financing program.
Perfect. Let me just find my notes.
Mayor Ash, seconder?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, council colleagues, I'll try and be quick on this. It's been a long day, but thank you for the opportunity to bring this motion forward today. Directing staff to develop and report back on a regional financing program to support purpose-built rental housing here in Durham. Across all our communities and across the province, we've seen rental projects stall. Projects that made sense 2 or 3 years ago are no longer proceeding because of lack of viable financing. Borrowing costs are higher, lending conditions are tighter, and traditional financing sources are stretched. Federal tools like CMHC are highly competitive and do not prioritize projects here in Durham, and while institutions like the Canada Infrastructure Bank and Infrastructure Ontario offer financing options, they're not structured to meet every project's needs, particularly when it comes to getting purpose-built rentals moving quickly and at the local level. I'll just use Ajax example because I don't know what all the other mayors and municipalities have done, but I can't speak to them. In Ajax, we've approved 17,000 units approximately and have required that 5 to 10% of these units be affordable. That's approximately 850 to 1,200 affordable units in one municipality alone. So extrapolate that across the region. Lending criteria of CMHC and others look at the reduced rents of these affordable units, and this results in reduced funding levels, putting these units at risk. What I'm suggesting is the region partner with development to ensure these units get built. This motion proposes we explore a made-in-Durham solution to help bridge the gap without exposing taxpayers to undue risk. The region holds significant reserves and has access to low-cost borrowing. This motion asks staff to examine how a portion of these funds could be strategically deployed on a loan basis to unlock housing development while protecting the public interest. And if done right, this type of program can help to unlock housing supply by filling a financing gap that currently exists in the market while protecting the region's financing position. Importantly, today's motion does not implement a program. It asks staff to do the work to bring back a detailed proposal, including financial analysis, risk assessment, and clear guardrails so that council can make an informed decision. So through the chair, I ask that you support and take the next step. If we are serious about accelerating housing in Durham, we need to be open and using every reasonable tool available to us. This is one worth exploring. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Mayor Ash, did you want to speak to that as the seconder? Okay. Is there, okay, start with Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through you, so I know the request is for end of term. Would we likely get a response back by June, September? Do we have a sense, or was it likely October? Because I'm not sure how the meeting schedules work in the fall.
The most realistic, I would think, would be for the new council. The work required to look at this is quite extensive, but I'll turn it over to our CFO. Thank you.
So through the chair, so certainly as the CAO has indicated, there's a fair bit of work that needs to be done. This type of program is not the type of program that the region has expertise in staff, so we'll likely need some, we'll likely need to consult with others as well in order to report back comprehensively to council. So this is not something we could do for certainly the June, and we would, again, I don't believe there's any meetings scheduled for the fall to be able to bring it back to. So it would come back, I would assume, to the new term of council, with June being the only meeting available right now.
Okay, that's not the wording of the motion. That's why I ask.
So in terms of, sorry, I appreciate that. This isn't something that, as staff, we could bring a report back to for the June cycle on.
Okay, so yeah, I'm supportive of what we're trying to do. We definitely want to support these housing units across Durham, and they need an answer. Like, would there have to be, through you, Mr. Chair, like a request for another meeting? Because if this passes, it's saying no later than the end of term of council, but staff are saying they can't deliver.
So there is potentially a council meeting in July, Mr. Clare?
Could I just point out also that there's many other things that need to be considered here, including our debt capacity, that the degree to which our reserves are committed, and given the lengthy debate we just had, the financial pressures that we're looking at going into 2027 by tying up reserves. It's just tying our hands even more, and I think that's why staff would really need to look at the legal and financial implications of such a program. There may also be legal issues given that it's not a business that we're regularly in, and we'd have to be very clear that it's not seen as bonusing.
All right, so if this passes, and we've said that no later than end of term, but staff can't deliver, what's going to happen?
Well, Well, we would bring it to the first meeting of the new council if we were to do that. If there was a meeting in the fall, I'm looking at Nicole to see if it's likely or if
We can certainly do our best if there was one in the fall. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, fully supported. Thank you.
Councillor Chapman?
Thank you. So I don't support this for a couple of reasons. One is, this is an important issue. This is lending out taxpayers' money. We've heard from the treasurer that we don't have the expertise to do this. We heard from the CAO that there's a lot of work doing. We just did the 10-year strategy for the police that is going to take a lot of work based on the motion there, right? And I don't think we need to burden them with some extra work. And I think if they can't get the money from these other sources, the risk must be high. And I don't think we want to go there. I'm going to vote against this because I don't believe that we should be burdening staff with this at this time. And again, I don't think motions like this to walk on at a council meeting are appropriate. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. And actually, I keyed my mic to answer some of Councillor Leahy's questions, but I might as well just close with this and just answer a couple of Bob Chapman's questions as well. Just a time frame, I was under the impression there was a September meeting when this came forward. So if there isn't, I'm flexible to the time frame. But just so council's aware, this is not new. I've been having this discussion with Commissioner Papa Constantino. I've been having this with Mayor Roy, with the Commissioner of Finance, with the CAO. This is something that we've been batting around. I brought up for the last year, and I'm finally just bringing it as a motion now because we haven't moved anything forward. So if it doesn't happen in the next 6 months, that's not the end of the world. If time frame doesn't allow, whether I'm here or not, I just think this is something we should look at, and if it can't be done, can't be done, but at least let's get the information. This is asking simply for a report. I'm not going to presuppose any of the things. I already had the conversation about debt limits. This is not borrowing and loaning taxpayer money. This is using our capacity to issue debenture debt and be partner in some of these things if it works out that way. We need social housing. Instead of having independent developers be building these things and have 5 or 10, or in the case of these folks here, 20% on one of their developments that we could potentially lose as affordable housing units in the region, let's come up with a solution if we can and work together. But again, if we can't, we can't, but let's get the information. As far as walk-on motion, we only have the June meeting. So if this didn't get walked on today, it would be at the Committee of the Whole in the middle of June and wouldn't be a walk-on. But I took the opportunity to circulate in advance, hoping for council to support. Anyway, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, that exhausts the speakers list, Mr. Clerk. A recorded vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the motion is starting now. Please forgive me, Mayor Foster. I'm going to have to ask for your vote verbally.
Apparently, my unit does not have an identification license, but beyond that, I wasn't here for the discussion, debate, or any knowledge, so
Okay.
I'll abstain.
Wouldn't have moved the needle anyway.
That carries. Okay, another motion, Mayor Collier, Mayor Roy, you will have to ask for leave to introduce.
Chair, I'd like to bring a motion to waive the rules to allow a motion without notice, please. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Roy, I need to see, okay, that's your second. Okay, so on the motion to introduce, it takes 2/3. Recorded vote, please, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the motion to suspend the rules to introduce a motion without notice is starting now.
Okay, It carries to introduce. Mayor Collier, your motion?
Thank you, Chair, and I'll, again, try and be brief. Both this and the last motion were circulated to council prior, so hopefully you've had a chance to review. I did allude to this at the last Cal meeting where I talked about bringing this to Ajax Council. We have since passed this, I believe it's unanimously at Ajax Council. So bringing forward a motion that would authorize staff to enter into Section 27 agreements to defer development charges for purpose-built rental housing. And I want to be really clear about why this matters. We're in the midst of a housing crisis in Durham and across Ontario, and right now, very few projects are moving forward. As I spoke in the last motion, high construction costs, elevated interest rates, tighter financing conditions have stalled developments that would otherwise be underway. At the same time, we've seen several other municipalities in the province, like Brampton, Mississauga, Burlington, Vaughan, Toronto, have chosen to waive development charges entirely to stimulate activity. This approach may move projects forward, but it comes at a permanent cost to municipal finances. I know it's not something we can do in Ajax. Pretty sure it's not something we could do here at the region. And the rules on the federal program being administered by the province for the $8-point-something billion has not been released yet. So I wouldn't want to do anything without that information. This motion proposes a different path. Over the past several weeks, I've worked with the Town of Ajax staff to identify a tool that supports housing development without giving up the revenues we need to build complete communities. The result is a deferral model, which I spoke about, as I said at Cal, that maintains development charges while improving project viability. Under current legislation, that's Bill 23 and Bill 17, I believe, development charges for purpose-built rentals are deferred up until occupancy, and then they can be paid over 6 equal installments interest-free for the next 6 years after occupancy. So realistically, we're not going to see any DCs for a minimum of 10 years going forward. And we talked about this last week at the deferral that we did for hotels. This proposal would extend the repayment window further, allowing payments to spread out in a way that better aligns with project financing. Interest and a premium would be applied from the 7th installment onward to protect the region financially and ensure taxpayers are not bearing additional risk. I'll speak quickly to this as well. We all know that we're going to have to be borrowing some money in the short term, since we're not going to be receiving DCs for probably minimum 10 years based on current legislation. We're going to be borrowing money at a cheaper rate. This allows an interest rate differential, so that in effect, the region will actually be making a portion on the deferral. In practical terms, this improves cash flow for builders, makes projects easier to finance, and helps get shovels in the ground without reducing what is ultimately paid. We will still be made whole. Staff would have the flexibility to negotiate agreements based on individual project needs with appropriate safeguards, monitoring, and reporting back to council. We can report back whatever council chooses. We've chosen 6 months intervals in Ajax, and I didn't mention, I don't think, this is a 2-year project to try and get shovels in the ground. This is a targeted, fiscally responsible tool that supports housing delivery while maintaining the integrity of our development charge framework. Asking for your support for this motion, please. Thank you.
Okay, speakers. Mayor Roy, did you want to speak as a seconder?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
I just want to thank Mayor Collier for bringing this forward. And as we have been having discussions both between himself and myself, it's what the other municipalities are actually doing as well too. And it's trying to find alignments that we can help to bring housing into place, but additionally recognizing that we don't want to have an impact onto the taxpayers. We have seen in Whitby, and just a reference to the hotel deferral program, we've actually seen success with the deferral program, and now we just need to see those applications move forward. And I'm hoping that this will do the same, as we are looking at working with some of our developers within our community, because we are starting to see housing sales, even with the new announcement with the HST as well for the new builds. And I'm quite pleased that one of our developments with the grand opening had 40 sales in their first day. I'm hoping that this will help out as well too.
Thank you. Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll apologize to all members. I'm putting a fire out right now, so I'm going to have to leave. That's not a real fire, but just really quickly, to go to staff, Staff, can you provide us your thoughts, your advice on this? I appreciate the motion, understand where it's going. I'm also very concerned with the draws that we've got coming up on DC. So will this work?
So through the chair, so maybe a couple of things. So certainly very much appreciate the need to support the housing development and the critical need to get shovels in the ground to get these affordable housing units and purpose-built rental housing units constructed. A couple of comments. One is, and development charges are certainly really low right now. So we don't have a lot of money coming in, but without that growth, we're not building the capital plan. If we do have development, which we hope to have, materialize, we have to be providing the infrastructure to accompany it. That will come at a cost. So we would have to borrow to be able to advance that if we don't have the development charge revenue coming in to do so. The other piece that's perhaps unique to the region in this situation is on our water and sewer side. So those services are ones that we have to put in the ground first before the housing is built. And we have done so. And we've issued debt in order to advance those infrastructure projects. We have significant obligations for debt servicing costs for debt that has already been borrowed that through the plan is to be paid for through development charges because those are growth related costs and are eligible for development charge funding. So on water, it's a smaller amount. It's about $3.4 million annually in debt servicing costs that we pay for through development charges. On the sewer side, it's much more significant. It's $22.8 million. So without development charges coming in, it will have to find another funding source to pay those debt servicing costs. So on the capital side for new infrastructure, that piece of it we can certainly borrow for. We could, again, depending upon what the capital is, we'll have to look at prioritizing perhaps some of our capital needs as well to fit the development charge revenues that are coming in. But certainly there is debt servicing costs on the water and sewer side that we'll have to find another funding source for if DCs aren't there to do so.
So we're in another situation. We're not quite sure what we'll be dealing with by virtue of what's going in the ground or not. So the premise that a premium on the cost to the developers would offset, I guess, potentially offset or would make us whole, and that's all we're worried about. Do you agree with that premise? I'm trying to figure out the risk versus benefit.
Yeah, so certainly that will help where we're able to debt finance capital projects. So certainly we'll be able to, for new capital works that are going into the ground, we could certainly look to borrow. And we outlined a fairly aggressive borrowing plan through the 2026 budget for water and sewer that would certainly continue under a deferral program like this. And certainly having interest payments and having that premium on there would offset the debt servicing costs associated with that new debt. The challenge is with our existing debt and having cash flow available to fund our existing debt payments for infrastructure we've already built.
Okay, so if it's been a long day, so if I'm financing the existing debt and that is going to come, is that directed again at the levy? So is this another source of pressure for potentially 27 is probably too early by the time shovels get in the ground. But am I correct in making that statement, 28, 29?
So certainly, and this was something through the water and sewer budgets this year, we highlighted that there's going to be challenges. We're going to have to look for other funding sources. Certainly that will be user rate as opposed to property tax rate on the water sewer side. That will feel some pressure there. We'll look to also where we can bring in reserve funds to fund those debt servicing costs as well in the short term. But again, that's a sort of a short term solution. But those reserve funds are intended for capital infrastructure and rehabilitation projects on our infrastructure. So if we're using those to fund debt servicing costs, growth-related debt servicing costs, those won't be available for us for water sewer asset management requirements.
Would those reserve funds not be paid back in the fullness of time? So, you know, it would be a shorter term pulling the money out, and then again with the interest rates making us whole.
It's a bit of a timing issue because our water and sewer capital forecast certainly is very heavy on the front end. So on the years where there will be, where it may take time for those DCs to come in is the issue.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to be quiet and let others ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miriam Pietri. Push the button again, please. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. For those who are, looking at this motion and wondering what the effects would be for a particular project, it's helpful. But if you're looking for some more help as a developer and wanting to activate housing with a better bottom line and a quicker activation, look to the city of Oshawa. You have the ability to have the waiving of development charges in our CIPs entirely, which helps quite a bit. This is a deferral, which, I had a good conversation with Mayor Del Duca recently and asked, how are you doing it? What are you looking for from the province? How is this going to work to be able to make us whole? And some of the things the commissioner said are valid. They're important to understand that we've got vital pieces of our, infrastructure and community service provision, it's predicated on development charges. So how do we do this? And the answer that he provided is one that Councillor Nicholson always, makes sure that is top of mind. And that's 0 of 0, 0. If you don't have any development, then you don't have any, housing, you don't have any jobs, you don't have any activation. And so it's a very sensitive period that we're in. And I think that every opportunity we have to be able to move things in the direction where, we get the jobs and we get the activation for the housing that we need in our community is vital. And I think people look at the development industry and that word as a bad word, but it's actually the construction industry, and it's tied to every single person in this room in some way, shape, or form. So I think looking at this in the context of that, I see the benefit. I do think that there's a further benefit in looking at what Oshawa does in its CIP and waiving development charges altogether, so that there is more of an opportunity to be able to provide that quality housing and in that activation that's required. So if you're someone that's listening to this and you're sitting on the sidelines, shameless pitch through you, Mr. Chair, look at the city of Oshawa and you'll have a very, very positive outlook when developing properties and activating housing, which we need in our community.
Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. The point seems to be that we need to ramp up our housing starts, and the mitigating factors typically have been tariffs and interest rates. Long day. I'm wondering if perhaps staff could give some input onto the reduction. I mean, we used to be traditionally 225,000 immigrants a year plus 50,000 refugees since 1953, and then the Liberal government put it up well over 500,000. And that's since been cut back to traditional levels. I'm wondering if the reduction in some 300,000 immigrants per year, 60% of whom typically come to the GTA. I'm wondering if that has had an impact on the downturn in housing starts, and whether that staff could provide some input on that to this discussion, please.
So through the chair, my colleague in community growth may have some comments as well around population growth percentages. What I can maybe just provide a bit of a comment on, if it's helpful, with respect to development charges. So on average, we've seen about 4,000 units historically is what we have seen in terms of average development. They have been, of course, much lower the last couple of years, so very much lower than that. With the housing targets, it would be closer to about 6,000 units is what the target is, but our average has historically been around 4.
Did Simon Gill perhaps want to add to that in terms of immigration numbers and how that might impact things? I don't want to put you on the spot, Simon, but he's not here. Probably doesn't want to add to it then.
I'll just say through the chair, no, unfortunately, Simon had to leave for another commitment. We don't have those numbers specifically for you at the ready right now, Councillor. We could certainly dig into it. But really what we're talking about is more about affordability, interest rates, and really thinking about the impact that lower immigration would have on that equation. But I don't unfortunately have specific stats to give you right at this moment.
Okay, I mean, it's the old supply and demand. I'm just wondering whether the demand's gone down, and that's part of the reason why we may not need as much supply as we did in the past. That's my only point. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Neal?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Now, through my experience with just new subdivisions, the transit had to catch up, and I had and thanks to Oshawa Councillor Marion Pietri and Councillor Chapman, I was able to get that looked at in regards to transit. So if you put something like this in, what about the transit and all those other costs? Are they going to be factored in? And it could be more than that. Like just saying it's more than just this. Whenever you put like a subdivision in, there's all kinds of things, like the city's got to do the sidewalks and everything like that. So that's my question.
So I guess.
What about transit?
Well, the quick question, Councillor, the answer to your question is not just transit, it's everything else we do.
Yeah.
So it would have to go through the budget cycle.
Okay, and our staff okay with that?
Well, staff do a great job each year bringing the information to council to make.
But all
decisions.
sticks strictly to transit. Are staff okay with this going through and then trying to catch up with bringing transit through?
Well, I can't really speak for staff, but it's.
And then we just had the discussion on the police.
So there is the challenge of what's going to happen in the next cycle. So it's unfair to put staff on the spot. They will do their best to meet the growth that comes into our communities and deliver the information to the new council in the future. And what happens there will be what happens.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that planned subdivisions such as I have even have a problem catching up with infrastructure.
Well, just the one on Ritson Road across the road from the golf course is such a huge project. I understand exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, all that up there.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. And I've taken some notes, so I'll try and close and address a lot of these. I just want to start with, to be clear, we're not changing really anything at this point. Provincial legislation, Bill 23 reduced for purpose, and this is only for purpose-built rental. Bill 23 reduced DCs for purpose-built rentals, whether it's 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, by a certain percentage. Bill 17 allowed the extension of payable at occupancy or 6 years further than that at equal installments, interest-free. Add together, if you pull a permit today, it takes you 3-4 years to build the building. If you're talking about a 25-story high-density mixed-use building, and then 6 years of payments, we're not really getting our TCs until 9 or 10 years. Doing nothing. Take this off the table. That's the situation we're in today. CMHC and other lending bodies are loaning less. We know rents have gone down. The last forecast I saw said rents went down about 30% in the last 3 years. So when they look at your funding model, your pro forma, they look at it and they say, okay, your building 3 years ago when you applied was supposed to generate this much revenue, and now it's going to generate 30% less. And if you have an affordability component, it's even less. So they're loaning less. To give you a live example, 310 Kingston Road in Ajax has been at a standstill for a year. CMHC loaned 15 million less than is needed to build the building, and that's coincidentally what the DC rates are. That's how we came out with this program out of necessity. By extending these out over a longer period, you make the annual payments less, the pro forma now works again. We're having to pivot to keep up with current environments and current economic, and that's why this is only a 2-year period. We've approved 17,000 units. I don't know how many units others have approved. We just approved a DC deferral for hotels last week. You know, if we're going to do it for hotels, you might want to really think about purpose-built rental housing with affordable components. And this only works if the region is a partner, because, you know, Ajax taxes for art is 34% or whatever it is. We need the region with their 55% to be a partner with this, for municipalities, for this to work. At the same time, we're starting at zero. We're not collecting DCs now. Okay? Nothing's being built right now. So we're starting at zero. So there's really nothing to lose. And as Commissioner Pincombe rightly pointed out, we've already made capital investments and incurred debt for DC-related projects like water and sewer. So these debts need carrying charges. The importance of getting shovels in the ground sooner rather than later is we start generating the property taxes that we're also not getting. We're getting vacant land property taxes, but in 3 years, we're probably still getting vacant land property taxes if we do nothing. Yet we still have our carrying cost obligations. At least this will get the property taxes flowing sooner, hopefully, rather than sitting on our hands and doing nothing. Because I think everybody can agree, we have a housing crisis, we need to do something. I just want to address the CIP, because we also have a CIP, and we did this back in 2000, Councillor Dies might remember, I think it might have been 2012, with the Medallion buildings. And we gave them, I think, $23 million in DC and tax incentives to get this done, because it was in a CIP. What we didn't realize at the time is those DCs still have to be paid, but they now fall on the taxpayer to pay. And we had to pay $8 million in DCs on our tax base because the DCs still need to be paid according to the bylaw. You can't just waive them and not collect them. They still need to be paid. It's a transfer. So we stopped doing it because it had a direct tax increase. And that's sort of how CIPs work. At the same time, we went through a process where you didn't need CIPs to incent development anymore. We might be back there again soon, but this works better. Starting at zero, doesn't work without the regional buy-in. Property tax would come in sooner. Those are all my notes. I hope that helps clarify. Again, this is just, all we're looking at doing is, instead of spreading payments over 6 years, spreading payments over 15 years, but with an interest payment for anything starting the 7th year, which the region will benefit from. And hopefully we can get things moving and shovels in the ground. Thank you, Chair. Recorded vote, please.
So before I call for the, Councillor Crawford.
I just wanted to ask, the reporting period, is it the same every 6 months, the same as ours? Okay, thank you, that's all. Thank you.
So before I call the recorded vote, I would hope I would never heard of Bill 23 ever again. Because this council needs to understand that that bill cost the region of Durham $65 million. $65 million. And I was under the assumption we would always be made whole. And that's what it was talked about. Madam Treasurer, did we ever receive, was it $65 million?
Yes, that's our estimates. It depends on rate of growth, but yes, that's our estimates.
And when did you deposit that check?
So through budgets, we've built in, it's part of our budget now. We're contributing in to cover that shortfall.
I just want members of council to understand the complexities and what Bill 23 cost the taxpayers of the region of Durham. Mr. Clerk, a recorded vote called by Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the motion is starting now. Looking for Mayor Foster.
Mr. Clark, it's the same.
He was out of his chair.
So I have no knowledge which I should or should not use.
Okay, that carried. Mr. Clerk, next, there's no unfinished business. There's no notice of motions. Announcements. Councilor Pietri.
Chair, I just wanted to thank everyone for extending their condolences to our family for the passing of my aunt, my father's sister. I just wanted to talk to her to that and say that in the years that I've been part of the council, and I think that there's been many instances where others have lost loved ones. This council's always been, regardless of where they sit on positions regarding initiatives that we undertake politically, whether it's the staff or the council, have always been very, very sensitive to family and to the needs of each of those who work within the region and our municipalities. And that's something that's a testament to the leadership and to the people who work here and serve in our community. So on that, I just wanted to say on behalf of my family, thank you. And to those who, experience the same losses in their families and go through the same issues, whether it's illnesses or, some of the issues that afflict families at times. It's something that we're close to and we are empathetic to and thank and appreciate those who consider the well-being outside of the political sphere. So thank you for the condolences, the thoughts, and the prayers, and for your your humanity. And I think that's important to recognize, whether we're in an election period or whether we're dealing with human needs or our own family matters. So on behalf of everyone, especially my family, I thank those who reached out. Now I'll just say something about the following weeks, the weeks that are forthcoming. The city of Oshawa and the region of Durham are very diverse places. They're different municipalities, but share the same objectives. And that objective is to make sure that everyone feels welcome and that their heritage and their traditions and their values are celebrated when we have the opportunity to do so. We showcase that. I know that government goes through a great deal and great lengths to show that, but you can actually feel that in Oshawa through a festival that we've had for 52 years. And I know that other communities have a version of it, but Fiesta Week in Oshawa kicks off on Father's Day. And I think that then this year in particular is, I believe it's the 21st of June that it kicks off with a street festival. And it's a week-long festivity of different cultural pavilions. I know that many have, whether they're staff members or councillors, have been out on various occasions in various years, and I think had a great deal of appreciation for what volunteers in our community actually provide. Thousands of volunteers, many of them different ages, but mainly kids that are performing during their exam period. And I always say this, and I hope that teachers are listening. Go easy on those kids that are performing, especially during the exam periods. They're doing double duty, sometimes triple duty. They're working, they have their daily activities, and they're going to school and training or performing and practicing. So when you're out there and you see the pavilions and you visit and you enjoy the food, just remember there's a lot of work that's gone into it. It's a great kick to our economy. It's a nice boost to our image, but there's a great deal that goes into providing that, and that is oftentimes a sacrifice that families make. So on behalf of everyone that enjoys Fiesta Week in Oshawa, I just hope and invite you to continue to do the same so that we can make the next 52 years even grander than what they are. And I look forward to seeing you out there. Thank you.
Councillor McCaughey.
Thank you, Chair Henry. I actually have 3 announcements. First, from Councillor Shahid. She sends her regrets today, but her wishes for us are Muslims across the world are celebrating Eid today as we mark the occasion of Eid al-Adha, a time of faith, sacrifice, gratitude, and togetherness. May this Eid bring peace, happiness, good health, and blessings to you and your loved ones. May your homes be filled with joy, your hearts with gratitude, and your celebrations with meaningful moments shared with family and friends. I thought that was lovely of her to wish that to us. Second of all, I'd like to announce that Food Truck Frenzies this weekend down at Iroquois Park, hosted by the Rotary Club of Whitby, Saturday and Sunday, 11 to 9. There's over 30 trucks. Come get your cheat eats. And there's a Maker's Market and Kids Zone. And finally, my third announcement is next week is the Brooklyn Spring Fair, starting Thursday evening through Sunday. Tractor Pull, Demolition Derby, Midway, Homecraft, Back 40 Entertainment, and of course all the agricultural things to see. And the parade, of course, on Saturday morning through downtown Brooklyn, so plan your travel accordingly, with a theme of Barnyard Boogie. Anyhow, thank you.
Okay, we'll wait for those photos. Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you're looking for anything to do this weekend, on Saturday at Ed Broadbent Park in Oshawa from noon to 4 is our Indigenous Culture Celebration. So you can come down there. And on Sunday at Lakeview Park from 10 to 2 is the Durham Regional Police Community Safety Day, which also includes our paramedics and probably Oshawa Fire. You can come down there. And as Uxbridge Jack used to say, they're both free.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson.
Well, I was going to have 3 announcements, but Bob just took 2 of them. So again, I echo his comments. Come on down and enjoy the events in wonderful Ward 5 here in Oshawa. The other point I wanted to make is, as councillors and staff know, my family and I have been in and out of hospital over the last 10 weeks, and it's still an ongoing situation. But I want to go on record and making sure I can make a public statement that my family, and especially my wife, have been treated so fantastically by the nursing staff at Lakeridge Health Oshawa. They've gone above and beyond in helping her deal with the pain and the other issues that she's having. And too often we see people complaining about hospital stays. I want to go on record saying I couldn't have been treated better by our nursing staff, both in emergency and on the floors. They have been the absolute what is expected from nursing staff. I will note, however, they're getting run off their feet because they're doing a lot of functions that are really not nursing functions, but are support functions. And I'm hopeful that Lakeridge Health Oshawa and the Lakeridge Corporation and the province will see a way forward to adding more support staff so that our nurses can do nursing rather than simply serving food. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson, great comments, and the way forward is to build the new hospital the Durham region needs in Whitby. Okay, members of council, that exhausts the speakers list. We'll go to bylaws. Mayor Ash.
Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's moved by myself and seconded by Mayor Barton that bylaws number 2026-022 and 2026-023 be passed.
Okay. On the bylaws, call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Mr. Clerk, that is the business of the
Confirming bylaw.
Confirming bylaw. I'd hate
Moved
to
by
miss
myself, second by Mayor Barton, that bylaw number 2026-024, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Regional Municipality of Durham held at their meeting on 27th day of May 2026 be passed.
Okay. On the item, call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Now, business of the day is done, Mr. Clerk. We're looking for adjournment. Councillor Kerr, Mayor Foster on adjournment. All those in favor? In opposition? Thank you to staff and have a great day.